Okay, I currently can't live stream, so I'm just
We've
gonna
seen
record
a
this
great
and
deal of
upload
Gambit.
this as
They've
a
had to
big
show
video.
a good amount of depth throughout this event.
Live
Ascend have been
stream,
toiling away
but
in the
I can't
shadows.
live stream.
Not
so,
many people paying mind to them, as they rightly should have been. Where do you stand?
It's really interesting, and again, seeing the journey of Center Valley, this is almost kind of the
So they
coming
picked
of Ascend,
Breeze.
right? We had that almost dip, you could
Oh,
call it.
20 seconds,
and
it says.
Gambit obviously rose towards the end of the year here, but in terms of the stylistic kind of matchup
I
here,
think it's best.
Ascend have actually fixed some of the issues you'd have with a concern coming into this matchup, particularly against Gambit.
Well, deep breaths, everyone. We are 10 seconds away from starting up
Okay,
here.
Gambit, not one person got a sheriff.
We've talked about the odds of greatness throughout this entire
both
event,
teams, not one
time
person
and
got a
time again.
sheriff.
Remember, great moments are
Got a
born from great
classic.
opportunity that these both now have. Gambit on the attacking side, Ascend on the defending side, and we're right into this.
Okay, so people
Yeah,
normally
the
play
Trailblazers straight up
default
elbow.
in these
They're trying to
tournaments.
follow it
Like,
up
they
here.
don't full send a site, they just...
Michael just sitting tight in nest
Play
right now, but it's a
slow.
heavy lean towards B's site here on the side of Ascend. Actually going to be able to avoid this owl drone here, but CNET's going to take full contact
Gambit
for immediately.
down.
A little bit of a return fire from Shados, but it's quick and it's Ascend, really sending a stark message to begin with. Two quick kills and you lose out on Defo and Shados. Two big instigators on this attacking side.
Oh,
So now
Nats
looking at what's left. Nats, Redguard,
is
Chronicle.
Viper main on
A
the
tough
Gambit
predicament
team.
to be presented with, and now a last-minute Aileen. Now the spike is on the way. You can see Nats slowly closing in towards Killers. Killers better be aware. He's
You
not
said
so
that
safe.
before,
You can see
but
that paranoia
no.
starting to build.
Nats tagged up a little bit, actually going to get confirmation here, but also going to hear out these steps in spawn. You have to relay that information, so Nats got a lot to deal with here. If they swing together, he's going to get detected here as well.
Full screen
He's going to be noted pretty quickly. Redguard's
Full
gone down.
screen
Nats is only good for one. It's on Chronicle now, and a 1v4, and it's gone quickly. Ascend. Hey, let's talk about this now. That's 4 standing. That's confidence building. This is a perfect beginning in map 1.
And again, we're coasting through that. The perfect setup again, anticipating Gambit showing a little presence towards B, and actually the pistol round in particular, but potentially towards the side of the top, which is always important. That just walks up.
Okay,
literally
2-1.
walks up. And green stars are on default. There's not really an awful lot in terms of setup there that Ascend changed, other than playing a little deeper where they give up sight and potentially, I guess, regress towards double doors, try and retake that space on halls.
They got an op on Ascend.
And here's Cena now on the operator. Early, actually, round 4 here.
So the dart lineups, let's go.
Off to a good start, though, for himself, so why not? But let's see what the adjustment, if there is one coming out.
Yeah,
Gambit, if they consider this a possibility. But already going to give away somewhat of the game. Trying to play it through elbow, but Shados gets a freebie. Bone Cold going to be livid with that. Shadows going to try and power forward. Yeah, oh, he almost got Killers as well. Finest of margins here, but they actually peel away from this.
Feel a bit of pressure, and actually you can see here Chronicle's found some space towards double doors. You're absolutely right, Lauren.
I wonder if audio cues have been heard, maybe even spotting stars, or maybe not, maybe just the intuition kicking in, but he has to facilitate this somewhat, and timing is on his side. They've just about spotted each other. Utility goes down, I think, towards either site or main, so they're aware the hit's going to be leaning this way. They can leave CNED lingering towards that B site, as now Chronicle starts to build through. Lovely work from him. Good spray, no connect, but it's Redguard to find it. So now the site should at least be available enough, and Chronicle does not overextend.
The tricky spot here. Hunter's Fury actually going to get sent through from Redguard. He actually found a tag inside.
Got one.
He did. Killers will fall. Just he can see Ned to try and recover this now.
Gambit.
I don't see Gambit getting overzealous. I don't think they're going to overpeak on this. I think they're going to sit real keen.
The reason it's 2-1 because if you lose the first round,
give away
you lose the
any
next
opportunities.
round,
Just a little jump peek, that's enough.
Because if you lose the first round, you can't buy.
Positioning, what, Zeke? 2 kills out of nowhere, and suddenly this round becomes a little bit more viable, but time is the biggest problem.
No!
Oh my word, Zeke!
Gambit.
Is this when you're going to step up and deliver? But it's going to be Chronicle. The bottom.
Can he get it?
Zeke!
I don't think he can get it.
The timing! I don't think he's going to have the time. Surely! Surely!
No!
Oh my God, Zeke has
0.2
just
seconds!
destroyed them.
That was absolutely insane from Zeke, landing absolutely everything.
Gambit were halfway out the door.
They were.
Gambit were like, we're
0.2
fine, we're absolutely fine, and then this happens.
Oh
my God. I can't believe, again, like you said, Chronicles, look at this on the X-Ray. Chronicles like, yeah, surely they've not got away back on site. Zeke actually got off the defuse there before the half. Again, at that point you think, well, yeah, if you don't get the half there, it's done for. What an insane round from Zeke. And again, Sean touched on this. He's looked so comfortable on this KO. There's almost like a late round component for Ascend, which is something previously lacking, right? It was all about that initial aggression for Ascend.
And look, how many times have we told the story of Seen It and Starzo and a couple of the other players, and Zeke was this hot prospect who got picked up and we were waiting to see if he could activate, find that role, and he's found more than that already. And you've got to say, losing a 2v, what, 4, 5 almost there? That's going to be a tilter for Gambit. Let's see if they can keep that known composure, but Zeke ain't stopping. He's right back at it. Just straight onto Chronicle. He's feeling this game. He's got that hot hand where everything makes sense, but a quick piece in towards the B site. Now, we already know there's one player here. Killers does find one, and Defo's none the wiser. He's gone away with murder from this corner. A free little upgrade as well, leaving Nats and Redgar with nothing to do but die, surely. Yeah, Nats is on one side of the map, but look what the spike is.
And unretrievable now. You can see already the body's in place. 4 people here to hold on to it. And again, just Zeke comes through, throws the fragment in, deals with the lockdown. That protects the Viper's pit set up towards A main, forces Gambit's hand in terms of this rotation. They get punished for it. Really nice crossfire from Bone Cold and Keyless. Cned will find Redgar. Nats, the last one to come. 20 seconds, a 1v4.
Well,
20 seconds,
Zeke,
1v4. Can he do it? Or is he
Zeke's
gonna
shown that there's possibilities, but I think that Nats knows with that Spike's positioning, they're going to swarm that. Unretrievable. And Ascend.
10 seconds left.
You couldn't ask for a
Looking
better
fiery.
start.
Fiery.
Let's roll it back, right? Let's talk bigger picture now, because I think Gambit we've looked at considerably, and no matter the scenario, there's always a chance with them, right? They are one of the true tested teams who consistently find that ability to run it back into the game, no matter the scoreline. Ascend, I'm still unsure if they can do that grind back, but do they have to?
The problem being, I think, throughout this year, you've looked at Ascend and thought, yeah, very fast and loose again. How much can they replicate that in terms of, you know, teams that don't match up? And Gambit, I think, is actually one of those examples you say they play so slow that it could cause a lot of problems for Ascend, right? They burn out very quickly in the early round. But one of the things Ascend have really tightened up is their late round, their audible calling. And again, it comes back to Zeke in terms of this utility cycle, and he's such a huge factor in that regard.
No.
It'll be Zeke and Killers.
Well, it's
Towards the
just...
B site. No early note of player, but speaking of them towards the B side, I've got to look towards those double doors. Push out comes in from Ascend.
Just keep
It's a little bit of an early
watching.
battle, but don't
They'll
overcommit,
come
fall
back.
away. Now
Hopefully.
utility gets noted and the push looks like it's
This
coming in.
is a
It's a bit of a
save round
shaky
for them,
buy.
though,
Nat's the only
right?
one really with a
Yeah, they
rifle, and
have
Killers
saved.
still just keeps away. How is he not getting noted at this point? So many rounds, he's getting away from these dirty
they're
little
ulting.
angles. Ult comes in
Oh,
and Killers
no,
sends it right
Nats.
back. That's his site and you are not getting into it. Spike once again down behind enemy lines, over a minute on the board. Where do they find any avenue in here?
Again, that's the Spectre and the rifle removed.
They all have pistols.
Gambit Spike again on site. The one thing actually Gambit had going for them there is getting onto site, finding that Viper's pit, but Keyless aggressively pushes in. Deals that before it becomes a problem. Zeke will find another Shados, the last man standing, Sheriff in hand.
You don't know Valorant anymore.
At
You
this
don't
point,
know they're not
We
destroying.
would discuss the economy. It's not a massive dent, even if he finds 1 or 2 here.
They're saved. They saved.
But again, that's when it's
30
scariest, right?
seconds left.
Ascend, if they can dig their heels in, they look so comfortable
gosh,
when they're set up
you're
to greet
bad.
any team. Once they hit that site, again, the way they play crossfires, they take
Saving.
each other into these
They all have
awkward little
rifles.
angles, and it just looks so comfortable for them.
I feel like we saw that in the semi-finals.
What? There's no raise. Hello?
You know, it was so apparent.
There's
versus
no
Liquid,
raise.
because Liquid wanted to play
Especially
so, they wanted to play, and again, every single
Sky's
time,
on
Ascend looked
Gambit.
dominant in the late
And
round.
he's
Shadow
saving.
would actually find 2.
And I do want to remind people
You
that
got
let's
two
say you've
for
only just
Sheriff, at
really
least.
started paying attention to Valorant and you've seen this rise of Gambit. There was a king before them. There was another team in EMEA that was constantly towards the top that beat Heretics at the
Gambit
start, and it was
timeout.
Ascend. And these guys somewhat fell into the shadows, I'd say, during that
heck is that
quarterfinal
bug,
loss,
bro?
couple of underperformances. But now we've seen this rekindling of that fire.
Well, the big thing was, and I think you look at previously, and it was underwhelming. From what we knew regionally of Ascend, and we saw the peaks, right? We saw
We
the
did.
ceiling for this team, and translating that is always difficult. Again, experience is something you have to consider. I know in that 100 Thieves matchup, the number of times.
How often can we say it?
Yeah, the number of times we're thinking high pressure scenario, Ascend actually fumbled a massive
They
lead
did.
there, and actually getting to match point, I think having 5 opportunities to close that out. And those are the things that do become very concerning. Now, this time around, it's a completely different monster. Like they
This
have
is night and day.
Yeah, exactly.
And hey, this is a marathon, this isn't a sprint. It's best of 5 times, so it's a longer series. I don't want to ever just lean away from Gambit. That's stupid.
Well, this is the thing. Later in the series, you lean back towards favoring Gambit.
Yes,
Again,
you
they're
do.
not the ones that choke. They pull off these mammoth comebacks. And again, you talk about a comeback versus Ascend. If they don't start strong and set themselves up for success, that's when Ascend looks shakiest. And it's not necessarily even a CNED factor, right? We've talked about other series where CNED's, I guess, on paper, not delivered. And you always think about, oh, CNED will drop 30, give him an op in round 3,
Sure.
it's all good. But that's when the concerns start building, because Gambit, they never give up.
No,
And
they are relentless.
They come back in with thrifty rounds when they're like 7 rounds down, and that's the one that turns an entire map.
We can get into that if it comes apparent, because you talk about in-game leadership, you talk about the coaching element. There's a lot of factors beyond just the players on the screen right now. But at 5-1, Ascend are sending a rather poignant statement. Already Seeker's going to come out, though, so Gambit are not wasting any time here. A quick mid-piece. Looks like they want to set the tone. And CNET just doesn't like the song they're singing. Already with a connection towards Shados. It's put it down to Nats, Redgar, and Defo. But look at the space. They've garnered a fair amount here. But already Zeke seems hyper-cognizant of it. He's already watching this push through.
And again, CNED's picked up a different angle altogether. Defo's looking to close the distance here onto CNED in particular. But see actually the spike making its way back over towards A. Still 2 players on the side of Ascend to greet this A main push if it does come.
And they still haven't cleared or noted Bone Cold. He's going to sit
They
there
have
quietly.
to re-explore, exactly. It's there's so many like dirty little angles they can find. Nat's actually going to get found with the spike inside. Hauls that.
Oh no, the opportunity
choke.
might have just slipped through his fingers. He keeps control of it for now. Defo does well to get away with that. That was actually looking very one-sided, but now down to the 3v2. Redgar and Defo still trying to find that spike and build it back through. They're trying to isolate Starzo, who's on the stairs. That could be a catch-off, and it is. Good pick from Redgar there, but look who's been waiting the entire time. He kept calm under pressure. Bone Cold being ice cold, and there is CNED. Starts around, ends around, and we carry on. Ascend, keep powering forward.
Again, it's almost like it's just coming down to 1 or 2 aim fights here, and
You picked Gambit!
the response that would convert into into site control into something like that. Again,
You don't
see so
play
much variation
Valorant.
on the right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just
Must be nice.
run that one another 3 times if possible.
They're not gonna like just like
It's quite good at this game, isn't
leave,
it?
Yeah.
so.
And
Well, if that's the CNED we get today,
You can
again,
switch
we come back to
sides,
concerns, right?
like-
Again,
We
there's
do.
a lot of pressure on a
can
player that's come under a bit of
save.
flack, and
It's
it's
a lot
absolutely
of
right. It's the
stuff.
opposite number.
And I will be the first to say Defo on land looks completely different to how he does online sometimes. But he does now need to find it against a superstar. CNED is a superstar in this game, and Defo, I need to see a little bit of that jet magic coming from him. But the site, a very patient hold, a very deep hold. Starzo sitting back by Tribox. They've got a very deep post-plant position,
Wait, guys,
potentially,
we
or maybe
still
with that
need to
Hunter's
do,
Fury, they feel like they want to lean towards that a
you
little
still need to
more.
get your
But Defo's going
Minecraft
exploring,
mods.
and he finds nothing that he wanted. Starzo still holding a good amount of territory. There's that ult coming in as considered. Doesn't get everything, but Starzo does. Ascend looks
That's a
so
1v5.
polished. Nats, you've got a 1v5 and a Spectre. How lucky you're feeling. The defuse has already come in. I don't think you can do anything about this one. Ascend are looking like a different beast right now. Everything is going their way.
It is. And again, Nats has shown presence a couple of times in Hall's there. He's looking to be kind of a late round piece, but setting up, playing distance, it almost looks awkward there. Defo, I think, oversteps the mark slightly, but he's desperate to find that open. He's desperate to try and weaken this hold that Ascend have on A site. Starzo just swings through here.
Oh, and can we just highlight for a moment, they've just made that look easy against Gambit. And no one makes anything look easy
They literally
against Gambit.
strolled back onto site there.
And they seem so hyper-aware that that was the way they wanted to play it. You already had Starzo back at Tribox, sitting super passive, patiently playing off the back of the ult. And we've seen this mid-piece before, but they're being a little bit more patient with it this time. Maybe a little bit of a different look, maybe an adjustment from Gambit. Rifles back out, Defo on the op. Money is there.
Trade-off of information here from the Owl drones. Again, going to try and avoid this spam as best he can. Lots being invested to try and clear him out here, actually. Be able to slip back through.
He's
Spike
not.
connected this time, so expecting Gambit to just solely try and work a pick here. That sort of
Wasn't
slow
that
default we
funny?
come
No.
to expect.
Yeah, that poised nature coming
Well,
out from Gambit. But
that
does
wasn't
this...
This is
funny,
where
really.
Ascend have got great. They taking this space now. Again, now the rotation comes through
Towards
from
A main,
Chronicle.
yes.
The alarm bot's removed. The turret's still there. Whether or not it's actually going to spot anything. just wait and see. It gets dealt with here. So Gambit now,
They have to commit, surely.
they have to. They have
Doubling
to.
back on
Rotation's already
50
coming.
on 30 seconds, you can't do anything about it. So now keep your eye towards the likes of Zeke, who sat towards the corner here. Still has flashes. Killers can't watch his cross anymore, so he's a little isolated. But Killers has got a feeling someone's close by. And he's not wrong, and he still gets a surprise on one. Great trade from Defo.
Nice.
Great clear from Defo. How's he found this little bit of momentum? Max
Nice.
pushes forward, secures CT. Bone Cold from the backside does at least get one, but now it's down to two.
plant.
CNED and Bone Cold spike. Yet to go down. Where is
No.
this? Hold on, 5 seconds. Cena just has to live.
No.
Nats, can you find the final player? Bone Cold's out of there. That's the worst game of hide and seek Nats has ever played.
Shut the frick
And
up!
again, in a round like that, Gambit have all the indicators of what's going to happen, and when I think actually the turret is dealt with by Defo, he has to deal with that so that the information's not given over, and still, they're too slow
With
to react
Defo
here.
doing this?
Yeah.
Look at this. This shot. The site's yours. You've got to feel that's our first big chance. You know, where's the spike
Gotta
mark
wait
from this?
for them
How
to
are
be
they
on
still able to
defense.
deny so much space?
It comes back. Again, Ascend have tightened up loads of these scenarios where in a late round, you know, they just get bombarded, overwhelmed on sites, but being proactive towards Cave and towards Shop, they're clearing that space. They have the information early enough
Look at the pace
to
change.
send an extra.
Hold on, they're just going to be
Oh, no.
hammering the nails into the coffin. Bone Cold with a good start. Nats did at
No.
least quell Zeke, but it was an effective trade. Bone Cold's not stopping either. He's seen everything now. He's got so much information to play with. He doesn't have to be worried about this. Redgar can't do much about it. He can maybe stay alive a second longer, but then look at Starzo. Again, propping himself up, super close contact on that A-site piece if they fancy it, but putting a lot of faith right now in Killers. Considering that Cena's hit that rotation on the ladder, Bone Cold, that's 3. Finally handled by Redgar, but a 2v3, where'd you take this?
3v2. Come on.
It will swing back up here. Might even...
Oh, no!
Oh, he missed click.
He's had a
Let's
nightmare.
go.
He's had a nightmare. Look, it's finals, all right? We're all nervous. We saw nothing. We'll move on. Ah, yeah, it's fine. And hello, that's another pixel out of place. So again, these fact-finding missions that Ascendant wanted to go on are interesting, but as Killers read this rotation, it's kind of ring-a-ring-rosy, right? So you're going to have a really weird position from Starzo, and it looks like they've almost flipped sides. Now the ult comes in, so at least should facilitate the plant. Oh, he has no idea. Right underneath him, depth from above. Gonna find Chronicle, deny the lockdown, invest the ult, and now looks towards the final player. Redgar, what do you have for us? You've been impeccable this event, but you've got to find something here.
Come on, Red
Give me a
Guard.
reason to believe, because
He
at the
took it
moment I'm really not on board.
Come on, come on!
First of all,
1v1.
No!
No!
It's Killers. He's just the back line to so many of these rounds.
He really is. And again, you talk about the start of the year. Killer's obviously doing the rounds in terms of agents now coming to his own in this role.
I'm so
and he's bailed to send
sad.
out so many times in terms of lurking, in terms of being the last alive.
So what did Gambit need to do here? I'm posing you a horrible question, but theory craft me something, please, because it's 9-1.
Again, at this point, I don't think really Ascend are feeling any pressure. We talk back again to the variation. Some of these setups is drifting one player kind of being the anomaly. Gambit right now, in terms of information gathering, the early round's just not going their way. They're not finding kind of any space to exploit, anything that will give them any opportunity to convert towards site control, like I'd already said. Gambit playing that's, I got to say, a little too passively in terms of the expectations of what Ascend are going to try and achieve.
I'm seeing CNED going walkabouts.
Yeah, early round. Again, they're getting so much info off this, Lauren.
Now there is a bit of a response in that tube pressure that's coming in. But CNED is feeling confident. He has the line of sight. And he is just having the run of things here. Bone Cold as well gets
Yes,
a challenge, but
let's
gets
go.
overwhelmed. Gambit with the 2 players coming through. Zeke with the underhand flash.
Yes.
It's good, but it's not great. Gambit finally getting the frags they need.
Yes.
The pace looking much better. More deliberate in approaches
Don't
now. It's just
go.
Starzo.
Toxin screen down.
Say just Starzo. See what he can get done. Spike's being safely carried across towards the B site, taken away from his last known position. And he looks for a mistake. A foot out of place, an overpeak. Be your first challenge if you went CT would have been Nats. Not an easy target to try and displace. And there's the spike.
I thought it was Big 3.
Spike planted.
You got a very, very deep setup here as well.
Everyone's
Yeah,
saying 9-3
Make
curse in the
absolutely
chat.
sure they drag this one across the line.
9-3 curse.
Stars I can find any damage here. Just considering just saving this out, but again, coming back to that, with Chronicle, again, I know talking about comfort picks and whatnot, not feeling comfortable on the sky, but right here you see, as soon as CNET drifts into elbow there,
Let's go.
they spot the turret, and it's almost like the
Gambit.
rotation comes through straight away. You see Zeke and Keyless both making their way back through
Last
spawn.
round in the half.
They read it perfectly. Gambit are almost kind of giving
9-3
away
curse.
exactly what they want to
Come
try and
on.
achieve in the early round, and send time and time again, and just sending one body. Like I said, it's so hard to deal with, especially with these players that are in rotation, are catching a member of Gambit here and there. This,
Lovely.
I think, just comes down to a couple of gunfights that Gambit are granted. And almost, you don't want to say that sloppy on the side of Ascend, but if they're not given that, I feel like Ascend still have a good read on exactly where Gambit are positioned.
Let me go again. Cena, the aggression isn't going to be just once, it's going to be followed up on. He's taking space in middle and he's not alone. He's got 2 players behind him, 3 if you want to throw in Zeke to that equation. And look at Gambit, super deep in this approach, taking space towards A, but everyone else holding that mid presence. Nat's going to invest the ult. Now Starzo knows that he's going to be really on a platter here. Tricky for him to survive. Can he do anything with it? The answer,
Got him,
pretty
let's go.
resoundingly, is no. Gambit with a really nice approach. There's the adjustment from Gambit we were waiting for. It took a
Come
little
on, get
time.
him. He's coming into
It
the
ain't over
pit.
yet. CNET and Killer still here. He's just seen everything. He
Let's
just
go.
sends it in. He gets red guard, but Defo
Let's go.
deals
9-3
with Killers.
curse.
And it's going to be 9-3.
And again, much more decisive. You can see right there, there's a
9-3
plan almost
curse.
from Gambit, and the first few kind of points on the checklist, it's within the first 15 to 20 seconds there. And they don't resort back to that slow default. There's no kind of
It's 9-3
progressive
curse.
movement through the map here. And a much better, again, with how
It's
that played out, I
9-3
think this is
Kirk.
probably the best possible scenario in terms of the last round of that half. Let's not look at the scoreline so much. That's probably the best thing for Gambit.
It's given them a window of opportunity,
Yep.
maybe a little bit of rekindling of the faith that every comeback is possible for them. But 9-3 is a pretty stark contrast. Guys on the desk, what are your thoughts on the scoreline so far?
Thank you very much. Guys, imagine coming into the grand finals with this much confidence, Sean. A 9-3 start for Ascend.
Yeah, and the way they did
9-3
it,
curse.
they're treating Gambit like TL right now.
They are.
All of these rounds that shouldn't go their way are going their way.
And this was
How
so
many times are you gonna
reminiscent
say
of the
press T
split
in the
match. You have
background,
these
huh?
rounds where Ascend's winning, and then one quick round goes the other way, and then like, no, we'll take almost
What
the
if
rest.
that-
Thank you very much. Everybody's stepping up.
You have to
Keyless-
help
Keyless
Carson
for me
that
has just been
much?
Such a big player from one tournament to the next. I thought he was a weak point for the team, but oh my word. And then you have guys like CNET just tearing the rest of the map apart.
He's hit some good op shots as well. Let us not forget he's taken
Okay, I'm
some
gonna
forward
watch
aggressive
this,
positions
the
that have
whole
been able
thing
to net him
read,
an opening
and then
kill.
when you
And
go-
his open sights
Wait, you
wide
said
open
12
for them.
you have
Been
to
able
go.
crush some of the strategies of their opponents so far. So
What?
getting into halftime and him being able to
Won't
sort of
we be back
work into
3?
these positions, and of course Bone Cold around the site. I
Will you
mean,
be back
everyone
3,
is
Reed?
firing on all cylinders now for Ascend, and I'm sitting pretty, but you can't always count Gambit out.
Surely we have to talk about Zeke
Great.
a little bit after
Yeah.
that clutch.
I mean,
Come on,
round
that
4?
2-1-4.
Will you be back at 3?
0.22 seconds on the clock.
Maybe.
And then the next round he breaks the Killjoy lockdown. With his
Everyone has a
volley
giant
kill. Oh my
desk.
god.
One round they win, and we're sitting there, Sean and I are sitting there, I was like, wait, they have an up, or they must save this. Zeke,
Yeah.
boom, 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 and the round's over, and you're like, oh, maybe they don't save.
Yeah.
That's the Ascend pace right now.
I'm gonna
I mean,
unmute
and
you,
similarly,
Carson.
a slow start for Gambit.
Hello?
We're used to seeing this as well, Jess. They've had a slow
Oh,
start a couple of
gosh.
maps, so not a bit too early
You
to
still
be
sound
worried.
like
Out
a
of
robot,
any
Carson.
team in the playoffs that could have a slow start, and I
You
wouldn't
still
be
sound
too
like a
worried about
robot.
it is Gambit. I don't fear too much, so I will give them an opportunity.
hold
but
up, I'll be
9-3,
back in a
that is
bit.
a big round diff, so they're gonna have to bring it back.
Like-
Well, they've come back from
Like
worse
on mute
before.
a bit.
Let's go back into the second half and let's and see what they can do, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah.
Go on into the
The
second
challenge
half.
is certainly now with Gambit
Go.
to try and reinvent a
Sound we
little
don't
bit
have
of what they
reads
want to bring
spa-
into this,
saying
but
random
it's
stuff in
hard
the
to imagine a
background.
world where a couple of these pop-off rounds won't fall in with Ascend, but we
9-3
wait and see,
curse.
right? That's the beauty of coming into these games. That scoreline does make me nervous sometimes, right? A 9-3, we've seen it before.
Ascend holding on to a lead on Breeze.
Oh, don't. Why have you done that? Why have you done that? Okay, all right.
Okay, come
And
on,
how could I highlight
Gambit.
once again though? Zeke is such
Oh,
a
they're
standout
all
to
right
me as of
there.
late. And Defo going to be dealt with. Can he be shut down in time? No, he still gets to fall away, but they're going to try and springboard off the back of this. Keep that pace
look
high.
there.
Beautiful flash through,
Pushing.
completely blind. Still got one on the way down. Defo going to be
Nice.
dragging them down to the grave and
Oh,
four
they've gone
standing for
fast.
Gambit.
Nice.
This is a shutdown. Ascend came in with a bit of a game plan, but it looks like it's been dealt with on all fronts.
Again, the setup is so good to greet this P hit. Almost mimicking
Nice.
Chronicle. Actually,
Stunner.
will find the third there.
9.
Strong start for Gambit. Again, decisive. Both sides, actually. See straight away Ascend as soon as that barrier drops. Swing through. Now, let's see. The one thing I'm looking for here, is particularly in these first kind of 2 or 3 rounds from Ascend, it's just the pace, right? In terms of what Gambit showed, again, no real surprises. Lots of those rounds were slow, defaulty, trying to work off information that Ascend just weren't giving to them. Gambit going to have their head on a swivel to deal with Ascend on the attack.
You say a swivel? He just said a swivel.
Oh, get curious once again. Keeler's there to greet him. He's actually walking out here. Yeah, we'll actually find Bone Cold.
This is nice from Gambit. A quick reply is what they need. Get themselves back on track to what they believe the scoreline should be, and this is the perfect way to do it. See if they can keep all 5
He's
alive.
coming in that window.
Shadow's got himself tucked in the corner now. Killers isn't considering it yet, but not exactly in danger either. The Spike still just leaning around that A side of the map, looking to see if they can catch anyone over-pushing, over-aggressing. Just don't see that really being a Gambit thing. Shados always so calculated in approach. Gonna fall away, keep himself to safety. And we look at what remains. CNED and Zeke.
Creeping through here. Again, alarm bot on the other side. Turret as well, just a little bit deeper. We'll give away the location here. Chronicle's even really going to overextend a little bit. Actually, we'll find CNED. Second should be a given. Well, as I say,
Classic,
that's sharp with that classic. Only one will fall. Rifle recovered as well.
This is a step-by-step matter for Gambit. There's a couple of key rounds that we'll highlight when we get to them. The buy rounds coming in, a couple of bits and pieces here and there where it can filter through. But this is Gambit's bread and butter, right? This is what we've now known them for, this capability to close back in.
And particularly with the 9-3, you look towards the first buy round, then that first ultimate cycle, right? Which you look towards kind of round 4, 5 potentially. If things go everything Gambit, if everything goes Gambit's way, that's when you start getting concerned, because those are the snowballing rounds.
So I had to.
Oh, this is the first challenge, I'd say. If you get the bonus, you're laughing.
buggy.
But Gambit are going to stick on what they had. Defo does at least have the rifle. But, I mean, Chronicle's got to go. Spectre's a weak purchase up against the Guardians, and the rifle's coming out from Ascend. So, let's see what the damage looks like for Gambit here. And that is a belter of a start for Defo. Takes a head off of Killers, but a quick culling right back. That's the rifle now lost from Gambit, as CNED's mid-presence still going to maintain dominance here.
Again, a good indication as well, it being Keyless. They know this is going to be the weaker side of the setup, but very quickly Ascend found a little bit of space. Bone Cold, can he avoid that? I don't actually think he gets spotted there.
I don't think so. Oh, you're playing dangerous games now. Shados is the one closest to the corner, but CNED's going to just check it, body check him down. Ascend now striding towards the sights. That's going to be pretty much all the danger removed from the site, and not much to really come from it. Nats and Chronicle, this wasn't an invested round, though. If you look at what was coming through that Defo, I mean, yes, he had the rifle. No one else had anything, really.
No. Again, he just wants to make most of it. If anything, playing much deeper than you'd maybe expect.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a bonus.
In the bonus, but
yeah, it was. It was a bonus.
No real contingency behind that. Nobody covering the possibility that Ascend had so many bodies bottom mid. I guess towards top mid, actually. Zeke will find another. It's one of his ultimate here, so whether or not they try and feed that kill over to Zeke. There will be, actually, yeah. We'll find his third. Ascend put their 10th on the board. Gambit now. Again, things almost level out in terms of the round timeline here. That's big for Ascend to kind of stop this momentum. Gambit now have to make the most of this buy round.
Yeah, this is when we talk about highlight rounds, key rounds. This is one of them. And obviously Ascend know that as well. They're very aware. Now, Gambit didn't go all that in on that last round. I wasn't eyeing it up too much. They seem to be happy to go in against the 10 rounds that will sit in the pocket of Ascend with the mere 5 of their own. But this is where it gets down to the nitty-gritty. We look at the op coming out for Devil. We look at the purchase. It's very robust. They're happy enough. Anything special It looks pretty much like a kind of tube and your traditional APs, which does lean towards Defo as being the front man. He's going to find Zeke for free. Looks for a follow-up. There's no one there quite yet. You can see the vision. Just... oh, that got way too close. And Defo's feeling himself here. Pretty brave to be standing like this. What? Starzo walks in, makes the side his own, and Ascend just bursts through. 5 now alive. Zeke back on his feet. And it's Nats and Chronicle, who don't have much territory in this at all. And already look at that push-up. Keeler is taking so much room towards that deep CT side.
Again, they've got to consider holding on to this.
That's a save in my mind.
Defo loses the op. There's no Blade Storm available. The next round for Gambit looks awful. Absolutely awful. Ascend going to keep 5 alive. I mean, that's the other than Zeke. There's no even shields that need repurchasing here. That is, by the book, the best possible scenario here. Keyless does give one away, but again, I think that's now given Ascend everything they need to know. They're saving, guys. Don't even risk anything.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's a bigger loss for Ascend to give something away here.
Maybe try, as I said, I don't mind Keyless giving it a try, and that's it. You draw the line in the sand there for the economy going forward. I am impressed with Ascend at this point. I've got to say, keep in mind, Defo had the first pick, was able to fall away, didn't have an instantaneous trade. But Ascend, their spacing looked good, that pressure looked good. I'm seeing that semifinals form coming right on back through here in the grand finals.
Again, you talk about actually the other factors in here. Yes, they have the lockdown, but okay, Starzo.
Okay.
Just a pixel out of place. And again, the other thing is with Defo, there's no chance for him to dash away. With Zeke obviously popping that null command, is the sort of round where the death ball around that KO wall is so devastating, especially if somebody, particularly a Jet with an operator, decides to kind of greet that. And it's almost like he's baited in by finding that first one. It's not, they actually stick the res in the open. That's crazy.
And it's forced a timeout out of Gambit here. Maybe to collect themselves, because we talked about pivotal rounds. That was one of them. And it was not a great look from Gambit. They got swept aside there. Honestly, if anything, an incredible look for Ascend. They've got to be walking away loving every moment of that, because they've been haunted on this map. They lost their last chance on this map. They got held at a strong lead and couldn't convert it. They got dragged back down, and a team like Gambit can absolutely do that.
Liquid and play their own game, and I mean, everything is going their way right now. Every duel, every rotation pool, it's clinical.
It's funny they have a silver dart.
Again, actually a much wider spread here on this setup from Ascend, but they've already drawn this rotation again. Like I said, Nat's going to be the only one to try and defend a site here. We'll find Keyless, but actually we'll find Zeke as well. He's going to stop this one before it gets started.
And hey, if Defo can't do it, put Nats on the site and say, all right, bud, we need you to lock this down, otherwise we're done for. Spike left on his side, and the bullet just gives him a haircut. These three looking vicious. Cena does find Nats, but not without him finding another body to add to the tally. 2v4 isn't going to be easy. A lot of potential trades favorable as well. CNED's still going to isolate Defo. And Bone Cold the last one alive. But this is a 1v2. This is far more feasible than it was before. Spike well within grasp, but Chronicle way too aware. Gambit close in again.
And actually, weirdly enough, that becomes a more pivotal round, right? Nat's one of the ones that hold on to that rifle from the previous, and he makes it absolutely worthwhile for Gambit here. Again, you can see right here on the mini-map, Chronicle and Redguard both hitting this rotation. Some real diligence shown on the side of Nats, and also a couple of kills to boot.
11-6.
We're all stabilized here. Again, 5,100 behind this purchase for Ascend as well. But again, this is the sort of round again. It's a buy round.
Look at the ults coming through. Gambit aren't far away either.
Well,
you're about to have that cycle hit.
Ult-wise, you want them also to build up the economy buffer here as well. So this first ultimate, I guess full ultimate cycle here for Gambit, absolutely crucial.
And that was essential before, and he might be again. Redguard and I think Chronicle sitting a little bit deeper. He's going to be forced to relent slightly from that opening peak that he liked to have before. The one player notices they made their way through. So they know the op's already out towards the site here. Redguard going to keep trying to filter that information through. And Ascend playing around just the precipice of the site. They haven't quite fully committed yet. And look at these rotations. If they're able to explore the rest of the map, they could find maybe an option. But there were 4 players posted towards this A site.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say a key engagement becomes Keyless and Redguard or Defo here, and actually is able to find an angle through. Nats will be detected on site as well.
Yeah, they got to hit this site right about now. Chronicle trying to spam away, try and get some chip damage, but Nats is now surrounded. He's got players right, left, center. Ult comes in, and the plant going to be going down as well. Nats actually decides to get aggressive. Oh no, Nats!
No way,
Nats is always deadly. Chronicle's
Spike's
got his
down.
side as well. And now
Oh,
we go into the
ult
last
too,
player
and that
standing.
ult.
CNED,
Oh.
what do you got for us? Anything
Oh.
left in the tank? Absolutely not. It's Nats waiting. His patience pays. Gets the up and
Let's
gets
go.
another round.
11-7.
And that's a scary one. Again, with
He
every...
pushed into
yeah,
that.
Yeah. At that
You know,
point,
annoying me?
traditionally,
Nat's
you
name
expect
doesn't
Gam
have
to
a
go,
capital
right, give it
N.
up, guys. Let's
Play
play
retail.
strength in
Yep.
numbers will come through. But right there, they get ahead of the curve, ahead of the spike, even comfortably being planted here. I mean, look. One cold still, I mean, there's 3/4 progress there on the plant. Absolutely insane stuff from Nats. Again, 2 rounds in a row now.
Get out of my way.
They've humbled the money. Ascend kept on 11 for now. Gambit should be able to convert this if all goes to plan, which, hey, there's some pressure
I
coming
know
in
he's
through those
watching
double doors. And
mid.
Nats, again,
They got
how many
through.
times will he be tested?
Oh.
And how many times is he going to succeed?
He got 2, we
He
got
stands his
3.
ground, and he delivers. Nats, again, is
Got
refusing
another one?
to move. He doesn't know when he's dead. And the last player alive is Bone Cold, and they just can't get rid of him. Gambit, 4 stands,
Let's go,
and the gap
11-8.
gets smaller.
And we talk about it. This is when you start getting concerned for Ascend. When Gambit can build a little momentum, and that's it. They
Okay,
pump the
Ascend.
brakes.
Yep,
Time
they
out.
have to, because if I'm a coach and I'm watching my team get held on 11, I'm getting nervous because I know what happened last time. I've sat here and I've had to watch my team get stuck at this point.
Oh,
You have to
he
address it
ran
now
into the
because these
same
side hits are
place.
finding nothing. Nats is just running you around. He's making you look silly. They have to find the answer.
I'm not sure what it is again with Gambit almost being there to read both of these. Again, that Viper's Pit kind of being invested now implies maybe there's going to be a little variation to the setup. They might move Nats across to another site. Potentially Chronicle going to have a different setup here on the defense, but again, do Ascend come back to exploring B now? Do they see a little bit window of opportunity almost with mid? Because they came through double doors there, but again, the one player you don't want on the other side of a Cypher cage and you're flashing out of it is Nats, right?
Yeah, it's
Let's
stuff of
go,
nightmares, right?
Gambit.
Right?
None. There's only one site on this map, and it's not where he is. So
Look
maybe
how many viewers
find
there
another way
are.
around. But now, though, this is when all that work and hopefully all that adjustment kicks in.
Well, this is, and again, you look back at the rounds that Ascend have won. Have they learnt enough about the setup? And actually, just come back to it here, we see exactly that. Nats and Chronicle now
Wait, I did not mean
invested
that,
towards B
sorry.
site. Now, whether
They
or not
read
Ascend are
this.
going to poke a little bit on A, maybe not see Nats on the other side of it, and then think that there is an opportunity.
Yeah, but Defo can then overextend a little if he wants to, see if he wants to get a little Aggie on that peak.
Operator, Blade Storm, he's a big
Yeah.
swing factor in this round.
And he's got Sky with him, right?
They might even try and flash into shot, Bill.
I think that's exactly what we're seeing, which again removes a couple of options. Angles his. The shot was so close, but he's going to
Missed
fall
the
away.
snipe.
Defo going to just fall back a little,
But straight away, look.
and this now just falls onto Nats's his lap. He sat there, and this was the whole intention. They are running, they are forcing and herding Ascend this way. Now he's not alone here though. He does have a teammate with him as well. He will have support on this. It will be Chronicle, the dastardly duo.
This is crazy again. Just that little bit of aggression forces Ascend to consider going elsewhere. They've noted the operator. Redgar's already looking to preempt this rotation. And they're walking into a really awkward setup here on the defense from Gambit.
And now they're like, oh no, surely not again. Surely this isn't what's happening. Look at the utility smothering them down. Nats is buying time after time. Can they finally take him down? No, they can't. Nats the immovable object.
No way.
Unbelievable work from Nats. And Ascend can't escape him. He's the final boss that they cannot get
my
past.
My
And Gambit
Let's
have
go,
brought the
11-9.
scoreline so close now.
That setup is beautiful. The snake bites, the nano swarm. There's nowhere for Cena to dash onto site. There's nothing for him to do. They stall for 3 seconds or so, and at that point, then Gambit like we have the wall. Look at this here. There's literally nowhere for Ascend to push into, Lauren.
And this was all tailor-made for him to be
It was
there.
bespoke for this.
I love this. This is good Valorant, man. This is what it's about. These mind games between the two. The Prime came
Wait,
in
this is
flawless.
Valorant? I thought this was Fortnite.
Really, just to signify the
This isn't Fortnite.
scenario that Ascend
I thought
now
this was
in.
Fortnite
Sheriff's
Chapter 3.
Frenzies, light armor. Can they get anything? Can they find that weakness, that avenue back, that way to remove a player? That ain't gonna be it.
That's the one you don't want to remove.
By the way,
Start
guys, if you watched this far into the
Gambit.
stream,
Gambit fans
streamio,
now.
we'll call it that.
out. Defo
I
was
have
even
3
follow up on
videos
this.
coming out.
We'll hear the all
No, I have 4.
retrieved, and look at that.
I
This is
got
Spike notes as well, so
Chapter 3
lots of
content
information given.
because I haven't
He's gonna
uploaded
try
that
and find something on the
yet.
other side of the map. We have to see if he does.
I got Fortnite Chapter 3
find success.
content on
Oh,
one
Bone
just
Cold
like
and
Fortnite
Starvo.
Chapter 3 reaction
Still staring
stuff,
down the
and then
barrel of
one
Defo.
on
Nats
the,
does actually deal with that lurk, so again, good indication
new
here. Straight away, he hits
Spider-Man
this rotation.
Mythic, and then I also have 2
Yeah.
videos on
Almost
this
committed
other
here,
game
trying to
Ahead.
find something.
called Legends
I
of
really like this.
Runeterra.
It's
So,
flawless
yep.
again from Gambit, who are just striding through.
Stay tuned for
And
that.
this is when we
4
talk about
videos
their
will be
resilience, their
coming.
capability,
I'll
not just
try.
once
No,
or twice,
I'll try and
so
upload
often
one
to
the next
bring
4
these
days.
scorelines back.
I'm pretty sure Nats was 12-9. He's now 24-9, which is just the most terrifying prospect ever. And again, like you said, this is literally Gambit setting up Ascend. They're baiting them into some of these rounds, and they keep biting. They keep biting.
They don't know what to do to get around it. Timeout comes in from Ascend. They need this map.
Another timeout.
In my mind, it's not just
Come
it being
on,
a best of 5 with
Gambit.
additional maps coming into play. It's the mental game.
Let's
This is,
go.
Map 1 is so huge
Gambit.
in a best of 5. It
I'm gonna
absolutely
get
is.
something to eat.
and we already
during
know
this
this about
timeout.
Gambit, and I do want this to be taken really on board.
I'll
That
be
they are
back.
so capable of these comebacks time and time again. Their unwavering faith in the in-game leadership, the coaching, the plan, whatever it is, it's just the resolve is flawless. And Ascend have sat there on 11. And they have not gotten...
For a while.
Yes, they have not gotten close. And if there's just any other map as well, any other scenario, I wouldn't be as worried because it's a best of 5. But my mind does go back to that 100 Thieves game that we were mentioning earlier, where they got stuck on a scoreline very similar to this and could not get over the finish.
No, they really could. In terms of closing out, it's huge versus a team like Gambit. Because, like I said, if they find momentum, it's so difficult to overcome. Because you come back to the things we discussed. Actually, Ascend were doing well on the defense. The variation, everything that Gambit are able to do on the defense, it's almost like you get to round 6 or 7 and you're back on your 2nd or 3rd buy round and you think, okay, well, do we naturally know what the setups are? What are the indicators that we can kind of adapt to? And Ascend have none of that right now. Again, they played deep enough once again to basically negate Zeke's early round utility. And they'll lean back towards what feels like looking for a pick, but set up here from Gambit, they're not going to give one away.
Let's say they continue to explore through elbow, up middle. It's going to be Nats again, isn't it? Maybe a quick lean comes in from someone like Defo, or, I don't know, Redgar comes across, who knows. But at this point, once again, they look towards B.
Interesting thing here will be if they can make use of this utility ahead of null command. There you go. Actually, it's popped straight away and immediately see the nano swarm to try and buy a little bit of time. And Chronicle will find it.
But he pushes into this. The confidence
way.
is just uncontestable. And Nats is the back line, and he is not going to fall away. Nats has just destroyed them. You can't run and you can't hide. Nats is right there every single time.
I can't believe they've just done it again. That's a 5-man hit that Chronicle and Nats are able to completely shut down with the null command. And like I said, there's a window of opportunity where you have to make use of this utility ahead of the execute, right? Particularly, we talk about, this just comes down to gunfights, right?
And look at the synergy between these two players.
Chronicle bails out and Nats is like, cool, I'll pick up
Got
the
you,
slack.
buddy.
Yep.
I'm right there. And you can see it between them. In perfect synergy in the switch up. And again, Nats is on the A side. He's everywhere they want to be. This is literally like a nightmare. They don't know how to get away from him. A quick underhand flash, but look at this Bulldogs. Light armor. They don't even have the full kit and caboodle. They're working with less. An aggressive posture as well from Defo. He's taking space elsewhere.
And again, if they note this, if Defo finds a kill, it's going to force them back towards the side they don't want to hit.
And I love how they're using this, though. Defo on one side, taking a bit of space. We saw it with the flashes
so
before.
much map control here.
And now, let's see if he can keep this sort of presence, though, because it's tricky. He could get punished. And actually gets away with his life, luckily and surprisingly. 35 HP, can filter away, doesn't get punished for it. Shados there just to try and facilitate that escape plan if he needs it. And well, they've decided maybe B's the site to go to, as that's where the op is, I guess.
Again, Wall not invested yet from Starzo. He's got his Viper's Pit, so it looks like they are leaning towards a B hit once again. Again, they're very cautious. They're trying to figure out where Defo's repositioned to. Keyless might even try and bait a little contact here at double doors.
Yeah, but they've got an early rotation as well. Chronicle's coming over, and I quite like that. Defo's got himself hopping out the ult. Nat still finds one. No matter what they do, Ascend can't do anything. They are left without an answer. And it is just a clean sweep from Gambit. 5 alive. Bone Cold presented the impossible. Tries to make it happen. And Gambit take the lead from Ascend.
Without breaking a sweat. Honestly, some of these rounds are just, they're played so well. And like you said, the synergy in the buddy system that Gambit's able to invest around Chronicle and Nats so often. Again, Chronicle, he's so sharp, and he has been the last few days. Again, you think back to that ace on Bind, and wow, I'm speechless. Ascend once again now, staring down the barrel. I gotta say, fumbling a big lead on Breeze.
Yes, absolutely. And half of me, you know, you do have to look a little bit towards what Ascend are doing wrong, but it's so hard to take it away from what Gambit are doing so right. Nats and Chronicle, to me, this duo is just undeniable brilliance in every aspect of it. Defo, again, has the Seekers to set him up. You could have the ult coming in. Nothing seems possible for Ascend.
Well, Viper's Pit, A site. Nats is going to hold on to that here, whether or not see Gambit readjust. Look how deep Defo is once again.
Now that's a good pick though. Zeke finding Chronicle's actually pretty important. Maybe this is a chance. I say that with this man still lingering around. And Defo's still exploring deeper and deeper, finding new ways, and if they keep leaning back this way, it's a very real possibility he catches one of these players. It looks like he's going to spot Keyless pretty soon, and he does. He finds Keyless, and oh, he just caught a glimpse of a second. 100% confirmation that they were eyeing up this side of the map. He can fall away and buy a lot of time. They don't have to over-rotate.
Well, again, the fact that it's Keyless on, like, knowing how Keyless plays, you see here, Shados actually doubles down. So it looks like Ascend still want to try and navigate their way past this Viper's Pit onto A.
Good luck. Because we know who's there. Redgar this time holds across. CNED finds one. Redgar sprays in. He gets one connection, but it's still going to be Nats, who finally gets denied by Starzo.
Oh.
There's a trick.
Yeah, I saw
12-11. It's 10 seconds. It's
Gambit
over.
wins.
13 to 11.
Down
The
9-3.
nightmare
And they
resurfaces
win.
from
The whole
Ascend and
time,
Gambit.
Reed was saying,
What
the
a
whole time,
turnaround.
Reed was
From that
saying, Gambit
halftime
screwed,
score,
Gambit
they look
sucks, I'm
flat.
regretting my
They look
pick,
all
Gambit
perfect for
sucks.
Ascend. And then, once again, the Iron Giants made their appearance.
I gotta say again, even personally, I think there's.
Oh wait,
been lots of
Carson,
people
you
saying
still
we
there? I
haven't seen the
unmuted you.
Nats from Masters 3. We haven't seen the Nats.
You should watch
from
this with
earlier
me.
on in the year.
Sure.
Starting off the grand finals, Nats and Chronicle
Okay.
again.
Reed
This guy's been
was
putting
saying
up
Gambit
MVP
sucks and
worthy
they're not going to
performances.
win,
That
and Gambit
right
just
there,
won.
The duo for Gambit.
No, not. They just won
single-handedly in
the
some of
first
those rounds,
game.
It was on the back of those two players, Lauren.
Look, I love seeing that Chronicle and Nats combo. Between the two of them was beautiful. Zeke had a great performance. CNED was not quiet either.
Are you
This
just
was a
murdering
good-looking Ascend on the
innocent
first
people?
half.
It really was, and again, you think back in terms of control, in terms of having their finger on the pulse. Ascend felt as if they'd adapted perfectly to Gambit, right? The side switch comes in. What do we do? We're back in a scenario where we're talking about Gambit looking 10
Whoa!
times better
I
on
am
the defense
streaming! Friendly
Which again,
stream!
you think, well, that's fine, right? It doesn't even matter what happens in the first.
Friendly
'cause
stream,
once they
Carson.
stabilize, once they get a lock on the economy, this variation on
PG
defense for
stream.
Gambit is just so difficult for Ascend because the early rounds are so one-sided. They learn nothing from some of these losses.
This is only map 1. We have a best of 5 grand final in front of us, and if this is anything to go by, it's gonna be one of the best we've ever seen between these two. Gambit bringing out all the stops, nothing left to hide, nothing left to, shy away from, and
The
as
guy
you
who
said,
what? In GTA?
jump in and talk you through everything we just saw.
Looks like a great game. I got a Pop-Tart. Chochinos. Free content. What? Ooh, League of Legends. Ooh, Legends of Runeterra. That's the video I'm gonna do. I already did. Carson, you and Reed and Riggs, I guess, should get Legends of Runeterra. My dad said I'm not allowed to.
Man, I'm starving.
He said I'm not allowed to. So I can't get it.
Yeah, let's win this.
PJ Stream! This man's be playing COD on a Valorant stream. Game your way. Boom, boom. Best Buy. Nice. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay, it's 1-0. Best of 5. Yep, I forgot. This is best of 5, so it's not best of 3. It's a lot.
Gambit didn't come back on that. Ascend really being able to carry themselves great on their attack halves, it seems, but losing their footing when it seems like they were playing Gambit's game, right? They stopped playing their own. They started saying, well, wait, how can we stop X instead of rolling the map like they want?
Oh,
This is just stupid.
I was going to say, I was speaking about the Nats Chronicle duo when I was talking about those multi-kills and whatnot. Please let us not forget that Chronicle went on to a bit more of a comfort agent in this map as well. And of course, Nats, he was where we expected him to be.
Yeah,
and I just think that comparing them on the screen, don't do that.
Headshot
just know that this
percentage,
duo was what
Chronicles
pushed
is better.
Gambit over the line.
Yeah, that was silly looking at the stats. But we also saw some silly stuff on the side of Ascend as well. This Verizon high-speed moment goes to Zeke with this clutch. In round 4, we're going to have to cast our minds, Sean, all the way back to the first half of the game.
Yeah, and this was such a pivotal moment for Ascend early in this game. This is what gave them the massive advantage in the first half. Riv said, you get that one round, and Ascend just immediately wins the next one to reset your economy, gives them all their ult set up, and
he barely gets
it's
to
what
defuse.
started the 9-3 half.
0.2 seconds.
How do you fall so far from that, though? It's so interesting to see Gambit can still find those powerhouse shooters as well as play the map to always be in
Start
the face
the
of
next
Ascend.
round.
We heard it multiple times from Pansy and Hypoc that Nats was always there. Whether he was at B, whether he was at A, he was always finding the right spot.
It's like the solve is, we just don't go to their site.
Cypher
But he's
PK.
he's everywhere. Like, at what point do you just give up on that game plan as well? But speaking of Nats, let's take a look at the one of the most important aim lab shoot arounds we've had as we prepare for map 2.
Yeah,
Nats, we always make these jokes, but give us your sense, your routine, everything, Sean, because this guy is turning out when it matters.
Yeah, imagine your controller and Sentinel player being able to aim like this. Just people coming through a molly taking double damage when this guy's aiming like this. They're all dead.
You know what I said on the pre-desk that, Nats had sort of speculated that he might have to reinvent himself. He might have to change the way he lurks. Well, he did on this map, but he did it in such a way that instead of being known as that dominant lurker across the map, he decided he would lurk inside smokes. He would lurk through screens. He would get right up in your face, and rather than doing these long rotates and flanks, he said, I'm just going to meet you in the middle, and that's my brand new identity. So hope you enjoy it because I'm going to be inside smokes.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to talk about Ascend now because
Yeah.
they can have slow starts, you know, it's okay. They know how to come back. But Riv, when you get onto Ascend, especially after some of the performances we've seen them already on this map, they really cannot afford to have a slow start against Ascend.
Absolutely, because when you see how Ascent plays out, you can be right up front to those sites. You can have instant hits, and Ascent can take control and create the tempo of the game. That's what we see them love to do. I brought up the Omen earlier. The way that they play with that allows you to play faster. We probably won't see it here, as that's the switch up in Agents, but the way you can attack Ascent, Gambit has to be ready, because Ascend love to play it fast.
Riv, promise me that we see a duelist in the Gambit.
Oh my god.
No,
Should we get the Sky
Omen,
for
please.
Defo?
Omen, please. I beg for the Omen,
Just need
man.
a single
I
duelist.
am a little bit apprehensive because I had a chat with Redgar yesterday after the game, and I did ask him why they didn't run the duelist, and he said that their composition was specifically worked up in order to counter a KO.
Okay.
Now,
Zeke?
the likelihood of us seeing a KO is pretty high,
listen.
but maybe they do change their game plan today because, Sean, it just didn't work yesterday.
Well, they gave us a different look on Breeze, so based on what you just said, I'm thinking Gambit's running it back with a no duelist comp, and I think this is a mistake.
Oh,
they
please give me
failed to
Omen.
create so much. They failed to create distance.
If they do run that comp, they're on defense first. That's have multiple Sentinels, the no duelist comp on
Oh, they
Yes.
changed it. Okay, they went back
Shadows
to
takes the Sky.
yeah, they went back to what I think maybe should work a little bit better this time around, Jess.
Oh, I mean, I'm just devastated. No Omen. Also, throughout the groups, I got no Phoenix. I'm sitting here just wanting one of these, you know, niche picks to come up and make a huge difference, because let us not forget, Omen wasn't the worst pick, but I think what they've picked here is good because you get your duelist. We're getting a couple of flashes to go with, and I love Astra on this map and many maps, so I think it'll work well, this composition.
I mean, with this new comp, Sean, how do you counter the KO here? What do you do?
Oh, it's going to be very difficult for them to counter the KO, and this is something actually that Gambit dealt with at Masters through Berlin. You go back to when they played 100 Thieves. Steel had a lot of success on the KO on Ascent against Gambit. How have they changed since those moments against KO? That's what we're going to have to find out now, because they're running that same comp.
Well, Ascend, they need to win here. They want to pull the series a little bit closer in their favor. Let's jump into Ascend here with Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, let's jump into it indeed. We do have something that I really want to initially talk about here as well, is seeing that KO and now seeing Nats from map 1 looking fantastic. But we also saw what happened against X10 when he got targeted so directly.
Yeah, literally. In so many rounds, and actually testament to how Cruz actually played that. I said
He
it was
was
one
incredible.
of the best performances from one map alone that we've seen from KO. So a lot of this rides on, again, potentially countering Nats, right? We've seen, obviously, slight adjustment on the composition, so maybe that leans towards a little bit more of comfort on the side of Gambit, but I think it's as well with Ascend. They're probably going to have watched that and just thought, hey, actually,
This works.
why don't we just try pushing Nats?
That's
Now, you
crazy.
think map 1, did that work? Not so well.
Well,
Not
now,
so
you know,
well.
you got to rekindle that faith, right? You got to kind of bring yourself back together. And it is map 2 time. If you're just tuning into the grand finals, Gambit picked up map 1, and could you believe it, in a comeback fashion as well. And Ascend, hey, they had the lead and they
What a
dropped
triple
it.
walk.
And you're right. What is going on between these two? It's so
also
quick
an
in towards
Epic
that A
Games
site.
store.
And already we're going to see that pressure towards Nats. He's going to be kind of dealt with towards Tree for now, but he's still got a gun in his hand. And
Oh.
that might be just
Oh.
enough for him. Yeah, good luck targeting this man. He'll do it all with that target on his back. As Starzo now left in the 1v4.
That's a Redgar set up green. We'll find the first, actually the
Oh, he
second
got
as well
two.
from Starzo. That's fantastic work. Defo,
Oh,
she will swing through with Shados. They find it.
let's go.
And again, Ascend,
Oh,
try and
no.
pump a little bit, try and bait a little presence, but Gambit proactive on the defense. we don't
Let's
see this
go,
very often
Gambit.
No.
from them. It's not often they go looking, they go
Let's go,
hunting for a fight here,
Gambit.
particularly in the pistol round, but again, diligence-wise, nobody considering the possibility. I think actually Zeke finds Nats in tree, and nobody considers the possibility he's going
He
to
can
swing out of
walk
the
it,
smoke.
yeah.
It's almost, you want them to follow up on that utility. They're relying on it on a little bit of a, I guess, a complacent hold on the side of Gambit.
And I don't think we've ever put the words complacent next to the name
No,
Gambit, have we?
no.
A little bit of a switch up in positioning as well, I'd say, with that Astra. Playing towards the A site, even on tree, though, we still saw how well prepared Nats was.
Spike
But
down.
now a bit of a
A.
trade
Okay,
out.
so I want Team
And
Gambit.
hello,
to win.
Bone Cold, finding Defo,
So right now it's
and
the
now
green
we've got a
team,
player
and then on the
advantage
top left.
towards Ascend. How do they work from this point onwards, though? Can they draw these rotations? Can they find the right place to be? It looks like B might be what they desire, but on the other side, we know who's there. Chronicle waiting. Spectre locked and loaded. Has a quick glance. Sees nothing for now. Does he get any information off this?
Again, good timing on that, though, to use the Aldrone. He's now got his recon bolt again, so potential here if he's
Oh, look,
given an
so
audio
alone,
cue.
though.
Up on him.
Shados is all the way in spawn.
no, I know.
Now the contact's made. He has to buy a little bit of time. Just the last piece of utility put to work just before he backed away. Confirmation of 2. And there's that lean through from CT. Nats is en route as well. Chronicle, good for the double. The triple, not quite, as Bone Cold carries off forward. That's
it's
the
a
Bone
1v2.
Cold that we know with the Sheriff. And is there any more? Shados, a 1v2. Spike not down, 20 seconds to play with. As Bone
1v2 and I
Cold
want
trying to
the
be
one-
the protector,
the
the
guy-
bodyguard
the
on this,
solo
but
guy
has
to
to
win.
slip away, sit deeper on the site. But it gives a second, and that might be all Shados needs. A quick flash and a peek. Pushes in and Bone Cold. That is the man with the Sheriff. It may not be on the Omen, but he's still damn good.
I said this earlier, you give him a Sheriff and any round can look winnable.
Fine,
for
it's
Ascend.
1-1.
Right there, 4
Gambit
kills.
won the first game, and it's
And an
best of
opening as well,
5,
you see
so
straight
whoever
away.
gets like 3 first.
They drift back
wins.
towards B.
And they have
And at that
won.
point, you think Chronicle, yeah, the recon bolt, the
Oh,
Aldrone uses, the
flip.
timing's perfect for it. He actually still had 2 shock darts, I'm pretty sure. That goes for the gunfight instead, not able to buy enough time. And unfortunately, in terms of rotations, they get picked apart.
This is a huge turn of events, though, just from momentum alone.
He's got
Ascend
4
desperately
at
needed
A.
that. What is that? Look at the info.
Well.
And they just scurry and get out of there like little rats escaping the ship.
Gambit, yeah.
All noted, all seen. And I like a stack. Look, I'll absolutely back that every day of the week. If you're on Sheriff's Classics, you're trying to make something happen out of nothing, why not give it a go? But for now, this will be, hopefully, clean enough for Ascend, and there's the dash, and actually, Killis is fully white, fully blind.
Gambit
Don't always
only
be
has
careful.
pistols
They
this
press this
round,
corner if they're
too.
feeling themselves. The rifle is in, but they just play as
Are
numbers,
they
play as the
gonna
pack.
win with
A 3v3, there's no way this gets more dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Spike's going A. Okay, it's okay.
Somehow,
Here.
it's
okay.
a 2v2 though.
It's okay. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got his ult. Okay.
Yeah.
Confirming what they already know, 2 rifles retrieved for Nats and Redgar. And actually, Zeke
This guy
looking
just
a
has a
little bit
flash.
aggressive this time, and the flash is going to be good for Redgar at least, but can't close
It's
it
not.
out.
It's whiffy. It's really not that good. Zeke needs to fall away. He's bought a little bit of time, but it ain't much. Still with another flash, though, he should be able to do some work and play CNED in potentially. But they
A
do
little bit
have
split.
rifles. Here's that flash underhand, sends it in. Timing is everything. CNED set for success. Gets one on the
No.
cross, and now down to
Don't
Redgar and
know.
CNED to keep things
It's
just
so
about in check,
sad.
but
Thank God for that.
I mean, they found 3 players there, took away those rifles, going to force out the reinvestment.
Yeah.
This is a
It's
damn
okay
close
because
game.
Gambit
And the
last
important thing
game,
is
the
stack
score was
detected
9-3,
so early,
and
but
Gambit
still
was
they
the
don't
team with
commit
3,
the
but they
spike,
still
right?
came back
Yep.
and
They know
won.
just on the off chance the Chronicle goes huge again and stops that B site hit. Again, Zeke, a little bit whiffy, but the information's there early enough.
Yep.
Cena can kind of just tuck in and wait for that peek out, with Zeke being a little lower HP wise. So, no, I was worried now for a little bit of weapon there, but they come in at the last second. Ascend showing presence towards A. Defo just brazen in the swing there, and Cena will punish it.
Now, that's a big amount of information coming.
we want the green team,
Shados
so we
gets
want
a
these red
freebie and a
guys to
nasty
die.
one. Shados hasn't seen anything, and he's still finding them. 2 huge kills, and it's just CNED keeping this one looking potentially likely. The 3v3 presented, and they've got no ground. They have to peel away with the spike for now.
Right.
So again, Bone Cold invest the Hunter's Fury there, but no information gathered on the back of it. Chronicle will be spotted there. Look for Bone Cold now to potentially re-aggress towards shore, but the Cosmic
only
Divide
1
will
to
go up
2.
just to lock them out of A site for the time being. Ascend will wait this out.
Oh,
You
if
don't
he
roll
goes through
this,
that
do you,
wall,
Bone
he's
Cold?
dead.
Surely not.
You wouldn't do that. Maybe in timing with this, though. Yes,
he
you do.
does.
When CNED plays in, he moves through the divide. Great timing, the push and the pull, taking the eyes away from the prize. But the spike now has to
2v2,
get
but
towards
our
the site.
Sova is really low. They
Going
have
down, I
better
don't think
health.
anything's going to stop it. Chip damage enough. Killers is going to respect that and fall away to a new post-plant position eventually.
Spike Spike planted.
They're pretty early on though. Wise to it. Nat's now the last man standing on 1v2.
And there's the contact made. They
gosh,
now know the
1v2.
position it's working from. They try and stay as a pack, but it's still Nats. One side, gonna be one, the other on the other, and this is just lovely work. And you see Ascend had to really keep check on that. You drop that ball for a second, you allow him that 1v1.
Yeah, it's
He might
Valorant.
have
It's
exploited
easy
it,
to
but Ascend,
come back
a lot
in
of things
Valorant.
presented there, and they actually succeeded against it.
Absolutely.
Oh, shut up.
The awkward
It
thing
is
becomes
easy.
if Ascend now
You don't play that.
try and
It
revert back
is.
to a slower default and try and poke, because Gambit
It is
are
easy
showing
to come
willingness to
back.
greet Ascend. Whichever side they... this is, I think, the third time they've shown a little bit of presence early round on A, and this time around they do follow up. It's looking
That's
like
why
another stack
there was 330,000 people
towards A
watching
here.
this. That's
Again,
why,
Spectre,
right?
two Spectres, sorry, invested here for Gambit.
No, the Valorant.
Ascend just going to try and roll on through.
Yeah, investing the other divide as well.
You just mad
Gonna
to
allow
take
them safe
skill.
passage. Yes, they'll be noting for you on the camera, but that'll be just fine. That's not really the biggest bother. I think they've seen a fair amount.
Yes.
Taking that back.
Figured out exactly
they're
where
playing.
half of Ascend are here, and the really aggressive 4 comes through B main.
Let's see if you can keep it looking lush as ever. Starzo and Cnet in
gosh,
perfect
the
unison,
1v4.
leaving just Redgar, and I think he's already been well and truly discovered. They're lining him up, and they're knocking him down. Ascend gonna keep
It's
things
easy to come back, especially
looking forward.
when you switch
But
sides.
look, after the first map, I can't think
How
it's
much-
ever over.
How
And
much do
this
you read
map,
into this now?
Ascend
Looking at
picked
the start
this
of
map,
Breeze
so you get
and
to
how
pick
comfortable
maps.
Ascend looked,
So Ace or whatever. pick
how much do you take away from these first 5 rounds?
Yeah, it's. It just.
The
I've never
headshot.
watched a team where it's always felt so possible for a turnaround to happen. Now, the economy kind of got shaken up a little bit by the conversion of the second by Ascend, then we saw that kind of stack almost work out. The money's been actually kept relatively humble, obviously a little bit now building in the bank for Ascend. But I want to see what Gambit do now with a decent purchase. Big information off the back of the flash, and Zeke gonna now try and power on forward. Takes everything he can with him, but now on the other side, Defo. Oh, there it is. Good shot from Defo. Comfortable enough, but it's not the only one here. And actually, Killer's what? He unleashes himself.
Okay,
2
got
huge
it.
frags,
Okay,
keeping
2v3.
Gambit at bay. And is now down to
1v3.
Chronicle. Locked out, blinded, has no chance for now. Has to rescind for a second.
We'll get tagged out as well. Zeke gonna look to follow up on that information. Just to slow him
don't
down
think
a little
he's
bit as
doing
well.
that.
Chronicle not an awful lot he can do in this scenario.
I think he's saving.
It's like he will peel
Yeah,
away,
he's
try and hold
saving.
on to this rifle. Again, it's so difficult for Ascend to maintain this pace, this level of aggression, right? Because just one round, Gambit can switch it up. We know Nats likes to rotate, and some of these fast hits can get completely shut down by one trapwire, an orb shot from Defo. So far, at least, Ascend starting as they mean to carry on through this half.
Yeah, and just exiting as a pack, keeping as many of these weapons in hand as they can.
They're looking for a big adjustment on the side of Gambit here. Not necessarily in this next round, we'll have to look at the economy, but they need to stop some of this momentum on the side of Ascend.
Like I told
When
you
they start
last game, it was
exploring mid,
9-3, and they
maybe
came back
Greek.
and won.
Some of this presence towards Catwalk if Ascend opt to go this way against Keyless, man. Just I love this though. They're moving with intent. You can see how eager they are to try and close out that tag with the Aldrone.
Oh,
And
they have
actually gonna
pistols again.
Call a timeout here to potentially
They have
consider
to
some of the
save.
things we've been
2 of them don't.
discussing.
One has an SMG, one has a rifle.
And there's
Okay, it's a
options, plenty.
timeout
I don't think
on
this is
Gambit for 40
worrying
seconds.
time check for Gambit. We've already seen that in the first map anyway, but even just at this scoreline, I don't think there's any problems. They have a deep enough strat.
Come on,
Even just
Gambit.
at face value that we know that they have options in this. I think something that's a little different to my eye at least, is that it's actually Bone Cold who's having a bit of a moment here. We've seen pretty much everyone else from that side have some really big impactful rounds, you know, some influential games, but Bone Cold's been kind of the quiet leader. And now he's kind of leading from the front a little.
That'd be cool.
And that's a big positive.
Well, all
You
y'all
talk
suck
about
about
maintaining pace and
I
keeping
can
up
say
the
it,
pressure.
what?
When you have a,
No, Carson
I
really
guess, a
does,
player
at
that's not
least.
always reflective.
He's
numerically.
Iron One.
When you look back at some games, it's always a big confidence booster to have a player like that come online. Again, seen it. I don't want to say he had a quiet map 1, but in terms of the second half of that, he wasn't able to achieve an awful lot on the attack. Again, Defo shutting down a lot of those with just simply rotating. It's really difficult when you're kind of getting battered back and forth and completely locked out of sight, where you then have to next buy round, you're exploring where the operator is. Makes it really, really tricky.
Okay, so
And
wait,
we
Jet
talked
has a
about the money,
shorty.
what, just last round, that it wasn't masses. Now it's
They're
time
probably
to
gonna
really get
lose this
robust.
one again, and then they're gonna
5.3,
come
6.3,
back, hopefully.
plenty of credits now sitting behind this buy.
Nah, they're gonna
Percent,
lose this one
for
because
Gambit.
they are saving.
It's odds and ends.
They've got shorties and
actually, this is
pistols,
key
but they
here in
have one person
anti-ego.
with a rifle.
Ascend will show a little presence towards mid. This Fury will actually deal with the lockdown here.
Oh,
You got
Defo
one
will
with a
find
shorty.
shorty. Quickly traded out though. Ascend
Yeah, I know.
find an opening towards
they're
A.
probably
Actually,
not gonna
Starzo close enough to hear the sound cue. We'll find the first red guard will fall. We'll find the second as well.
Got him.
That's the last man
No, it's
standing.
just Nats.
Okay, not much damage done. We talk about maybe chipping away at it, forcing them some repurchases. Nothing.
And at this point, it
Okay,
doesn't
now
mean
they
an awful
can
lot.
buy. They can buy
5 round
guns
deficit.
this time. Real guns, not
Definitely been
shorties.
quiet. So actually, most of Gambit have been. Nats unable to find much impact just yet, and it's night and day. But again,
Yeah,
3
'cause
rounds
if
is all
there's
they needed on the
multiple,
first. This though
you-
looks a
you
little
can
bit
only,
more
like, get
demanding,
one,
and again, when we
maybe.
look at the map choice, this does sit like you'd imagine Ascend should be able to get across the finish line on this, and hopefully that then opens up the entirety of the map pool, get a full best of 5. Would
Hopefully.
be nice.
Because the next one's a bit of a curveball as well.
It's a bit weird. We'll talk about that when it gets to it as well.
Yeah.
But into this one, Seekers do come through and confirm they need to get a bit of a wiggle on. Most of the players eyeing up that B site. So the duo who surprised us,
Covering it.
Chronicle and Nats, hitting such high notes on map 1, could do with a bit of that now. They actually peel away.
So on the back of the Aldrone and the Seekers here, you can see Cena will actually get picked off there, but Redgar and Shados have pushed up so deep towards A. You can see him pinged out on the
Are
minimap.
they going to
actually.
check this? They
I think
have to check
Starzo
this.
knows exactly where they are. He's pinged them on the minimap.
But I still want Bone Cold Zeke. If they even start trying to play towards middle, really trying to address this, even with just a swing, this is not what I wanted.
Got one.
That's a disaster in the making.
Go.
And now he even predicts
Let's
the push
go.
up as well.
Got another.
Starzo! Shados has just dismantled
Let's go,
his
let's
head.
go.
Oh, Redgar as well. That's the
Gambit.
Gambit you need to find
go.
form.
My
And again, if they can pull this off in a couple of these rounds, these flanks coming through
Yep.
will create so much paranoia for Ascend, especially on some of these fast hits.
Let's go,
They can't
Gambit.
continue leaving these huge gaps on the map.
But you were right, though. It was pinged out, right? Like, that was...
Straight away.
Ooh,
you
the
talk about
sofa on the
contingencies,
other team
especially when you're
can
playing
only buy a
this quickly.
pistol.
Star's obviously playing a
Oh,
huge
no, I
role in
got a
terms of being
vandal,
on the
dang
Astra.
it.
He can be very late behind some of these executions. But again, the way they come out of tiles there, you think has he only heard
Is it
one
gonna be
potentially?
Is it
There's
just
first
oh,
or
just
the
be
comeback?
careful? I don't know what the call is there, because I said when I see that
Not
ping, I think,
minutes,
okay,
seconds.
they're
They're
going to
gonna
at
get
least
cleared.
do something. Because like another utility was put towards it, and I was like, okay, well maybe that's them just trying to show that they'll then maybe double swing it, do something
It's
to
the
address it.
finals.
Nothing really came out, so time for maybe a little bit of a get your heads back into the right space, keep focused. As now they need to keep this moving. For a
They're in
second.
the
If they let off
finals.
the gas
Finals,
for a second,
so
you know that
yeah.
gap gets closed.
Again, Gambit showing hints of being versatile. As
I
well.
don't
We
know.
often
It's
see
a
them
squirrel.
overstep on defense. They don't like to get too aggressive
It
in
was
terms
a
of
squirrel.
pushing out all the way. I mean, that's invested. There's two of them. There's two members that they're looking to flash through mid. They're looking to catch this rotation or this kind of pivot away from B main,
That's over.
and it works perfectly for them.
Yeah, what a great read on that. What a timing to pull it out as well. Timeout will come to conclusion. We said at 3 does get a little unnerving. However, it's only 2 right now, so they could be just fine. Right?
Surely.
Surely. I'm looking at, I think it's Defo and Shade also towards that B site. I wonder if they get a little proactive on
They
it,
don't
but
look
it is
like they have a lot of
at least-
money though.
an eye test looking like an A piece for now.
Again,
Gambit
Nat's
doesn't look
key
like
in this scenario. He's not looking to get suppressed on site. He's playing deep towards tree for him to swing back into bail Redgar out if this hit comes through. Ascend creeping closer and closer, and it's looking
Look at these
pretty
rotations.
committed.
Yeah, the rotations are kind of in though. 2 players already swinging past CT with that deep play coming out from
Oh, they
Defo.
already got the
They feel
mid. Look,
pretty
he's
solid
waiting there
about
for
this,
them.
and Nats wants to get in towards it. Redgar already going to spray through. Good for
He's
one,
waiting.
finds killers.
Oh, he ran
Nats tries to
in.
thread the needle.
Died.
Zeke all too aware this time. Fell for it before, not twice. Shadows and Redguard might have to respect this now, fall away from Tree, because you can already see the counterplay coming out from Ascend. They want to get aggressive right back at him, and Zeke and Starzo find 2 kills in quick succession, putting such favor by their side if they can get this spike down. Defo.
He's thinking about it.
He's really considering this. It's time to go.
He missed the knives.
Gave it a damn good attempt, but careful now. Cena was ready to get involved as well. Not to beat.
They have it.
They back away and look for the next option, which actually isn't a bad shout, but the door gets shut in their face.
Defo had to swap off that operator to make it a little bit easier on the way back in. And nothing to work off though. 2 smokes for Defo, but he's set up to greet them here.
Clears the right corner with the spray through the smoke, but it's 2 sitting at very favorable angles on the left side. That's going to make it very tricky. Can't get it done, and now Chronicle caught by Zeke, and another big impact round from the man himself. 3 still stand, and Ascend pick up where they left off. 7-2 now.
You have enough money to buy a house.
Gambit read that perfectly after not feeling any pressure on the side of B-Main. I'm not sure if actually any of Keylez's utility is noted. Actually, did actually eat that flash on the way out. As you see, Gambit tried to swing out of the cage. Try and reduce the numbers on the side of Ascend. But like I said, Gambit read this perfectly. They're set up in the right place, but unfortunately just a couple of engagements not going their way. And we're back in a scenario now after that 1 round win. It's almost torn apart. There's 1,800
well,
credits.
After this round, I'm gonna go for like 30 seconds and get a pizza, and then I'll come back.
Yes, doesn't sit well, does it?
It doesn't.
No. And now Zeke's got ult as well. CNED has his if he fancies it.
Okay, again, they don't have good shields or good
masses of intent
really.
to read into early. Still going to try and find some of that information. You can see the dog being investigated towards that B site. Going to push up. Don't know if it caught a glimpse. It might have done on Bone Cold if it did just turn in time, but I don't see anyone rotating to support that.
So the big indicator there is you see Redgar or Nats, where again they're trying to counter Zeke's ultimate here with how deep Nats is playing. He wants his trap wires and his spy cam available for this execute.
Okay, Defo, Shados, now going to be suppressed and have to just have the gun in the hand.
Let's go.
Pick on the
Let's go. Let's go.
Quick as lightning, finding
he got
3 and sending Ascend right on back. Defo wants to take that space.
Watching,
and this is brutal work from Gambit.
He got 3.
That site's all theirs. I wouldn't want to go through there again. It's just a grinder.
Oh, got headshot.
Oh, there's no way in. There is no way into this. 23 seconds now. 4 players here.
20 seconds to plan.
Plenty of utility. Shadow still has 2 flashes if he wants to just keep buying time if he wants to.
They're probably gonna
There's
die.
1.
That's good. Because
just let them know, they're still around. Don't overpeak it, boys.
10 seconds left.
Got to give this one up.
There it is. Wall got in.
Oh, nice.
Only gonna get 1. And 3 seconds left.
Let's go.
Still gets Redgar. He's gonna be 3.
I'm gonna get the pizza. I'll be back.
Great adjustment. Fantastic read once again from Gambit. Those trap wires would have been huge if they could have got past the choke point, but Shados stops them at the front door. Massive from him. Again, the first kill is Zeke out.
A 3rd. Dreamy work.
This is interesting though. Zeke's investing into an operator here. Not sure if that will be cycled across or whether or not he's just going to go for an early round peek here towards top mid.
Flash.
Nothing on the other side of it though.
I don't think Gambit have really been challenging through middle like this. This hasn't been one of those like, oh, Defo's making a lot of impact here. It's been...
They're losing these rounds on the rotate. They don't need to fight for mid.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I got
Speaking
some
of rotate,
pizza.
you can already see the lean back towards that A site. I don't know what the tails are, but it looks like a good read again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to be happy.
The round started. Okay.
That's going to be at
3
least
to 7.
revealed somewhat. Position now considered. Do they adjust off the back? Do they decide to go back towards that B piece? Now, the 4 players in middle looking for the start, and Redguard already going to deny it. That was the kind of split working towards A, and this again keeps telling these concepts of this. Oh! Jumping on the cross, Zeke! What is Zeke trying to do with this? He's getting now out of it.
Actually, you can see Sender stacked up here. The trap wire will confirm CNED's entry towards B site.
But it's so geared for a retake, and Zeke looks
they don't even need to retake.
flat. Yeah, Chronicle's doing just fine already. The door was already shut. Nats was on the other side of this. If it was going to be a walk through B, they'd have been aware and maybe hit that rotation through CT, but as you said, they didn't even need to go to that mode yet. So Bone Cold
Oh.
now. You're going to do anything
Yeah.
for us? Not really. Shados
4-7.
shuts it out, and I've got to say, that was... I feel like maybe Ascend trying something that wasn't needing to be addressed.
No, I think you're bang on the money there. This is almost reminiscent of running out of steam, running out of ideas, potentially now second-guessing themselves. Like I said, a few rounds where Gambit have pushed out, it's built that paranoia that Ascend feel as if they need to slow down the early round.
He's good.
That one flank actually
Is that
towards
what you mean?
top mid. That one push through A main with Shados and Redguard
Yep.
is almost, this is the byproduct of that.
Yeah,
Well,
that
we don't
was
want
the
him to be
catalyst to
good.
all of this. And now there is more than just a window of opportunity. The door's been opened. This could be 5-7. We have to look at what's coming back in for this, though, for Ascend. They are down, at least on Bone Cold there. Purchase not perfect. Let's see what they can do. Looks like an A hit coming in.
Again, look, Defo controlling all of B main. Already the rotation comes through from Gambit.
The theory is exceedingly strong from Gambit, but they still have to deal with the pressure that's coming their way. Redguard! Oh my
Oh,
word,
Redguard.
Redguard! How are you alive in this?
go.
Deals with such pressure so well. And Starzo knows
4v1.
he is now just absolutely surrounded. The spike's in enemy control. He cannot get across that. This would need something, somewhat of a
So it
miracle
looks like it'll
here.
be 7-5 then halftime.
Another round
I
where you
mean,
see them
then,
almost
like,
baited
switch
in
sides,
by the confirmation on the
whatever.
back of Zeke's utility, Bone Cold's utility as well. Gambit
is
welcomed
halftime.
them with open arms. And what looked disastrous now is looking like a 7-5 half, which is a miracle for Gambit.
Their ability to adjust whenever they need it.
go.
Redguard to shut down this chapter.
Who has another drive?
5-7, Hypoc. This is looking far more feasible than it did initially.
That's half the
So you
comeback
paid
required
14
on
bucks
map
to
2 for
murder
Gambit.
innocent people and get run
They've already
over?
done most of the legwork. A pistol round, a round 2, right back to an even game. How Redguard finds a second here
I don't know.
is beyond me. He has no right to find that second kill.
But it's not the first time we've seen him deal with that sort of presence as well. He's so good at handling that sort of pressure coming his
Wait,
way.
did that
Still,
man have
as
Taco
you said,
Bell?
good for 2 in that when I felt 1 was probably more than enough.
That guy had Taco
However,
Bell
speed
on
of more
his
than
desk.
enough. 5-7. That scoreline's much closer now than what we had
I
on the
can't
first. So
rewind on
maybe not even the
Twitch,
comeback
but he had
needed.
Taco Bell.
Who knows? A whole other half to go, and the desk just
What?
got you through the first.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, like you said, much, much closer. We've seen
Yeah.
Gambit play Ascent already yesterday. This is much
Halftime
better,
isn't
Sean.
as long
This
as
is
like
preparation gone to
NFL foot
perfection at the end
halftime.
of that
It's like
half. The way they countered
or
the
two.
null command by, again,
So good.
just chilling in their spawn. Nats is idle in his camera, holding A for
Yeah, that
Chronicle
guy had
with
his
cage
Taco
at B.
Bell.
Also, you have Redguard back there on the Astra and Astral form, ready to
It's
help out either side as well. Their rotations were so on point. They countered the KO perfectly.
I mean, Bone Cold for the first half of that half. I felt like that first half had 2 whole halves
Yes.
to it. It was like a whole
It really
match
did,
in of itself. And the big thing to remember here is that for Bone Cold, he's going up against a Gambit side that historically has a defensive sidedness on Ascent. Now, if you don't win that half decisively, you are staring down the barrel of probably a loss if they keep up that trend. So that is my big worry here, is that Bone Cold, he had a
Well,
good
wouldn't you
first
be
5
able to?
rounds. He couldn't keep it up into that second half of that first half.
Yeah.
Oh man, Gambit have their number.
Yeah, you allowed
I gotta throw it out there, guys. I gotta eat my words. I said Ascend had counter-shredded their opponents. Looks like maybe their opponents have just gone that step further.
This is crazy because Defo over there on the Jet is 3-7. They took him out of the game early.
Yeah,
They
it's
caught him on
almost-
some off timings in A main and pushing
almost over. Yeah,
into
Nats
market
is
over
pretty
at
good.
B. Keelis caught him once, and he had no success.
Right.
Even the Blade Storm whiffs, it didn't matter. Gambit didn't need that because the strategy and tactics prepared to counter Ascend, they look like the more prepared team here.
It really does. The moment we saw Ascend getting into the sites, their post plants, the layering of how they would take Gambit out on the way back in, brought a lot of those first rounds into the game along with Bone Cold. Once Gambit figured that out, you mentioned the null command on round 10, how they sat back and everything was
Yeah.
available from both Redgar and Nats to be used in the round. You can tell how comfortable they are in reading and even giving Ascend a little bit of space before Gambit attacks again.
Well, Ascend, they do have 7 rounds here. Let's jump into the second half with Pansy and Hypoc and see if that will be enough.
It's the big question, isn't it? Because I think most of us, when we look at this matchup on paper, if it starts at 2-0 for Gambit, the reverse sweep becomes something of a fable at that point. Now, we are always happy to be proven wrong, but I think Ascend really do need this.
They do, in terms of confidence, in terms of stabilizing in a best-of-5 series. This is huge for them to close out. And not to throw another lead.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger point, right? Is that mental game between these two will become so hard to get around. It starts with this. The pistol in the second half can set you up and tee you up to get to those double digits for Ascend. That could be incredible for them. And Zeke,
it's not. Let's go.
man, step in towards that pick towards main. Eyeing up the spike though, it's working up short.
Gambit drifting towards this 3-player stack. Actually, the Trailblazer going to plant the seed of doubt towards mid. Actually, Zeke and Starzo will swing through. Nats and Redgar fall.
No doubt in Ascend's mind. They are still holding the right place in the right time. Shados is about to be in danger, and he is. Zeke is taking control of this round. 3 big picks, leaving just Defo in a 1v5. Not much step, but the cross is not available.
No.
Ascend get what they need. It's the start to potentially shutting down what could be a Gambit chapter.
A nice little setup there on Amen. This is the sort of thing I've talked about. If Ascend are able to get a good read, they set up and they look so comfortable to greet this pressure. Zeke actually playing closer contact, but Cena baiting them in almost, playing just behind Bricks there, taking first contact and waiting for Zeke to counter peek. Look for Ascend to try and replicate that in a few of these rounds on their defense. But also, I mean, Zeke's got to make use of the 0 point here. Particularly that 20 to 30 second stalemate if Gambit do want to continue playing slow. Bone Cold and Zeke need to suck with their utility and make the most of it.
Pace.
But CNED.
He has to get out of there because they're trying to hunt him down right now. Tries to slip towards CT, but takes a little bit of the space back. The pace change from Gambit is so apparent, but already it's fine. Ascend are happy with all of this. None of the fights break a sweat, and it's another Prime Gaming flawless coming out. Ascend off to the absolutely idyllic start here in the second half.
A perfect opportunity for this bonus as well. Making sure that was flawless on the way in. Good ultimate progress as well for Zeke.
Nice from Zeke there as well. What a pickup for Ascend when they got him on board.
Yeah, it's safe to say it was rather underwhelming. Kind of maybe a role mismatch.
Man.
We did see him debut on G2, but a true diamond in the rough for this roster.
See if he can make it shine this round. Right place, potentially right time. And CNED starting to get a little aggressive. Tag towards
He's getting
Chronicle.
curious.
He's feeling it now.
They lost the first 2.
Actually, on the flip side, Defo, some of you look towards.
But that's what happens in
Gambit's
Valorant.
attack
If you lose the
to come
first one,
online.
you lose the second
they're
one.
3
You
and
can't
9.
buy anything.
A
So,
shaky performance so far on
now
Ascent.
they just gotta win this one.
Bit creep closer and closer. Actually, a little bit of a rotation come out from Ascent. Now Cena second guessing it.
And he's going to slip through towards Tree. Back up
Hopefully.
is Starzo, who's over towards this side, and of course Zeke. And actually seeing that, he's going to keep him posted
Now
here.
the team we want
CNED
is
is
red.
still CNED, and he might want to do CNED things. He might just walk that because Starzo's looking like he's thinking about it too. And the timing, he just misses it. But wait, they don't know he's here. Oh
They
no,
don't
Starzo! They have no idea! He gets 2 out of nowhere, and this is meant to be the bonus round. It's a 3v3. Redgar, Nats, and
3v3.
Chronicle not loving this. And CNED, he makes the Madman drop. Gets down in their
1v2,
faces, and now
Nats
just
versus
Nats
2.
presented the undesirable scenario. They face together, and they win together. Ascend gonna push up to double
so
digits.
Sad.
Lay the foundations to close this
I don't know if
half
we're gonna
out
win
a
this
little
one.
more comfortably.
He's spamming defuse.
And CNED's willingness, we've seen a similar play
You don't
actually
think we're
here
gonna
with
win the whole
that
thing?
smoke just coming out of heaven to try and confirm that plant underneath.
We've already won 1 match.
Again, it's weird, it's unorthodox. Gambit aren't prepared for that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's 5 matches.
And now Ascend.
It's best of 5 though, so basically whoever gets the 3
total
wins
control of
first.
second half, really looking for Gambit to make something out of nothing on this next round in particular, but we're looking at 1 more buy round, Lauren. We're looking at
We have
1
one
more
win.
buy round.
And they have 0, so we gotta try and get the 3
It's
first.
not over till it's over though with Gambit.
No, exactly.
Until that final round, that final kill ticks over,
Yep, then it's 1-1.
it ain't there. And they know that, and Ascend need to know that now too.
Yeah, Gambit. Throw a little into this round. Sure what's behind it, but they want to do some damage, maybe keep the economy in
Since
check
we
on the
switched
side of
sides,
Ascend.
we're attacking now.
Will be noted now.
Yep.
Contact around the map. Gambit look poised. Actually, again, leaning towards a 3-player stack on the side of Ascend.
It's the B main control that's making me so nervous, though.
Yeah.
If they try and pinch through towards B, the crossfire could already be in place, and Zeke's just already cut off Nats.
Oh, he's waiting for
So
him.
they're actually
Oh,
trying to slip
let's go.
through spawn, and they might be able to do that. With Killers going
4v4.
down, there's an option for a Zeke. Tries to stop him before it's
Oh,
done.
he
gets one
sniped
in the
him
back.
through
How
the
did he even
smoke.
get that? And now 3, and Zeke's all too aware. He can't quite convert on the second. Redgar still stands. Starzo, though,
Oh,
there's the
no, we
A main
lost.
control becoming a problem. As Chronicle,
Oh, no.
he was a
It's
highlight on map 1,
1v4.
I have the spike.
has the undesirable task of trying to find 3 players standing
It's
at the moment.
1v3.
Taps the spike. No one gonna take that initial bait.
30 seconds left.
Chronicle looking for his first potential victim. Spike plant comes in, the spray
Oh,
comes out, and seen it from above. It's 11 on the board for Ascend.
Yeah.
And this is the lifeline they need to bound back in this.
Let's take a look at actually how Gambit sit after that.
Because they
So-
bought in, right?
Hit
The
that.
age-old count to 3, pull the trigger. CNED finds one. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be awkward if...
The heck is
Yeah,
that?
it's
Is that a
awkward.
boat?
I mean, the only saving grace is rifles. One Spectre
True.
in the hand of Nats.
Santa sleigh.
Yeah, quick scan of the utility. It's not looking terrible, but
But talk about playing with heart here for Ascend. They just had a almost fatal map 1. That could have sent you spiraling. And they found a little bit more in the tank. And now we wait to see if they can close. Two
Oh, he
players
doesn't
have
know
been
they're
seen on the
there.
other side. This man
Oh
sees
no!
brilliance,
he
gets one and
killed
backs
us.
away, looks for the follow-up. He's feeling himself just a touch. Lingers around. You know the defo's on the
It's
other
a
side.
4v5.
And he holds his nerve.
Defo doesn't want to give away another peek here. CNED.
15 minutes.
Whether or not he wants to
Imagine
reaggress towards
needing
the-
a
see
haircut.
Now Bocold making his way over. Whether or not it's going to be recon
Oh,
bolt for
yeah.
CNED to potentially
That's what,
confirm something. But
Preston said. He's like,
again, this
"I'm
B-side
gonna
hold
make
is
the call." He's
anything
like,
like I said,
"Wah, wah,
there's almost no weakness here for Gambit
And Zeke,
to identify.
he's still got a flash. He's still got what he needs. And he's been holding this for a
No.
while. And they line up so perfectly. Takes down Nats with ease. CNED still controlling towards middle. The underhand flash in the swing. It's everything you wanted. But with Bone Cold going down, mid's now a little open. And CNED has to be ready for what's coming his way. He reads it well. He repositions well. But he has to fall back from the angle.
He's also managed to get out, but again,
Here.
we'll confirm now
3v4, and we
Shados'
have 12
presence
seconds to
in B
plant.
main.
10 seconds left.
But time.
There's nothing left for them to
Everyone's
do here,
saving.
They have no time to be playing with here. There's no more picks to be had. This is going to be 12 on the board. I don't think Gambit can do anything to deny it and Ascend make it to 12. And I've got to say, from start to finish, Zeke and CNED that round to me. Lovely coordination between the two.
It's just night and day. This is what you want to see from Ascent in terms of momentum, holding on to it, again, maintaining that pace, maintaining that level of control that we've seen
Odin.
before.
This man's
Gambit
botting
look lost
Odin.
for answers this time around.
They do. We haven't seen the timeouts coming in,
No.
any of this. They're just kind
Haven't
of
seen
going through the motions. it
Any
feels
value
like.
from this default, which we credit Gambit for so often.
Yeah. Well, Ascend have...
Look at the setup here.
Yeah, they are so prepared for this. And away we go. CNED goes in, anti-flash.
Let's
Oh,
go.
That could have been the icing on the cake. It's not to
Every
be.
time
Nats,
Vance
the
leaves,
destroyer
some
of
third
dreams,
teams that
happy on the other
actually
side.
plays good.
And Vestio as well. Zeke has to respect this now.
You need ammo.
Trying to pick
for-
up the pace a little bit here.
Oh, no way! Nats goes down to Zeke. I thought he had him dead to rights. It wasn't to be. This is scrappy, and that's not where Gambit
Starzo.
thrive. It's where Ascend come online. They find so much momentum in the brutality of it all. Shados, Redgar, and Defo. Killers, be careful now. There's 2 players. He's going to make mincemeat of one, but it's a good trade out. It's enough to secure the site for the
2v3.
spike plant.
A little opportunity here for them to set up. They're not going to play this aggressively. Shadows might even have an opportunity to drift back into B main. That could be huge for Gambit in this post plant. Bone Cold 40 HP, looking like he's going to be first contact on the way back in.
Flashback up in a couple of seconds as well. Shados can run this now. A pivotal position, and Redgar wants to try and play off the back of it as well. That's the first challenge. He
Nice.
wins. Shados, that is everything he
Nice.
needs. Redgar is right there in support. The unison works well, and Gambit at least get another on the board. If this can continue, I don't know, but it's enough at least to get over the line there.
Well, they need a couple more. They need to be flawless in terms of building up the economy, but a lifeline at least for Gambit. 6 more to find.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, for any other team.
What's the screaming about?
Speaking of ultimates, we haven't really talked much about it. I mean, we've still got Stars on his.
Not been an awful lot of reliance on.
No, not really. Shados says his Defo is his. It's not been the biggest part of this. And Bone Cold just destroyed 2 of them. Look at the HP on Nats and Shados. No way is this how it goes down. Defo slices through, refusing to go down in moments like these. He tries to power forward, ult still out, looking to maybe catch off Zeke, get aggressive towards CT. That's the name of the game for Defo. Leaves the 2 on the site, ignores them almost. Chronicle now confirms there's still 2 here. Do we re-engage? Yes, we do, and Defo is the one. They clear the site and the spike goes down.
Need that back.
You start to get a little curious, nervous if you're Ascend. Because
Tell
where did
Vance
that
to
hit
never
just
come
from?
back.
Defo showing signs of life here.
Because now they're winning. Or they're starting to win.
Stars like
after
a
he
find
left.
anything on the way back in.
Vance!
Big factor will be Gambit need to maintain this economy. They need to hold on to this buffer. Make sure some of these rifles come across, make it a little easier on the way back in. Not like he wants to entertain it at all. You can see the investment of utility towards B main. Oh, the seeds of doubt. See a very late Trailblazer here. Ooh,
Did he see
Stars didn't spot him.
Shados is a lucky boy at 15 HP. He could have been dead. But it will be 3 making it out. Shados being one of them. And I'm pretty sure Shados and Nats were the 2 that received the vast majority of the flak from that initial spam coming out.
There was a moment there where there was 3 of them lined up on the X-ray, and I think actually enough damage is done where Keyleth finds a kill with the Nano Swarm as they try and force through. It's Nats who actually falls here. Somehow Defo gets ahead of this, so far ahead of this it feels.
What an influential round for him.
The Chronicle as well, with that Owl Drone, it's so bold to attempt that. The timing has to be crucial, making use of that, but some vital information fed back across.
Here we go again. Waiting with bated breath to see if Ascend can close out this game, or Gambit are just simply the immovable objects. Starzo does need to respect this and fall away. Allow Cena to maybe pick up that mantle. So we see the beginning moves from Gambit.
Well, it's interesting to see a couple of light armors on the side of Ascend, whether or not that's trying to maintain the economy or trying to make sure they can continue purchasing operators for CNED. Gambit again look to explore mid. Spike not committed anywhere just yet, so Gambit want to try and find
Carson, is that you?
Create an opening
Leave.
for themselves.
They started doing good ever since you left.
No,
don't leave.
Ready and waiting. Boko will actually find Redgar there.
What?
I feel like it was.
Yeah.
Vance left.
Defo looking like he might be on track for a trade, and he is. That's Killer's now punished towards the top
4v4,
mid, which
come
will
on.
cut off some of these rotations. That's actually a huge pick to garner.
It's again Defo finding.
He's
Chronicle
still
is
there.
patient.
And now with the flash, it should give Ascend a good idea of what's about to go down.
Defo, you still need to be key in this one, and Bone Cold's got him across the map. CNED still stands as well. This could be the one. This could be the round to take him across the line. Nats, the last one alive here, and Ascend bound back, 13-7. There is life in them yet.
And that's huge. We talked about this in terms of a best of 5 to answer back after a deflating finish to map 1. The confidence for Ascend now. We're basically a bracket reset, right? It comes down now to a best of 3. I don't want to talk about the veto just yet, but the next map is particularly interesting, Laura.
It is, and there'll be, I'm sure the desk will touch on it as well, but I know you have really wanted to talk about that one. But let's kind of talk about what this looked like for a while. The start, Bone Cold, can't ignore it. What a performance from the man.
And I got to notice as well, Gambit, this time around, Nats and Chronicle not able to find the same synergy or even the same value in a lot of these rounds here as they were on Breeze. And that's a huge factor for Gambit, particularly on the defense. We know that was pivotal to their success in terms of that comeback.
You're right, and I look towards Shados and Redguard to have their time in this, but trying to make the impact in the same sort of way as we saw Nats and Chronicle is near on impossible. But on the flip side, I'd say a good performance across the board. Zeke having some big moments, that's Starzo, but again, Bone Cold. What a way to begin for him. That's going to be a real confidence going forward for the man.
We talk about comfort zones in terms of the way this played out. Ascend looked much more comfortable with pace, with aggression, with confidence. And this time around, Gambit weren't able to shut down some of these almost overzealous executes or overzealous plays on the side of Ascend. I think really this is just the story of momentum throughout Ascend.
And it's just the start of things now. We basically unlock the rest of the maps because we're tied up at 1-1, so we get to see the full series now, and I can't wait for it. I want to see these two go toe-to-toe the entire way. However, before we get there, we're going to hand it back to a break in the desk, talk through everything we just saw, and also what's coming up.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Campus clutch.
He doesn't need to zoom in. Get out of here!
Would have to be an ace. Refusal. Think from the opposite picture in picture.
Pretty much giving up arcade space now. The other side, Nats will find a kill that might even pull a rotation. It does indeed, and you can hear Redgar will relay that information immediately.
Yeah, you can see the net just being closed on Ascend at the moment. Nat's taking a little more space as well, herding them forward. He's going to hear all of this. Actually going to pull the trigger on the player at the end. That's going to be Killer's Court. He knows Starzo's nearby. He got that information earlier, so it's just teed up. So comfortable for the man. And CNED has been tagged, so position's already been noted. He's got two coming in from tower, and neither of these shots really finding what he wants. That one does. Any more? Yeah, one more. Little confidence booster, but the round regardless is Gambit's.
3 survive.
Okay, so they got a Brim and a Sage. Brim is really good on this map. Fracture, actually. So
such a problem here for Ascend. I need to be aware of that. Again, this almost just leans into the perfect sort of map for Nats. Give him the space to lurk and find value, be behind some of these hits, and capitalize on the space created from those rotations. And already we've seen him do that.
Well, here comes the buy. Rifles out for Ascend, Judge for Starzo. On the other side, the Spectres remain. Sheriff, and it goes between Redgar and Chronicle, and pace seems to be the answer.
So
How they want to try and get around this in the pinch towards A. It's not very patient by any means. CNED could be tested, and actually fails to the ghost of all things. And now Defo beckoning to go forward, does actually get towards the site, clears it. That's a rifle straight away into the pocket, and a spike plant to boot.
Planted.
And the wall once again making sure they have a very open plant here. They can reset back towards main and potentially greet Bone Cold on the flank. There's lots of bodies for him to deal with as the rest of Ascend come through spawn.
Is that why he's back here?
Bone Cold has to be so integral here in my mind.
Trying
But
to
the
get
Sony players literally sat for this
and
Chronicle. Ducks under it.
Yeah, I think
Oh
Brim's
dear,
trying
this
to
is
get
looking
that
a bit
line
dangerous to say the least. Killhead, Starzo, and Zeke. What are you going to do with this? Nats makes his appearance. And look at this shutdown from Gambit. This was never meant to be this way. But Gambit don't care. They make it their own. 5 stand and 4 rifles make it through.
Prime Gaming flawless in their bonus. Absolutely clinical on the way in. CNED looks to challenge at range there with the Vandal, make use of their inventory, but Redcar just swings with the ghost. Again, awkward engagement there onto Bone Cold as well. But I mean, as soon as they get side control, it just looks so comfortable for Gambit. Again, the wall cutting off a lot of those sight lines in rotation as well, allowing them to reset towards main. See here if Ascend can do any damage. Stop some of this momentum building.
Out of here.
And Gambit now will look to slow things down. Chronicle will find Bone Cold getting a little curious towards Arcade.
It just looks like Gambit is so in control of the ebb and flow of this. They know that Ascend want to try and get, not necessarily in their faces, but find a little bit of something, and so aware of the possibility of seeing that. Yes, the steps are heard, and actually a second He dropped the ball, CNED will punish, but an instantaneous trade. Zeke still going to do well for one, can't convert towards a second. It's a 3v1. Killers, you got anything up the sleeve? Absolutely.
Let's
not.
go!
Control is there. And again, Gambit just striding now. This is when the money gets solidified. Everything starts feeling so right for them.
The big thing, particularly on Fracture, you look at this early round progress in terms of ultimates. There's so many possibilities for making a play for these orbs. And you look now, Redgar one away from the Rolling Thunder. Already Chronicle has that orbital strike. Shados one away from the res.
10 gigabytes.
Send want to take a breather already.
I feel like it's the right choice here.
But this is a very awkward round to make a huge adjustment, right? In terms of...
I don't think it's even adjustment, though. Just get composure back. Because they have been absolutely backhanded until this point. It's not been like a close thing.
No, you're right. Seeing CNED now lean onto the opera makes me think they're probably going to stick with what they've been doing so far, particularly the previous buy round. And weirdly enough, I mean, I can see it, but it's looking like Gambit now going to focus towards Dish. And if they can get in behind it, it's difficult, really, especially with you've got to make the consideration. This pressure comes through from halls and main. There's so many things to worry about in terms of the door, and that's when the rotation becomes crucial. If one body from Ascend can come up, pick up that slack towards ropes, make sure that there's no secondary threat, because on Fracture, both of these sites, there's a third threat, there's a fourth threat. There's so many positions that can make it difficult, and holding onto these sites or committing to holding site ahead of some of these executions, it's so tough.
Yeah, there's layers to this. Again, CNED has to find a bit of impact in my mind here. He's had a little bit of a rough start. You know, that Ghost versus Vandal is definitely something that's a bit frustrating, I'm sure. And early exploration begins.
So we're talking about that three-man push towards Dish. Again, it will be noted. Bone Cold will hear the boom bot. There's a trap wire here to confirm it as well. That will be dealt with. No readjustment just yet. And see what that smoke on main makes it so difficult for Cena to find something here.
So much invested, though, ult-wise into this as well. Redgar and Chronicle both putting everything they have into this round early on. Bone Cold still good to catch across, though. Spots another, and that's Shados. Managing to stay alive, but Cena's in danger. He's got players left and right. Zeke's gone down. And oh no, Cena burns alive. Bone Cold, Starzo, and Killers put to task, put to test, and Shados passes his. It's traded out eventually, but the spike's gone down. The ult comes in.
3v2.
But now Starzo and Bone Cold are presented the unfavorable, unfathomable task, but actually getting Redgar's made this possible. And look at the HP on Chronicle.
2v2.
4 HP versus Bone Cold's 2.
Actually, Starzo throws the Cosmic Divide in as well. Nat's the last man standing.
The king of cool, though. Look at this guy, composed as ever. He's got to get a run on. Oh, the defuse is not going to stop. The defuse comes in, and they just make it across the finish line.
Scrappy, everyone falls on the side of Ascend. Gambit read this perfectly as well. Just with Chronicle playing deep outside A main, they create enough pressure on Dish where ultimately Ascend have to make a decision, right? They have to choose one way or the other to regress onto. You can see the plan in place to address that on the side of Gambit. Actually, it's the molly kill from Chronicle to actually find CNED. Beautiful setup from Gambit. Again, lose the round, yes. But economy kept in check here. There's 19k behind this purchase for Gambit.
Space play coming out, gonna try and push up as well. Send a little bit of that util down. It's gonna be Chronicle on the other side, has to kind of respect that. Starzo, though, just sat in that smoke, hoping for someone to make an appearance, but it's always favorable towards Gambit. It feels like Ascend can't get a clean start in any of this, and Zeke just gets dismantled. This is Gambit looking formidable right now.
Absolutely.
Get me in the line of fire.
Ultima's creeping back online for them already. Cena did burn off that Blade Storm. They're put in an awkward position in that previous round in terms of what to purchase. Zeke now on the showstopper. But look at it. It's Chronicle getting closer and closer to the orbital strike. Defo now on the brink of his own showstopper. And Redgar already past halfway for the Rolling Thunder. And 30k now in the bank for Gambit. Ascend need a couple of rounds, but they need to be flawless. They want to build back in, reduce this deficit.
I feel like the phrase easier said than done is an understatement. Chronicle could be in trouble here. He's got...
Well,
okay,
not
no,
so
he's
much.
absolutely fine. Chronicle has nothing to fear. CNED seems like he can't hit a barn door right now. He's having a nightmare of a game. And, well... When you said flawless, you meant for Ascend, right?
Yeah.
Not
That is
Gambit.
very
Yeah.
that was
Right.
very
I
mean. That's
did.
bullying.
Right.
Ascend playing into
Very
it
mean.
perfectly as well. The map control is absolutely insane from Gambit. Nats hasn't died yet. Chronicle always in the right position to greet some of this aggression on the side of Ascend. It comes back to Breeze in some of these scenarios where Gambit almost, they're baiting Ascend to push them.
Yes.
They want them to get curious, explore some of these spots.
Get
Because they have so many
curious.
contingencies.
I feel like we might see a couple more of those Prime Gaming flawlesses. Kinda
Technical
comes in,
pause.
and we kind of take a step back. It's on the verge. Now Zeke with the first, and Zeke, don't know what happened, but Starzo. Oh no, it's an
let's
absolute disaster
go.
again. What is going on?
Oh.
Ascend! It's all falling to pieces. I'm a little taken aback for words here, because Gambit for once didn't have to turn all the screws. Ascend kind of did it for themselves, and that's to shut
Yo.
down the round at 7-1.
Oh,
I don't think that pause really stilled the nerves much.
hold up.
And time again.
Here he is. The Apex Predator himself. Nats. Yet to be found. Chronicle is so sharp as well. The guy looks untouchable. And we wait to see what's now up the sleeve. Zeke. You know that you're being hunted down slowly but surely, but 4 still stand. Good connection for Bone Cold, but an instantaneous trade for Shados. It's quick and it's pretty much unforgiving as the site now begins to be squeezed and taken over.
4v2.
Spike on route as well. And it's Zeke and Starzo to face it down, and Nats again
4v1.
yet to die.
Starzo is going to be given one. Shados actually will challenge. Slowed down now. Marshall in hand. Comes through.
He still
Land
won't
another
die.
headshot. He's
Let's
so
go.
sharp. Him and Chronic. I want to see that for the first time ever. I think on broadcast I've said this. I want to see headshot percentages because Chronicle and Nats right now. It's aim labs. That's all it is.
Yeah, like some people were sad the screen wasn't in the final. I feel you. Don't worry. But now you've got some headshot machines of their.
He has to find
Surely.
something here with the operator. Has to.
Okay, so he's going to start at least clearing. Nats has got problems on several fronts. He knows now there's one, but he's now spotted another! No one can get past him! He's the immovable object. Bone Cold now noted, forced to fight, can't beat our Redgar. And they all still stand. Nats finally falls! Oh my word, excuse me, it's Killers who finally falls. This is just down to 2, Starzo and CNED. And they're so split on this. Isolated again. Nats is just, he just won't die. He literally will not die.
Okay,
Is he playing a different game?
That's
She's
one
getting
player commanding the
too
entire
enthusiastic
round there.
here.
Again, spots 2 players at the start.
Literally
of the
will
cam, and
not
then finds
die.
Not got but 5
16
kills.
and 0.
None of Ascend have turned up this time. Look at this. Comfy. Yeah, no worries. That's just CNED, one of the best offers EMEA has.
This
maybe in the world.
basically allows Gambit to just do whatever they want on the other side of the map. And you look, as soon as contact comes through, you look for Ascend to be making moves in terms of rotation. You look towards the map, and they're all stood still. They're all stood still, Lauren.
And frazzled.
Find a spark, Ascend. Find something.
Is that a word? I
Because losing like this could echo through the rest of this game. And Gambit are not stopping. Defo finding CNED. Chronicle looking to deny some of the vision from Tower, allow and facilitate the play to come in. The site's being taken and no one's going to stop it. They still know there's someone up towards it, and there's those ults coming on back through. Maybe this time there'll be some blood drawn. And yet nothing. They still hold the site. They hold their nerve and they still keep just racking up the bodies. No matter what they do, Nats finally goes down. But then there's the second line. Then there's Chronicle. Then there's Defo. Then there's Redgar. And none of it is working for Ascend. Gambit look untouchable.
At this point, it's a story of momentum. The showstopper there completely mitigates that rolling thunder. They can't push through. There's smokes in the way. There's still the wall to deal with. Ascend just haven't shown any response yet. And I was talking about this before the game started today in terms of Fracture. Was it propaganda? People were talking about, you know, Gambit looking fantastic, but Ascend, it could be the ace up the sleeve. And the veto for me, so crucial, and it pinned around where Fracture was going to appear. Because now we come back to the mental. Now we come back to how rattled are Ascend by this sort of scoreline.
Well, I would say probably
got one.
very
44.
at this point, because Gambit are exuding confidence, and Shados just gets the freest kill of his life. It's all too simple, and nothing in any of these strat books and plays and considerations that Ascend had are going to make a blind bit of difference, because right now Starzo is the only one who can do anything to deny this, and it's a 1v5. And even he knows he's staring down the barrel of a gun. It's done for. I don't care who you are. I don't see a world where this game changes, at least in this map.
Wow.
11-1. They're attacking half here on Fracture. An absolutely terrifying performance. Nats 19-1, Chronicles 17-2. Just insane.
So close to their
do so,
monitors, I
Pansy and
feel like.
Hyperactivity.
I feel like they're too close.
Yinzu. It's 11-1.
Please.
Come on. Come on, Yinzu. Keep it together. We're not that down tremendous yet. It's a best of 5, don't worry. We've got plenty more to be played out, but you can talk about the mental effect as much as, yes, they look a little calm and, you know, they're giving it across the stage. You've just been thrashed.
There's
And
three
that's
going
a little tricky to bring that
satellite.
mindset back from. However,
Look
we
at how the
start
pistol
off...
round starting.
Yes. Oh, they're getting out of there. Oh, dear. Defo's like,
They already left this.
I think they're
defense
running
side.
away from us.
They literally have to bail on the zip line. It will
Right.
force Ascend into a quick hit towards B, though. I've got to back away and respect this for the time being, but they look towards taking tower straight away.
Yeah, the flash is so
Nice.
good. Red
That
God
guy
just
got
beheads Zeke. But there's 2 more potential victims. Look at this.
Let's
they're
go.
all on the
Yes.
side.
Yes.
Nats refusing to relent. This guy's a god right now. Untouchable by all accounts. Starzo, there's just a bounding Defo in your
Teabag
face.
in
As rock, paper, and scissors
and
now.
champion. 12 to
Oh,
1.
who
Who do you think
Oh
won
my
the
gosh.
It's probably the most important
they have
thing
the
to
real
talk about
life
right
then?
now, right?
Yeah, talk to me.
Based on the tactical crouch, I think maybe Defo won both the rock, paper, scissors and that.
Seems
1v1
like it
there.
could be the case. And how much should we chalk this up to Ascend not quite being where they need to be on this, or the fact that Gambit are that much further ahead? Like, how does this actually line up in your mind?
The scary thing for me, and I know Sean was really impressed with the performance previously by Gambit. This is so uncharacteristic
They're going.
of what we see from Gambit.
They're sending. They're full,
Full
sending.
send.
It is
Full
absolutely
sending.
full send. Defo at the helm. This time, Ascend are fighting back, but we know who still stands as Nats.
Oh,
He
no.
finally gets
They
taken
got
down.
destroyed.
And Red Guy's not got it. Okay.
Told you.
Okay, they're cheering. They're cheering. They're cheering. They've got 2 rounds. They're cheering.
10 more?
10 more, boys, easy. Round by round. You know, Joe, I always love, you know, like the videos they make after, just like, oh yeah, it's just round by round. It's like, you know, step by step, every inch of the way.
Think about the scoreline.
No, I never think about the scoreline. It's just, you know, in that moment. Right. Imagine we're wrong.
I want to see it.
Yeah, you down?
Yeah,
Okay. Alright.
I would love to see them come back. It's getting a little livelier on the stage. Get a little
Yep.
livelier in game as well. Ascend quickly push through A main here to find the opener on the back of Zeke. Trying to isolate Shados as well.
They still need to ensure, even with all this newfound confidence, they don't overcook it, because there's still a little bit of a threat. And it's been dealt with. Starzo does well to find them. And now 1v2. Does this do as much damage? No. Starzo going to push forward, try to get around it. Defo now knows where they are, but they're closing the gap, and it's Starzo. Good work. That's 3.
Let's see now if Gambit want to close the door. Good opportunity for Ascend to build off this, but they have to reinvest here. That feels awkward, especially with the scoreline. Although actually I didn't take a glance at the ultimate progress if there's anything else that Ascend can throw into this round. I mean, we laugh, but this is a big positive to not see Ascend kind of fold on themselves on stage, which you think back to the player cams. I hate to come back to again, that 100 Thieves game.
It's their biggest loss that
They
they've
just
ever
looked
faced.
deflated. So
They did.
this is a huge positive for me.
Well, CNED's still not having the time of his life. As much as his teammates may be loving it, he certainly isn't. And Nats has had his number. He's had pretty much everyone's number. He's at 25-3.
That's
Some more
just
God's
be
gift to
waiting.
this game.
Madness. Absolute madness.
Round 16, by the way. 5v4 now. They need to get a pick back. They need to have something go cleanly in their way, and it's just not. Gambit on the verge of closing this one down. 3 more victims stand. Shados just toying with his meal.
You are divided.
Now has to be aware that he could be surrounded. He's dealing with the pressure well because he knows that Nats has his back. Gonna find one. Red God swings in, and it's all down to Stars. So it's all but over. 13-3.
Wow.
A flawless end.
Okay, they
to
need
the
one
Neuron
more
flawless
win to win
map.
the whole
This
thing.
was decisive.
So it could either be one more win, they win,
Pretty
or it
tough
could be
Yeah.
one loss, and
I-
then
like I
whoever
said,
gets
we
the
laugh
next
about
one.
it, but this is a huge positive. With a performance like that, you just want to forget it. You want
Yep.
to pretend it didn't
Spin
happen.
on. Next one.
Again, we come back to this. The talking point: Nats and Chronicle leading the charge here for Gambit. 26-3, 17-4. Chronicle huge in some of those attacking rounds in terms of being, you know, the second prong to Gambit's default, right? Nats is able to command one side of the map, and time again, Chronicle set up to greet the other side of this aggression. Gambit just didn't put a foot wrong there.
No.
And this is a map that's been talked about in terms of Ascend. They felt particularly strong on this. It was almost a talking point,
Sure.
how strong they felt from this, whether that be Scrimbucks, whatever you want to sell it as. That there, completely
I
shut
know
down.
the
I
antics
think
in
it's the difference
Valorant.
between theory and practice.
Yes.
I think we now have a true
not
litmus test of
antics,
how good
but
Gambit
it
are on this
kinda
map.
looks
Yes, the early
like
glance
it.
is hard to kind of tell. They've now just pushed past Ascend, and they didn't look like they had to go into the depths either. It was, and again, this is something that isn't characteristic with Gambit. We look at them as the kind of stoic, slow, patient side. Here, they turn it up a notch. They hit that next level.
And seeing them get so aggressive on attack in the rounds where it's,
Tell me it doesn't scare you.
yeah. And like I said, this is something we've kind of seen throughout Champions is Gambit start to explore the other side of their playstyle, right? You talk about the strength of their default and these slow late round hits and how good they are in terms of Red Guard. This guy on your screen right now, the
So far
audibles, the
they've
mid-round
played
corners,
two of,
the pivots we see from Gambit. That's been
Far
their
they've
success
played two of my
previously. So
favorite
it's a
maps.
Yep.
huge positive to see them almost build on the other side of that.
As much as, yes, we took away a couple of bits and pieces, just from the fact that Ascend weren't in the dumps, they weren't just
Yep.
looking completely broken, they got to reset that mentality. No matter which way you want to cut it, that is a devastating blow in this best of 5. Gambit now in the lead. We'll be back after a short break.
Short break. Should I get this bundle, chat? The Champions bundle? Oh gosh, I've seen this one. This one's about lag, I'm pretty sure. It's about lagging in real life or whatever. Yeah, like the door shut. Funny. Don't live with lag. The heck is this ad? It's from HyperX? Grandpa's the goat. Valorant? Said Valorant. For Christmas, that's sick. We're all gamers.
Inside my head,
Fourth.
I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead. The sound
All of them,
inside my
man.
mind,
Shadows not mid.
I press repeat till I delete this beat.
Mandatory comeback dance.
Inside my head, I can't make it stop. It just goes on until I'm dead.
Break
The
is this
sound
song.
inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I
Gambit, they have regained the lead after Fracture. In the end, it wasn't really an issue for them whatsoever. I'm back on the desk with Sean, Riv, and Jess. That was almost too perfect on the side of Gambit.
That was insane. I've never seen a performance like that out of a Sentinel just carrying through.
That, and I think it's one of the reasons why this becomes such a hard game to call is when you have a guy go 9-16 one map and then 26-3 the next map. Is with Chronicle right behind him, 5-14 to 17-4. You can't predict that, and you think you have the role when you're like, oh, we're in their head. No, they are just waiting to explode.
Yeah, and I think that's the worst part about being on the analyst desk sometimes. You can turn around and you're like, oh, on this map, this is what they've done historically. But this isn't history. We're writing history as we sit here, and these players are trying to write it in the book. And when you have a 10 KDA, I think that puts a big chapter in the book here.
I don't want to say Cypher diff, but yeah.
I mean, you have to say it, right? He almost has 400 ACS.
That's unreal.
It's 10 times the amount of ACS for his opposition, Cypher, which is kind of insane.
He also was flawless on openings as a Sentinel. I just can't believe he had that kind of range of impact on every single area. Unreal from Nats.
This is the power of lurking on the attack side of Fracture, right? Because there's 4 choke points for the defenders to watch. So they're going to have to double or triple up one of those, potentially push through. And the way Nat sets up his trips and then lurks opposite sides, he can just play off of the info so well on this map.
We just got to add a G to this guy's name, because that's how he just flies around your head. He annoys you.
Yeah, in that match he pulled his back his sleeves or something.
I felt
forward.
like he
like
heard
messed with
rumor
his
that Chronicle
sleeves.
was
The
on,
sleeves made him
track for the
insane.
tournament MVP. And he's like, nah, I'm not letting him have it. I want my back-to-back MVPs. Yeah, we do have a graphic here because we had a look at it earlier of Nats and Chronicle stats. But after 3 maps, obviously Ascent, like you guys mentioned, wasn't the best performance for both of them. But this is crazy. This is the grand finals, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, to have these
Dirge,
performances out of support players. Guys, thank you. They're support players. These aren't duelists. This is unheard of in the scene
it's
to have
Cypher and
players like
Brim.
this stacked on the same team. And the fact that Chronicle is doing it at Champions now with Nats, this team looks incredible when both of these players are firing.
Both Pansy and Hypox said this is the first time they wanted to hear about headshot percentages because it seemed like it was aim lab for some of these players, in particular these two, both Nats and Chronicle. Well, for that map,
was
Nats
his
hit a
KDA
35%,
10?
and for Chronicle, he
I think
hit
his KDA
30%.
was
And
10.
generally, you would hear players hitting between 20 to 30%. Above 30 is really high if you're having more than,
You hope
know,
your
a
general
quarter.
accuracy is there.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, if you're hitting more than a quarter of your kills in their headshots, it's not too bad, especially when you have a lot of kills to your name.
I mean, it's great news for Gambit, but looking at the side of Ascend as well, this is super high pressure now. They have to win this map.
Yeah, and they took that L pretty okay, right? They were
more
laughing
than
on it
okay.
That's a great
afterwards.
point,
Yeah,
Sean.
and going into this map, this is their pick again, Icebox. I saw a lot of things I really liked from them from Ascent. We heard Bone Cold. He
Interesting.
heard one
that's
Sky
Icebox!
utility
That
on Ascent, and
sucks!
he called the exact setup multiple times.
Giga brain.
Yeah, he called the Jet there and the Sova there with the Sky, and they rushed A. Tons of prep is being done into Ascent's map pick, and I just don't think Fracture was ever good for them.
I mean, it felt like it was like a GG go next. We can leave that behind us. There was absolutely like no stress or even emotions when they lost. They were having a dance off with Redgar.
We did kind of wonder why they floated it, right?
Yeah.
So
but moving on to Icebox, like Sean said, Riv, this is where, you know, obviously Ascent, they have to win here if they want to stay in this series, but this is where we expect them to, I hate to say it, but be less relaxed with their approach.
Absolutely. I feel like they, again, will go back to their game. I think once they realize what was happening on Fracture, you almost say, we focus on Icebox here. We're just getting rolled. We can't let this get us down. And I think they will go a little bit more aggressive as they are on defense first. Picking out the early information to figure out
Their
where
next
Gambit
map
could be going, because I think that's
split.
necessary if Nats does play. I'm going to get into kitchen and just let you know all of the audio I'm hearing so the rest of Gambit can take the round.
I've already highlighted how Nats was shut down by Vikings last time on this very map, so I'm wondering whether or not that's... And is that something maybe in the back of his mind playing to him, knowing last time I played Icebox, I got really thrashed in my playstyle here? Or does he keep the confidence to go, new team, new environment, I can keep this up after what I did on Fracture?
I mean, for the first time today, we're probably going to get a mirror matchup here. You know, both of these teams have been coming out with some wild agent compositions, but Sean, Icebox is one of those maps that people don't really push the boundaries.
No, they're not going to push the boundaries, especially because you need those two duelists at the A site in particular, and that's a little worrisome if I'm looking at Ascend right now, because coming out of that last map, the star performers are hitting on Gambit, but where was CNET and Zeke? They're
He
going to
looked
need...
frustrated in some of those rounds too, that he missed crucial shots.
Yeah, he's going to have to come up big. This is the Jet map. This is his map.
Yeah, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. Again, both of these teams, they are pretty comfortable with the, you guys have mentioned the Jet, Reyna, double duelist setup. Yeah, no surprises, no surprises. But what do you guys feel like Ascend need to do here to get themselves back into the game?
All the low-hanging fruit, and by that I mean go forward. See if you can, on attack, you break bits of utility, you back up. Make the team play just a little sweaty off what you're doing. If they're just hitting sites, that's completely readable. The team's going to know how you're conditioning them, and they don't fall prey to it. So I want to see now from defense, that push. Go up towards A first. You know, if it's going to be the wall up to belt, fine, do it. But make sure you're taking space away from
Nats
Gambit.
is playing Viper again.
Needs to set the tempo.
Viper is good on
couldn't
nice
agree more.
spots.
And now we're so deep in both of these teams' map pool. Neither team is super comfortable on Icebox. So what I'm going to see from Ascend is similar to what we see from Fnatic, right? A lot of wall defuses, a lot of flanks coming in. How much different looks can they throw at Gambit that Gambit hasn't encountered yet?
I mean, Gambit's one of those teams that will take their time if they're given it, especially on the attacking side. They turn around, they go, come to us, what have you got? Waste your utility, and now you've got nothing. You've lost your entry player, and we get the player down for free.
I feel like every single one of the Gambit players has stared into our souls at some point or another, but this is match point for them. Ascend, they have to win here if they want a chance to lift that trophy. Take it away, Pansy and Hypok.
You're spot on. This is what it comes down to now. There's not too many ways to talk about this. Ascend need this map or it's over. Gambit have put in the hard work. Yes, Fracture, you blink and you miss it, but it's the map that put Gambit this much closer. One more map and they are the champions.
I think Icebox is going to be the story of opposite numbers. Defo's had a slow series so far, again showing some life and actually pick up in terms of numbers, picking up the slack on Fracture, but CNED has to be on form here. And the early round is so crucial.
We're going on a peaceful escalator
for Ascend on Icebox.
Oh,
see how this pistol round gets underway. Looking like a little bit of focus towards mid here.
Let's get into it. On the attacking side, it will be Gambit to try and set the pace here in what could be the final map of the grand final. Unless there is life in the defensive side of Ascend, and already the pressure is great. Gambit going to begin things well with a pick, but a quick trade out keeps things at least within check. But the spike is down, and the time's on their side.
He's now actually going to get spotted out. He will deal with Redguard. So lots of focus coming back through B main here, but Gambit playing very deep. The backside of sight here.
Oh, and the overwhelmed Shados goes down. Defo and Nats, if you've got anything left to defend that spike, ticking away time by time. Cena going to try and close in towards Kitchen. Halfway now achieved. There's not much to stop it. Gillis takes down Nats. It's all on Defo, and he's not in the right place nor at the right time. First round goes to Ascend.
Find a couple on the way out, but won't equate to much. Keyless will actually find his fourth, and that's crucial for his ultimate progress early on. And just coming back to opposite numbers. I mean, Nats plus 35 on this series so far. Keyless minus 24.
A little bit polarizing.
A little bit.
A wee bit. But a good start. Let's talk about that. Mental impact after that last map. You want that pistol. You want to start off and feel like, okay, let's build back in. Let's get that confidence rolling. This is our map choice. And Gambit just wait patiently to see what the next steps are.
Cut and paste almost here on round 2 for Gambit. Straight away onto B.
They're already planting.
Able to
planted.
nullify some of this pressure early on, but Chronicle can't see it.
But I love the fact that bringing these pistols to areas where they can still work. You know, a Frenzy or two, a classic here and there is just fine in middle. Now it does get overwhelmed, but you can see the potential for a luck. Now the spike gonna probably get halfway, maybe not.
He hit
Shadow's good for one.
I saw.
Still a 3-2, and that might be the end of it. No more threats. Yes, Nats can try and buy some time, but you can see instantly Zeke is on the case. Ascend gonna make it to 2 now. There we go, make it to 2 now. Yeah. Got a little nervous then. Hold up for the fist bumps until you've defused. We should be okay. So 3 stand for them. and they can build moving forward.
And just coming back, Keyless, Viper's Pit online already. That's huge for the bonus round in terms of locking down one site.
Okay,
On which way he's
that's
headed,
fine.
looking
If
like.
you lose the first round, you pretty much
Head over towards
lose
B.
the next one. Because you got
Gambit leaning
pistols.
this way once again. They're showing lots of presence early on towards B and towards mid.
Ow.
Both of those rounds.
Okay.
I think on the back of that, Ascend still investing behind this three-man setup towards A. I think they're anticipating an A hit now.
This is how I'm spending
See
my
what the end goal is
Sunday.
for Gambit as well.
Valorant.
They do look like they want to challenge that B-long control, so you're not wrong in this. Zeke, though, is going to go for the walk-up,
I'm
which could be
watching
dangerous.
this.
There's 2-3 players
3
here.
hours
He
almost.
gets the tag on the first, but not the frag. That now opens up the map. They have to respect this and hit that rotation, but as said, they're still holding this default.
And actually, it was interesting there, because Cine was almost looking for contact for Keyless to pop that Viper's Pit, but Keyless will pop it to allow this rotation to come through. Trying to force Gambit's hand. I mean, it's popped, and he's going to abandon it as well.
Gives them an extra body on the site at the bare minimum. Spikes en route, working up B long. 3 players on site. But a chip damage doesn't quite connect. Shadow's still fine to move forward. Wall goes in. Starzo goes up and over. Still going to be good for one, but the rifle gets dropped. And that's now Chronicle coming online. Bone Cold still at least keeping himself in the battle. A 3v2 isn't so simple, but Nats... Oh, this is huge.
That's huge info.
Nats is threading the needle. Yes, he gets noted, but still he does the damage. Facilitates the cross towards the site if they fancy it, but maybe still want to be diligent. Find Bone Cold first.
Bone Cold can remove another weapon. That's huge for Ascend. Moves it to a 1v2. Nats is 45 HP.
Left.
So definitely doable here.
He's already thinking about it.
Fuck
Nats. He's that
Wise
far
to
ahead.
it, man.
He's that far
Let's
ahead. He's
go.
already considering these next level plays just to isolate him. So Gambit do find their way back through here. They get that first on the board, which is fine, and they bring 3 rifles forward.
Again, not to criticize that. I love the play from CNED to come forward and try and take first contact on A to trigger that Viper's Pit being invested, but I can't help but feel it's a little behind the rhythm there. See, Viper's wall invested towards B again, just planting the seed.
Look at the buy.
Yeah, it's
Planting the seed.
Whole lot of
They got
nothing.
Reyna
I
all.
mean, Zeke on the back of his ultimate does have a rifle, but
nice.
Nats just walked up. Won't go
Timing,
for full.
Gilles!
No.
Gilles! Oh, the timing could have been everything. He only gets 1, though. Trades out, still going to tee up someone like CNED. Gets red guard down. Shados kicks into action, gets the punish on Starzo and fades away. A 2v2, but rifles get taken away. They get to pour them over to their side, but no armor with Ascend, and Gambit still sitting pretty with
Okay, they have
theirs.
no shield.
Site take comes in, Shados quick to this, tries to clear, but now makes sure he sits with that spike, crossing on over, trying to keep this safe. Zeke gonna pop the ult as well. CNED with 1 and Zeke with the other. They make it work when it didn't look possible.
Yeah, it's on the back of 1 rifle. Ascend make their weapon. It wasn't even the one involved in that engagement towards mid. Beautiful play on the back of Nats, swinging through and finding an open up. Ascend now build themselves a little gap. I just caught a glimpse of the ultimate progress though on Gambit. There's potential for a snowball round coming out. Again, this is where you look back towards that
The
ultimate
frick is
investment
that?
inside Keyless and
Yo,
potentially Zeke as well.
what?
Yes, we converted that
Was
previously.
that?
Next round going to be very difficult if Gambit can get everything online.
Yeah,
Defo actually
Gambit doesn't have enough.
popping the Blade Storm
to
right away here.
Maybe a peek to middle and a peek to long. CNED so aware. We need him. If you're an Ascend fan, you need him to find some of this, but already you can see Shadow tries to just body block him. CNED still stands! And that's the last one here, already being closed in on 2 players down middle. This feels inevitable, and it is Zeke with a shot to the back. I don't know how CNED was alive for so long.
Still managed to find another on the way back down. Zeke coming online here early on. The fact that CNED anticipates that is just ridiculous to me.
Fair enough.
Zeke's like, yeah, okay, we take those. We take those.
4-1. That scoreline's looking healthy for Ascend here. Gambit, they've got a lot of ults to play with. I feel like this round could be heavily contested.
This is one to
Okay, this is
stop
definitely
any
a defensive
momentum on the
map,
side of
so as long as they
Ascend
like
Gambit
tie it, I
close
guess.
this out. Defo now on the operator. They're going to invest around this res. Might take a favourable duel on the way into sight here. No secrets though. On the way in at least.
And maybe they don't have to be subtle about it. Shados quick to take down Zeke.
Got one, 5v4.
Does his opposing number. The side take still trying to power forward. It's hit the brakes a little, which has allowed Ascend to slip in towards the side. Killers is right there amongst them all. This player's just around that corner. Spraying in wildly because it's no connection as Defo to find Bone Cold, and now the backlines get some attention from Killers. But CNED pins down Defo, and the 4v3 carries on, but CNED tries to get involved in this. The spike yet to go down. Starzo, he's going for the drop, and he gets sent packing. Redgar digs in his heels, finds 2 critical kills, and now CNED called upon. The man's needed here for Ascend, and he's been outdone. Shados takes the ground, and Gambit take the round.
And again, the Viper's Pit, crucial in terms of maintaining side control there.
Come on!
Desperately scrambling to try and find a way back in and prevent that spike from going down.
To
so you can actually find a pick, I guess, on the point of re-aggression back onto site. This is exactly that kill I'm talking about here to stop Defo doing any further damage. Unfortunately, Starzo, I think he's expecting to drop down to ground level, but it's just his feet showing inside that ultimate and punished for it.
Here.
I call actually riding a Sheriff into this. They want to get CNED online with that operator.
Wait, where did Zeke just get that from? Straight through the smoke, maybe. Nats is trying to creep it.
Nats about to
As
pounce.
it fades.
Oh.
Zeke's so hyper aware now.
Right here.
Keeping control of middle might be critical to this, as now the sight hit comes in. Bone Cold now knows that he doesn't have to worry about his back, but it's the front that's the problem, as Shados is still the powerhouse, playing on through, creating space, and opening up a little bit of room for a plant to come in. Defo now watching in case someone gets a little aggressive ahead on that short playback. Oh, gets popped. And now suddenly, this is looking dicey. Chronicle! How's he found the way? Chronicle turns this round on its head, and CNED, the last line of defense for Ascend in this, as Defo and Shados to get past. He tries to lean forward and caught in the side. Shados is coming alive in these moments.
Just a dominant, no subtlety on the way in again. Nats trying to find space in mid. Zeke reads it perfectly, I think, anticipating exactly how Nats wants to play that. But Chronicle, man, he's so sharp again today. The loose translation there is sit down. So Chronicle closes that round out comfortably for Gambit.
And you just never get that far ahead of Gambit, it feels. There's always a way back in. There's always something up the sleeve. And they've absolutely quelled the purchase as well. Ascend's money is going to be completely in the bin now. And a Gambit timeout coming through.
Interesting. This previous round, we'll see Zeke throw something in the mix here and trying to get CNED there. You can tell Ascend desperately want to build around CNED. It'll be huge for him to come online here. Absolutely needed on Icebox in particular.
Yep.
Actually, the other side of that being Zeke's already had a fantastic start here as well. Looking for that duelist duo to shut down Gambit on the way in. As you can see, Nats always invest in this Viper's wall towards B. It just keeps one player locked of the possibility, because they know Nats is going to try something. He'll be somewhere away from the execute. And it's never to play post-spawn, it's always to catch a rotation, it's always to backstab and be that late round piece for Gambit.
Truly one of the best in the world at that role. Already shown it through multiple events, but this is the...
Proving it now.
Exactly, the proof's in the pudding, and this is the main event. This is the one that everyone's been fighting for throughout the year already. This is the final hurdle. This purchase ain't much to try and fight for it with. The score could be closed up at 4 apiece. Let's find out now. God, and everything's so tailor-made for the punish there. Zeke with a belt up. Big impact, but we know that they don't necessarily respect that. They might just continue forward.
See here if Gambit want to force the issue. So it's looking as if that's the case. The Ascend almost give up full side control for the time being at least.
I'm going to claim my reward.
Michael will get confirmation of Redgar's location. Actually, both walls invested, so a little bit of a stalemate here ahead of the plant.
There's 4 players behind this site. Cena's got the ult out as well. Shados Isn't going to get much done this time. Cned's there towards Nats. It's on Redgar, it's on Chronicle, and Chronicle, this would be a time to really do a bit of
Come on, Chronicle.
mental damage towards the opponents. But again, there's still so many bodies, but they are on Sheriffs. A couple of upgrades here and there, but he's found maybe the chance on one. Oh, the second Bone Cold. Keeps control.
Rip.
Gets it across the line. The gap doesn't get closed now. Gambit gets sent back.
Look towards Gambit now showing something else. I think Ascend have adjusted accordingly. You look at thrifty round wins the one to stop maybe some of the trends that are occurring.
Nice spacing on Zeke there as well.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Trading with Cned so nicely. Cned puts his life on the line sitting up there towards Nest. Instant swing comes out. You like to see that. Still fighting as one in this. There's still enough of a purchase for it to be dangerous for Gambit here.
Absolutely. Redgar's almost
Okay,
better
my
off
right
these
game's
rifles
account
sometimes
is
with a Guardian or a
connected,
Judge in his hands. Defo will be noted. We'll draw out the wall investment here
Get
from Starzo
rewards.
actually. That's a lockout tube. Cned now.
Okay, I got the
Actually,
buddy.
will get tagged immediately with the Al. Don't force him off this angle.
I'm glad
Actually, Chronicle looks to try and close
upset I
this
didn't
out.
get that spray.
Burn the
but we
dash
should
away
probably
at
be
least.
Watching this.
No tags there with a Hunter's Fury.
Composure maintaining for Cned though is critical. Let's see how he fares now. Op in hand. Going to retake a little bit of that space, but he's left not necessarily on his own. He does have Zeke behind him. Just holding for this cross. Gambit have shown not much towards that A site, and now the utility gets invested. A jump peek for Shados, and they start to slow walk up towards the site. Ult comes out, and Cned looking for a pixel over that wall. Nothing really presented. Zeke on the backline's in a miss, and a bad one at that. Starzo by his side, though, going to make up for the problems. Nats exceeds expectations. Rez comes out. Cned back on his feet, and Starzo with a mad step towards Shados. It's put so much pressure back, and Starzo's having a round. 3 already. He's making it 4. He wants to do it all himself, and he might be able to do it. It's Cned to close down the account. But what an answer back from Starzo.
Beautiful. And talking about building around Cned, Starzo stacks up with him there in hall with the res. He wants him to peek. He wants him to take that opening engagement. And actually counter peeks perfectly off the first.
Do this for
Gets
all the
Cned
little
back on his feet.
Timmies
Doesn't
and
even
me's
need the
out
help.
there.
It's almost just a bait for Starzo to find a couple more.
This.
See that Shadows desperate to try and cancel out that res. A beautiful confidence round for him. Gambit will now reset back towards A. And scrappy investment here. SMGs, Sheriffs. Enough for them to really build off. No Bladestorm available either for Defo. Cned's here with the operator.
There's a lot of people who could overwhelm him right now. Let's see if you can play this right. What? Real quick. That's not bad for Cned. Bone Cold next in line. Trying to hold this push up, do some chip damage. Shados down a little low. Defo not looking so pretty either. The walking wounded now. Do take towards the site. Cned still keeps calm, keeps cool. Goes for a mad shot. Not going to find it, but it is now a 1v3, and Nats outnumbered, outgunned, and Cned finding a little more form.
It's his second wind now.
They needed that,
Definitely
though.
back online here, yep. I was talking about the fantastic start Zeke had. Now, Cned just 1 kill behind him. Definitely picked up the slack from some of these. That was so quick for Redgar there.
And remember, Fracture. This is why it's interesting to see Cned finding a bit of comfort here, because he was absolutely nullified on Fracture. He had little impact. He was getting outdone. You saw that early fight between that Ghost and the Vandal. It didn't go right for him. For Gambit, though, they have been stumped a little here. Now,
I
it's
lost
not
all
enough
my
for me
energy
to
for
be
talking
too worried,
today,
because it's always
chat.
Gambit. But it's
I
enough to keep my
lost it
attention
all.
drawn. An aggression down middle, Zeke.
I
Try and work
lost
down
my
Tube.
energy.
Looking for
These
a little bit
mans
of a
have
pace change here on the
slow
side of Ascend.
lineups.
It'll be just that. We're on the other side of it, but Zeke now will be able to tuck himself in. On the back of that contact, Keeler's actually this is Viper's Pit to close off most of B-side, at least default, on the front side of yellow. Gambit, a pause for thought. See, Cned now has adjusted all the way to the backside of 8.
I just dropped something in real life. Hold up.
This mid lane up and Cena's presence on A allows at least 3 players for Ascend to be comfortable enough towards that B side, especially with that ult as well. Gambit is still exploring this though. 4 players here. Last time Starzo was a huge win
So
condition in this
sad I
round's conversion
dropped
when we
it.
saw this similar piece last time. Definitely wants to clear over by yellow, which he should be able to do. And Killers just dips his toes in. Now going to invest a little more utility. But it's not full commitment just yet. That's a
30
lot of
seconds
information relayed though.
I think 3 members of Gambit were down to 1 HP there, so that snake bite. Unfortunate not to find anything behind the wall, but he already created a hole. This makes it so awkward to plant now. 18 seconds left.
You're seeing Chronicle still deliver towards Bone Cold. That's not good from Starzo. Outdone time now. 12 seconds. Zeke beats Nats, but it's a 4v3. Spike goes in, and the walk, you can see it to the left side. Red Girl gets caught. I thought him dead to rights, but Zeke's still there to keep this in hand. Chronicle, Defo, and Shados, what have you got for us? Chronicle just going to try and live this out.
What?
Takes down Zeke. Domination as Cena now drops in. The big reveal in a second's time, tries to spam on through, doesn't get what he wants. Killers is right there as well. A tap in this one. Draws the fire. What? Seen it! Beheads him! Dashes away, tries to absolutely play his life, but time! Hypok, they're running out of time here.
It's an open plant as well, so Chronicle can punish this if they go for it. Cena's actually sticking through. He's going to get the half.
He's got it to half, but that's all he's going to get. Shados denies, and Gambit this time will make it count.
Last
Wow.
round before the switch.
7-4.
A chance here to find their 5th on attack. That would be huge, considering how some of these rounds have gone for Ascend. Chronicle just spots not even a pixel. The shadow of a pixel there. But it's so bold for Gambit to leave a late round hit onto B with the Viper's Pit, with full mid control in the hands of Ascend as well. It's almost like Ascend, they're double guessing themselves there.
Speaking of double AWP coming out. We've got Zeke on one, Zenit on the other. This is very different. Let's see if Zeke can cut a different figure to this round. Leaving the likes of Starzo towards the back of the site, and they've responded almost instantly towards this quick flank coming out from Bone Cold as well. Gambit, though, are good at this sort of work. We saw Chronicle delivering 3 in this. Spike plant goes in. Nothing to stop it yet. Zenit looking for that chance. Needs it, gets it. Nat still finds Bone Cold, though. So the flank's not coming in. There's no help on the way now. It's a 3 that stand for Ascend, and Gambit clawing this background by round. Every single trade is still favorable until then. Zeke will at least get it back on even footing. Oh, and Zeke! How's he doing it?
1v1.
A 1v1, though. Up against the god himself of Nats. How do you get around this, Zeke? What's the plan in mind? Is this what you've got for us? Trying to do what he wants, but the time is going to be just trickled away. HP burning down, ripped away from him. He's down to absolutely nothing, and the close comes in. Nats, he's got him dead
Nats
to rights.
gets him.
And it's going to be a close
Go
half.
7-5.
7-5.
Woo!
Gambit building back into that after it looks so comfortable
Wow.
early on. And Keeler's had a fantastic start to this half, like I said, with that Viper's Pit coming online so early. And then try and get a little weird with it in the final round. A double up setup, as you noticed, but there's so many late round pieces there. The Viper's Pit stretching all the way onto default is huge for Nats. He can walk up on there, it creates so much pressure.
This could be the final half, potentially. Gambit have given themselves enough room. Ascend looked like they were ready for it. They were fighting with everything they've got, because this is what it comes down to. One more half, potentially, here. We're going to find out how this closes down in a moment's time. We're going to hand it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm so glad that we got that half of Valorant. Things could not be closer right now. It's a bit of a back and forth going on.
They could be
Sean.
closer.
We have a series.
Yeah, we do, and we wanted both of the duelists to show up on Ascend,
Yes.
and they did.
Yes.
They're delivering right now. CNET and Zeke both at the top of the scoreboard.
They
That's
could be
exactly the
closer.
recipe Ascend needs to get this into map 5, and we all want that.
And it seems like they had all the formulas there. They were pushing up a bit. Gambit, however, started to play this really meticulous post-plant game where they planted was a little bit of a trick, where they were playing was a little bit of a trick, and you saw Ascend having a really hard time getting back on the B retakes.
What I liked about the duo of Zeke and CNET was like, I'm going to take the long range, but how about you take the ground up on them, and we played multi-dimensional. You play the close game, I'll play the long game, and we've got everything under lock. I like that about having the double duelist on Icebox, because you can afford to do that, especially when you got CNET hitting op shots like that. Zeke, he closed the ground real quick.
But this also goes, I'm going to give credit to Bone Cold yet again, because they had so many stacked sites. They were even early in the game when Keelis used his Viper's Pit on A, he left it. He just left immediately and stacked the B site. They have very good reads right now all over Gambit. But Gambit's still clawing in this game. The fact that they ended that half with 5, I don't even know how they pulled it off.
I agree.
Absolutely. You can see them together working as a team throughout the KDAs, where Zeke may be picking up a few more, the 17 and 8. But yeah, Gambit's definitely coming together across the board here, which makes them even a little bit scarier. So we'll see if Ascend can pop off once they get to that.
Let's see indeed.
Whatever you want to call
This
it.
could be the last half of the grand finals. Let's see how this one is going to end. Back to you guys.
It's now or never, it's do or die. One more half can define the history going forward for either of these sides. Does it go do we truly get the best of 5 battle throw down, or does Gambit close now? We find out as we start off with Defo with the first peak, but not the first pick.
Out of charges.
We're able to escape with the orb there as well. Defo countering that pressure. We'll find Bone Cold. Ascend want to try and force this though. Shados will find a second.
And they're still just fine. They all got kind of bundled up together, but they come out of it scot-free and the fight continues. But it's so favorable to Shados, who's just been a butcher. Dicing up Ascend, leaving just seen it alive. A 1v4 and it ain't looking likely. Shados with a shutdown. Gambit are right back in the game.
Again, showing this willingness to take the fight, or at least meet the fight on the side of Ascend. And we talk about that being comfort zones for Ascend when things get scrappy and, you know, this almost deathmatch, this brawl starts in the early round. Just around comfortably in favor of Gambit. Shados has it, and the first one over the top of Pipes there.
Let's go, Gambit.
Big, big win. One more round will tie things up. A couple of sheriffs thrown in the mix here. See, actually, we'll try and find something actually on the back of the light armor, which is interesting to see, but Defo opens things up. Bone Cold falls off the rip.
Missed the best.
See, will find himself a sheriff somehow.
Chronicle going to be watching this cross. Eyes peeled. Just backing away.
Redgar as well. They're going to hear this as soon as Redgar gets towards Boiler.
The space is taken. Can they get a punch?
They're going to backstab.
Yeah, they really could. I want to see if they can do this cleanly, though. The timing's actually heartbreaking for them, and it gets just sent away. There's so much opportunity there. And you're right, the timing window just got shut on them. The read from Gambit, just that intuition to go, it feels a bit weird that no one's peeked for what's happening here. We're back 7-7. Gambit have closed down on Ascend's lead in this. It couldn't get closer.
The awareness, that internal clock ticking away. Like you said, it goes silent for a little bit. Redgar, it desperately, he's almost baiting somebody into beaking him, right? Starzo's there relaying that information. They try and backstab, and I mean, who else is there? Chronicle as well. He's there to pick up the slack just in case Redgar falls. So aware.
It's very impressive to see. Now, for a close game, though, you've got to look at this round being Ascend's, right? Surely, as we're on the bonus now for Gambit, they can do a lot of damage, though. That is so dangerous, and the confidence is brimming. Look at them again, still happy to take this fight, this scrap. They don't back away instantly either. Chronicle tries to slip further forward. He's happy to work like this, but Chronicle does go down to Bone Cold. Good check from Bone Cold to not get too ahead of himself. Not just try and chase down Defo, hunt it down too far. He maintains.
A little bit of damage done on the way in, though. Cena down to 54 HP. Zeke as well on 24. So both duelists kept honest here. Actually, that's with the heal as well. You see Starzo's heal's actually on cooldown right now. So expect Ascend to try and slow down, wait for that to come back online. So just poised right now. Gambit have actually given this up, anticipating the rotation coming through. Yeah, that gives them an opportunity now to re-explore towards A site. Zeke back up to 4 HP now.
Meticulous progress, though, from Ascend. Very cautious, very quiet.
30 seconds left.
You can see the respect that Gambit command in these sort of games. You have to be so careful to not fall to any of the tricks that they have up the sleeve. And the rest of the players going to make their way over now. Shados does have the rifle. See what they have in mind.
Let's see what's going to happen.
Charge here. Utilities to deal with on the way through, but we'll deal with this wall first of all. Shadows will chip away will find a hole. Actually, a couple of members of Ascend will retreat.
Bone Cold's going to be overwhelmed. Shados has done the first bit of damage here, but the time is going to be of the essence. CNET finds Nats. They're falling. CNET's found Redgar. It's going to be on one, and it's done. Starzo gets Defo. And Ascend will only keep 2 alive, but they get the round.
Good damage done. I think CNET actually one away from the Blade Storm, so opportunity to ride that through on this next round. Gambit just looking to keep the economy in check here. Huge round from CNET.
Oof, snappy.
2 beautiful kills. And perfect read as well from Ascend. They almost anticipate that rotation coming through on the back of that early aggression, or at least them looking to greet that first opener on the top of pipes. Let's see what Ascend can done here. It's lined up on that.
This is getting kind of dicey out here. Redgar.
They're trying to deny the orb.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to fall away. They are overwhelmed in the end, and Cena gets the pop to the ult. Looking to maybe catch out Redgar here, but easier said than done. The man's been a monster to deal with. Not a huge amount of kills, but always so integral.
Hit it.
As it stands, they peel away for now.
No audio cue on the back of this as well.
Oh. Headshot him.
Already lent pretty heavily towards A. It's just Shados there. Let's have some utility to work around. Yes, we'll pull that up and slow things down a little bit. Send have to be diligent on the way in here. See, with no presence, Gambit already creeping back towards A site.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see if maybe Zeke tries to keep them attentive towards that A site, but now it's noted, it's been heard, it's been seen. And as the Shados back of the site with Nats up towards the rafters, it's Starzo on the first chopping block, and they've gone down. Gambit holding 3, and now Nats just comes alive when needed, and that's a shutdown.
A beautiful round. Again, the awareness, the internal clock ticking, that snake bite coming across the default shows just how in tune they are. Ahead of that execute, it forces Ascend to clear out all these angles, push back side, push towards screens. And Gambit make the most of that 5-second window. The pressure's just too much for Ascend to deal with. Beautiful read.
God, they've destroyed the money off the back of that, right?
Absolutely.
That was
and remove
so
the Blade
clean.
Storm.
Yep.
You see as well the adjustment to try and deny that orb on B. Defo actually might even find a peek here at the start. Just missing on the second.
Are they alive? Defo, gotta be careful. Maybe not. He's just fine keeping his composure. It's cool. They line up. How are Gambit making it look so simple?
Nice.
Starzo still stands, but it's for a moment to watch as Gambit take the lead away from them. And I'm sure panic's starting to set in now.
It's not even this round where they're going to have a couple of ultimates to work around on the side of Ascend. Actually leaning towards Gambit having the advantage in that regard. How does Defo find a second there?
I don't know.
Burns his dash so early, and you can see Ascend desperately try and close the distance to catch him before he can retreat back to a deeper angle, make use of the operator a little better. I'm saying Ascend now want to show a quick mid-piece, but we're already lined up with a slow orb. It's going to be difficult to cross.
It's been 4-1 in this half already. Gambit have looked so ready for everything that the Sen have been trying to do. Redgar not being quiet about this, going to eventually peel away. I wonder if he gets caught here from the top of Tube. You can see that's CNED's intention, but Redgar very aware of what that may be. Nats on the other side. 3 players trying to face down CNED right now, and there's no easy support. If Zeke overcommits, Nats gets the punish. This is difficult, and yeah, that's Nats. Oh, it's Nats all day! 2 quick kills, and Ascend are now starting to struggle. We need a moment back from them, and it's not going to come in the form of CNED right now. Down to Bone Cold and Killers. And that spike is left deep in the clutches of Gambit. Killers tries to work his way toward Redgar, already aware, already thinking about it. Double digits is beckoning. Greatness is calling, and Gambit are answering. It's 10 on the board now.
The reaction's so
10 kills
quick
on the
there
board
as well.
right
One
now.
extra body
Just
peels
wiped
back
out
towards mid. As soon as
Tomato
Chronicle
Town.
falls, there's a second member of Gambit to bail Redgar out of that situation. They get control of Spike, and it's all but done here. As soon as the Viper's Pit comes online, they lock this down, Lauren.
It has. It feels like it's. Yeah, Ascend, I think, no.
They're feeling the heat now.
that this is starting to run its course very favorably towards Gambit. And they have not found an answer on this half. They have not made impact.
They haven't. I mean, they haven't found an answer, but that round in particular was a
What is that
complete switch up on the side of
You're
Ascend. And Gambit,
And one
I
guy
don't
had
even
Taco
think it's on the
Bell
back of an
earlier. Where'd
early
he
round
go?
read. It's red
No.
guard there.
Is Taco
Feels
Bell
a
fueling
little
him
bit
or
of presence on
nah?
the back of the
They're
wall.
making
The wall
worse.
gives them a big indicator. Usually, the thing you look towards is how many weapons do you know? How many people are shooting at that wall to break it away? CNED's noted on top of that, not being one of those members. So straight away, it draws the rotation. There's a
Ascend
massive focus
timeout.
for Gambit to stop Ascend from even finding mid control.
I feel like you never get a clean fight against one
No.
Gambit.
Nope.
You instantly have 2, 3. You saw it there with CNED. He gets maybe one clean fight from the top of Tube. You instantly had Nats,
But it
Red
takes
Guard.
100 damage doing
Exactly. It's never a fair fight, it feels like. They'll always find a way to make sure the percentage is in their favor. And well, how much more do you have, Ascend? You got to the finals. You made it this far. Those flashes of brilliance that caught our attention. Now is the time. At 8 to 10, Gambit have made it to double digits. They don't need much more. They're so close to crossing that line. And now we have Zeke, Bone Cold, Starzo, Killers, CNED standing in their way. What more can they do?
A couple of ultimates close here. Again, Gambit try and deny one of them, take away the possibility of them using an ultimate in a round like this. Chronicle actually will get his Hunter's Fury on the back of that.
Don't
So
peek
looking
that.
for something. Starzo on the other side of this.
Oh,
See that? She closes the distance.
nice.
Not bad, but Defo very quick. Falls down to 18 HP though, gonna be able to fall away. Chronicle gonna sit safe towards the back of the site, and now you can see the response. As said, it's never just one, there's 3 players now waiting in the back. Zeke gets himself pulled up. Light armor, Rez comes in, Ascender giving it everything they can for this one. Starzo, wait, there's still life in them yet. They're refusing to go down. Starzo doing everything but look alive. That's the man who dominated them on Fracture, who's been in their head since the start. And they run. They try and get that spike.
Oh, he.
Pathway.
Oh, she be bugging.
They have to find
That
something
might
here.
be Bugging. She be
Keyless gets the
bugging.
plan. Does actually have the Viper's Pit available.
Okay,
So
well they don't
Bone Cold
have
gonna
great
be the one.
guns or great health or great shield.
Really difficult for Nats. He's got to find an early kill here.
If there was any, I'd be with you, but
Okay,
it's
they're
Nats, and it
disconnecting
always seems
with
possible with
mics.
this man. He finds any mistakes, he punishes, he sees.
They're disconnected.
Tries to get it clean, he does, and now it's down to 1. Bone Cold will be sweating
got
bullets.
Sova lined up.
Ascend desperately need this round, but it's the man, the big man against him,
Oh!
and he's going to be taken out. Bone Cold. As Ascend needs him, he stands tall. That was a critical round for Ascend.
Absolutely massive. They invest the res in. As soon as Zeke gets a rifle online, he throws the Empress in the mix.
That's his 6th kill. What a key one.
A lifeline for Ascend. Stars are actually finding 2
Insane.
massive kills onto Chronicle the second, actually. Can Ascend build behind this?
He didn't even have that big
Call
of
the
a
timeout before
reaction.
50 rounds
He's
is always
like,
awkward because
yup.
what do you change up?
Yep.
What can you achieve there with that purchase? So massive for them to get their heads back in this game. One more to find to tie things up.
Shados waiting in the corner. Zeke gonna lean forward. There's gonna be the ult being popped. Chronicles in a bit of trouble here. CNED's already found Shados. That could be the site open. Look at the over-aggress. I love that from Zeke. Get in their face. CNED, the second line. And Gambit now feel the full force of Ascend, leaving Nats and Defo not really in a position to say much about this.
Defo has the operator. Has to be a consideration here. Don't want to throw that one away. Even though Gambit have a massive financial advantage. Not even giving away the weapons in a round like this.
There.
Also, not cycling this over to CNED. That's worth considering in the equation. Ascend got to be careful. Yes, they won the Thrifty, but they definitely want to carry across 5 rifles, lighten the load a little bit in the next round. Ascend will tie things up. And now, actually looking at it, yes, the res is available, Hunter's Fury as well, but that previous ultimate advantage, I think just 2 or 3 rounds ago, completely ripped away from Gambit. Almost back to a blank canvas here.
It's on them to make it their masterpiece.
Tied
10-10.
again.
Tied up. I think a timeout just came in. I wonder if it is Gambit's here. I feel like it will be. But as I
Huge
said,
pace change.
this, yeah, and the side take was everyone in perfect unison. Every angle controlled. That pick on Shados was actually integral to that. That was the first step at actually getting towards the site.
Killers did get that Viper's Pit back online. Bladestorm available for CNED. So some big tools available for Ascend. Now back to neck and neck. Another opportunity. Yes, there was a big shift up there in the previous round, but where do Ascend explore now? Gambit have looked so good in the early round, and I said at the start of this, it comes down to the early round versus Gambit on Icebox. CNED now finding his feet a little bit in some of these rounds, definitely keeping pace with Zeke more so than the start of this map.
Yeah.
Do we see a different look from Gambit though?
I feel like we haven't seen that to fully adapt yet, fully change. I still feel like, to me, Gambit play the best though when they are at a deficit. They can work back in under any conditions. However, as said, I don't think they've had to bring out that level of adaptation yet. I think we've seen something similar now. I wonder if this is when they start flipping it up. Considering we've just had that timeout, this would be the perfect opportunity for it.
Decent buffer behind this purchase as well. Ascend look poised to pressure towards A, so it'll be Shados and Defo once again called upon. Maybe actually Defo going for a quick peek towards lower here.
They've got the res, maybe feeling confident about it. And why not just be confident about your own ability? Defo outdoes CNED, and that's that first blood that's been missing from them a couple of these rounds.
No res available as well, so Ascend have to play this as 4. The wall again invested towards mid, so we give Redgar some information to act upon. Nats actually holding pretty close contact here at the end of B main. Be able to slow things down with his snake bite. We'll find a head on the other side of that peak. No rotation just yet. You can see Redgar considering it. But it might even be Gambit. Give this up.
Yeah, wall goes up. Can't quite go for the
Snake
spike
bite
plant
just
he
comes
wanted.
ahead of it as well.
Yeah, he has to respect that now. Nats is buying time, which is fantastic for the rotations because they didn't necessarily bite early. Nats is really trying to do the damage, and this is the backline defense the Gambit can depend upon for now. Time. They didn't leave it too late, though. It's still 34 seconds, but Zeke, tricky scenario. You know that players are close by. Just going to use the lid to try and buy a little bit of safety. Redgar still finds Starzo. That's now the spike left loose. Nats gets involved.
No,
he pushes ahead. The man is so brave to do this. But Bone Cold quells it, but look what's left. It's down to just one. Bone Cold in a 1v3, 13 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know
and I think Gambit might have just done enough to get to 11.
11 to 10.
Nats is so bold. Again, to make a play like this, we see him time and time again completely negating Viper's Pit.
Wow.
And buying so much time. We talked about creeping back away. There was no rotation coming through from Gambit. And just on the back of the snake bite, able to buy enough time. This is... It's almost illogical to push in like that, because you've got to anticipate, you know, they try and build around the Viper's Pit. They want to make sure that they can gain site control. But as soon as that Sage Wall drops, it's so difficult to hold on to B site.
And this could be one of the most integral rounds coming forward. Rifles out still for Ascend. Purchase still pretty enough. But 11 on the board for Gambit and 12. Gets them almost not just map point, but match point and championship point. For now, Defo waits. Aggressively postured forward, looking for that first player to swing the corner. The Owl drone put in just to deal with this potential, but he's still gonna find it. Falls away in time. Chronicle now steps into place. The next layer to the piece from Gambit, always prepared for what's about to come.
That is perfection from Defo, just waiting a second, anticipating the peek behind the Owl drone. And he's rewarded for it. Again, no res, not even close for Starzo. Have to play this out as 4. Gambit can sit back now with a man advantage.
There's a man to do it. It might just be CNED though, and they need him right now. He's been having hot and cold games. This would be the round that you depend on your heavy hitters, your superstars. But he can't find the way forward. Starzo going to try and just defend that spike going down. Bone Cold puts his life in his hands. Starzo looks towards Rafters, doesn't see it, and Cena takes a look, takes a glimpse, and takes a scalp. Shados goes, Redgar down, CNED! You say you need him, there he is, but it's not without reply. Bone Cold and Starzo put into a 2v2. You've got Nats and Chronicle, the dastardly duo that we saw from the first time. Now Starzo takes down half of it, it's all on Chronicle. A 1v2 to get to 12, or it's 11-11, and we go all even again. Chronicle tries to get further forward around the world. We go, they're just playing time.
Oh, 11
Starzo, perfect composure. It's 11-11. Neither side can break ahead.
A beautiful round to respond to that initial pick, and it's so deep. The first blood occurs literally before they're even able to challenge any of these angles on site. So it requires Ascend to methodically push through. CNED comes up huge when Ascend need a hero. A huge, huge confidence boom. And this is it. You look now, 2,000 credits behind this purchase for Gambit. Ultimates available.
And Shados is screaming these comms. You can see it in the cam.
Yeah,
CNED is closing that gap quick. It's on Shados to do any sort of damage he can.
They pass each
Slips
other.
the net. It's Shados to win. Zeke goes down. Falls away safely. Chronicle by his side. The rest of the team's on the way. But Shados wants to get to 12 on his own back. Bone Cold stops the tear before it really comes through. But the spike goes down. Post plant, 3 of them standing. Rez comes in and could be 4 back up. There's the Rez. It's going to be Redgar getting Shados. There's Zeke back on his feet. It's a 4v5 now. Defo still stands fighting killers. And look at the positioning coming out.
No
Defo!
way.
How's he got Starzo? And now it's all down to Zeke. The one man against the army of Gambit.
Oh
and it's
my
12 on the board
gosh.
for Gambit now.
12-11. They
That
can win
round
the
comes
entire
apart at the
championship right here.
seams for Ascend.
Entire thing
And
if they
immediately
win this
the
round.
res available, the Viper's pick comes through, it allows them to reinforce that retake so quickly. So quickly. Ascend don't even have a chance to catch their breath. And
Defo,
Shados goes huge there. Huge.
Impeccable impact.
Oh,
He knows what he's done for his side. He's got them 1 round away.
1 round away from being the champions.
entire
That's
event.
crazy.
Comes down to this single round.
Oh my gosh.
Out of my way.
It's almost like 4 hours was worth
Blade Storm
it.
available for Ascend. Defo now creeping.
It's about to be
CNED's
4
got a
hours I've been
Oh,
watching.
he's got a
It's a
tag.
tag.
It's not a frag though. CNED still stands. He walks away alive for
I
now.
think so at least.
That's
Oh, there's
huge though.
3
You
players
want
here.
CNED to be the one to find the opener here. Down to 90 HP, no armor.
Yeah, it's about to be 4 hours.
Gambit set up to greet this hit.
4 hours of
He's
my
progressing. He's
weekend,
going
so
for a
what to
second
do
look.
this.
Another bite of the cherry. You got the first tag on CNED. Does he now get the better of him? Forced to
Oh,
fight, and he
it's the
succeeds.
fight.
CNED down.
that
Blades
messes
come
up
out.
the
Killers is going to
knives.
find him, so it's not going to be easy.
This could
just
be
yet.
the one
It's not
round
smooth
out of
sailing
the
across
whole
the board.
championship to
Starzo holds
win.
his own. Takes down Nats. They have to respect this for merely a second. Shados,
Come on,
Redgar,
no
Chronicle.
overtime.
What's the
Just
plan?
win it. Just win it.
Gambit,
Nah, there's
3v4
gonna be
on the retake.
overtime.
Again, Ascend they want to scrap for this. They want to fight. See here now, Zeke has to go huge. The wall goes up,
100%
but
is
straight
gonna
away
be
ripped
overtime.
away.
The time. This is it. Time to strike for Zeke. Starzo by his
Overtime.
side. It's 12-12. Ascend
Oh
not
my
done yet.
gosh!
I can't believe it. Somehow we're going to overtime here. Ascend
can't believe this game.
refusing to give up now, almost looking reminiscent of Gambit.
My legs
Yes.
need
Previously
to
there.
like do something.
Build their way back in.
I
They
could have
chip
just
away.
been sitting for 4
at
hours.
Gambit.
My legs feel the need
they
to
force
do
overtime.
something.
A full reset here. And again, a massive confidence boom again for Ascend. We talk about a couple of these rounds where, yes, Gambit were able to shut them out, but the wins for Ascend, bigger picture-wise, are much, much bigger.
12-12. Ascend give themselves just another shot at this. And Gambit, they've got a whole other map if they need it, but they want it right now. They want this done. They want it dusted. Defo I have to face off against CNED if he crests that corner.
Both invest in the op as well.
Glass cannons.
Oh, they're attacking. Dang it.
Gambit slow in approach, cautious.
They bought the
The
off in
possibility again, you
overtime.
have to anticipate this here. The Aldrome will actually spot out the operator and CNED's location. Has to fall away from this. Looking now for Keyless to pick up the slack on the backside of Yellow. Seen it actually looking for an angle through mid here. Starzo walled over.
Are you
What is
kidding
that?
me?
No,
What a
he got
time to come
two.
alive! Starzo takes down Shados, takes down Redgar. And now Nats has to respond. They have to now deal with this problem. Gambit have suddenly lost a little bit of that brilliance, that default that's kept them so safe for so long. But it's not over yet. Nats, Defo, Chronicle, some heavy hitters still stand for the Gambit side. Defo not quite finding any way in just yet, and they're sitting just deeper than those first angles they're going to have to clear. They'll let them take up to Yellow. They'll let them maybe even toy with a spike plant. They have the numbers here. But Gambit, they don't really play to percentages.
30 seconds left.
They go above and beyond so often. They see
Hiding
nothing.
behind that
Tucked
box,
behind the
right?
box there as well. Bone Cold ready to spam through. Again, no wall, so can spam onto
walking
default
mid.
from here.
If they get a pick from this, no. Denied by CNED. Chronicle, though, that's two.
What?
Timing,
Nah,
though,
they
they're down to
lose.
10 seconds here. They're not going to have the timing on this at all.
9
Spike in hand.
seconds.
And this is Ascend playing
Oh
their
no!
hearts out right
I
now to
just
stay in
want
this event.
Gambit
They dig
to
deep
win.
again. Starzo making plays like that in
OT!
overtime.
In OT! He
And
pushes mid!
It's so decisive. This is some of the things that are lacking in so many rounds for Ascend. They react perfectly to this early round information. They know that Gambit are going to attempt to aggress onto CNED as soon as he has to back away with that. Operator, it's beautiful from Starzo. And again, it's so weird. How do you read that?
I don't want to
How
have
do
to
you
sit
read a
here
play
for
like
another
that?
hour.
Pendulum now
Let
swings
me
back
do something with
into
my week.
Gambit's consideration. Do we go
I'm
again?
regretting
Is it
my
all going
choice
to that
of
next
watching
map?
this for this long.
Find out now. Heavy lean towards the A site.
Shados. First
I
time
thought it was best of 3, and I was like, okay, I've already seen enough. I should.
mixing things up a little bit.
It's best of 5. Well, I've already
Have
seen
Chronicle
enough. I
by
might
his
as well
side.
finish it. This is where we are.
Ascend now. Cautious once again on their approach towards A side. They have been shut down a number of times here. But it's looking pretty invested behind the Owl drone. What they will find is that on the back of this, Chronicle has to deal with that to make sure Shados can play off this position.
He's been unnoted. Now he is noted. Now they know the position. Do they swing on the Lear? It don't need to. Zeke's in their face already. Takes down Shados. Ascend, I don't think know when they're done. They've got to force Gambit away into more of a post-plant position, but that spike needs to go down.
No shot.
Right, the shock dart just a little off there.
That one ain't. But where do they find this entry on the way back in?
I
Gambit
don't
presented
wanna watch
a
that.
conundrum,
No, whole
a puzzle
nother
to
match.
somehow undo. Defo going to be trying to get up towards those rafters. See if he can get that pick. Zeke happy to the first contact. The wall goes up and away we go. Bone Cold says no. Starzo as well. It's down to Redgar and Chronicle. The two stand. Make it one. Redgar, is there anything left in the tank? Or have Ascend done enough to take us all the way here? Redgar, gonna get towards the side. Tap the spike.
Oh, wait, if
No
this
way.
guy clutches
No
this.
way. Someone
Oh!
stop him. It's gonna be Zeke.
He
And we're
almost
going the
clutched
distance.
that.
We go
Oh,
to
frick,
map
we're
5,
going to
Ascend,
the 5th map.
dig so deep to find that momentum so late on in Icebox.
Oh my
And again,
gosh.
lots of negatives early on.
Why?
Looking lost for answers, unable to innovate in some of these
Watch the
rounds,
whole
unable to find space. Gambit was suffocating so many of these choke points. But somehow, CNED, when you need him most, he picks up here. And he will drag Ascend into map 5 in this series, Lauren.
I'm also looking at Starzo. That play in
Oh,
OT.
huge, huge.
Nerves of steel. I don't know how you find the guts in you to do that, to make those aggressive plays when you have no right to, when it's all on the line. But roll it back to the start. This entire game's been wild, but you're right. CNED, what a time to find it. Chronicle, Shados. I thought Shados was pretty much an immovable object on that site for so long.
Absolutely.
He was just such a win condition for them.
Also,
I'm gonna go get a snack, I'll be
At
back.
the start of this map, Defo actually found 8 first bloods here.
Yeah.
And that's the same as CNED and Zeke combined.
Wow.
He caused so many problems in so many rounds. I
disruptive.
feel like time and time again, Gambit find it open, they find the first blood, they try and reset. And Ascend looks so good on that reaggress. On that mid-round, that pivot back towards either side. Somehow, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Ascend have actually just pulled this off.
Hey, I'm happy. We get a best of 5 that goes the distance. It's a rare treat, and it's something to remember, and what a way to have the first real final here. The champions go as far as it can, and, well, Split now is going to be coming up.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure that's going to be one Sean's going to want to get his teeth into.
Absolutely.
We were talking this map veto earlier,
Yep.
and the later it gets, the more interesting it gets. So I can't wait for this final map.
All right, well, let's not waste too much time. Let's hand over to a break so the desk can talk you through everything we just saw and that final map.
The way it was between us wasn't very serious. My fingers in your hair at the bar without a care. Oh, man, what I wouldn't do. This will probably be the end. Too young of a thing.
Ugh, man, I'm starving.
Yo, Ace, you good?
Yeah, let's win this.
We wanted to see 5 maps in this grand final, and thanks to Ascend's performance on Icebox, we're gonna get 5 maps. Woo, let's get it. I'm back on the desk with Sean,
yeah.
Riv, and Jess. For a moment there, Gambit, they had the chance to close it out, but what a comeback from Ascend.
That was such an insane comeback from Ascend because it's something that they've struggled with for so long, and here on the biggest stage
It's
in
fine.
the
Ice
biggest
cream, it
moment of their
comes out.
entire careers, they come up. They come up.
I can't believe like that long of a game and like going to a single play here. Starkso has that in the tank still.
Yes.
And you have Nats on the other side just playing this game that nobody else is inside the mind of his opponents, reading plays with just the intentions of what he's feeling. It is incredible what we're getting from both teams.
You know what? If you want to be like Nats when you grow up, there's a few tips. Number one, get very good map awareness. Learn the map inside and out. Then learn the mini-map and how to look at it as you traverse the map. And thirdly, have insane game sense so that you can act with perfect timing. I mean, I want to be Nats when I grow up, so that's what I'm going to be looking for in my games.
Well, I want to be C-Ned when I grow up.
Those dance moves.
Yeah, I mean, the fact, if he's pulling out dance moves, you can tell the kind of mood they are in right now. But Sean, you know, you asked the question, where was C-Ned on Fracture? Where was he? What was he doing? He's just answered it here.
He delivered hard this game. He had so many impactful rounds, and same thing with Zeke and Stark. So all three of them on top of the scoreboard with 24 frags. The third person in this triangle of frags has shown up for Ascend at the most pivotal moment. What a game from Starkso, though.
Goes through this here. Star hugs and kisses for you. The next person.
That frag was huge. He got them to OT by walling and getting that frag opening on B. It's
right there.
Yeah, that's the play right there. That's the play. I mean, you can be a battle sage and you can come out swinging, but the fact that he had a nice balance of being that battle sage with utility was a good mix for his side to bring them back into the mix and change up the pace that they needed to change up.
Also a reminder that this guy plays everything, and he seems to master everything that he plays. Speaking of someone who masters everything they do, it's Valor, of course. He's standing by the telestrator to break down some of the rounds.
Like every day of the week.
Yo, chill. The telestrator's nothing compared to these players up on the stage in this grand final. We're going to the distance, so let's go ahead and break down one of the plays from the last map. First thing I want to break down is actually a thrifty round from Ascend, because in my mind, this is kind of what started to turn the pace of this game. So I want to note, first off, how we actually have the wall saved here from Keyless all the way until 1 minute on the round. He's already rotating from B. Noticed there was nothing happening. They called the A hit was coming in. He puts it down, and it's very interesting. We'll see how the rest rest of his team plays off of it, because just Starkso is also planning to put down this wall so he could rotate in through the maze. But right as the wall comes down, look at this angle that it gets him. Not just this one down maze as they break it, but the specific one once the wall comes down. Now he puts it up immediately, and boom, you're isolated here on the generator. That is fully isolated right there, and that's an easy kill there for Starkso. Then the rest CNED's on top, and I love how instantly he goes on top of it, tries to catch other players by surprise, but Chronicle's aware. Then there's a dart in for the other side, and Zeke is pushing through the wall with it, and it splits it up so perfectly down the middle that he can play both sides. He's going to play with a flash even more, and that's pretty much it for this eco round. There's nothing to do on the side of Chronicle. I want to show one more clip here from Ascend later on the second half, because this one in my mind is beautiful. The synergy and the call just in general. They actually use a drone to start this off, but CNED is right on top of it, isolating a fight on the site, and then the rest of it, since they've done that, they've split up the entire map, and they could push into this without a fear on what's on the other side. So let's actually look at, after CNED gets this kill, what kicks it off? It's Bone Cold. He's got his ult down in the bottom of the screen there. He's ready. He wants a tag. If he can find it, that'll be perfect. Finds the tag, and now, since he's ulting the one player inside the left side of the site, that isolates the player on the right. That's how CNED gets the kill. And then there's one more little aspect to this that is really, really beautiful, and that's Zeke pushing in, clears everything, gets one kill, and he's on top of the wall. It changes the angle for the last player who's behind this to actually shoot him. He's going to escape with the dismiss, and that's a round 1 for Ascend. Just really, really gorgeous stuff this entire time from Ascend that keeps him in the game. Everybody firing on all cylinders. As we head into one final map, it's back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Bala. I'm so glad you spoke about the synergy and the chemistry, because we're about to show you some synergy and chemistry on the side of Gambit here for the HyperX Reflex. This goes to Defo and Chronicle. Riv, there were so many moments on that map, but this was one of the moments that was kind of nutty.
Honestly, just seeing how Defo in tight moments can play, but then the team sets each other up, but understanding how fast they're taking the site and they adjust to continue doing that. There's no patience and no pausing. They're always considering the next step.
Yeah, I mean, again, we need a lot of these synergy on the side of Gambit, and also Ascend as well.
Word.
Going into the last map too, you know, they're going to have to really switch it on. Both teams bringing their A game. This is what we want to see, Sean.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want. We don't have a flat player in this server right now. Everyone is hitting hard right now.
Everybody's feasting.
I mean, Shados on the Reyna was popping off. You know, every single player has had big moments in this series. Even Chronicle, the top performer, Gambit showing up. We couldn't ask for a better scenario right now.
It's funny because then we're like, oh, you know, we actually not said Redgar's name in a bit on the desk, and then the next round Redgar just starts popping off, and you're like, yes, this is a full team effort from everybody, and it has to when you go to 5.
Yeah, and speaking of 5, Split is the last map. Jess, I know you said you are a big fan of this map.
Huge fan.
I mean, 2 very different stories too for both teams coming onto this map.
Oh my god, the reason this map for me just really sits nicely in my heart is the last time, and okay, yes, everyone knows me as an operator fan, the last time I remember Chronicle on this map, the man on KJ goes over and snipes one side, and then they have, of course, their other jewels over towards the other side. It's almost like I'm reliving years of FPS games where you have 2 snipes in the hand of one team. That's what I love about how Gambit plays Split, is they know how they want to defend, and I just want to see that through and through here on Split, because there's some good Raze plays that can be had as well.
Yeah, I do wonder if this is the time they bring back the Sova, which they trialed pre-tournament.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, at Red Bull home ground, they busted out a Sova on Split, which is like sacrilegious.
Are you even allowed to?
Yeah. He's like grayed out when you could jump into Split. You're like, we can't select him.
Having Sova, like, everybody can just jump in elevation. You're like, and I'm out of the way.
Yeah. So. I mean, if they have pocket strats with a Sova, though, it is so unreadable, and I would actually favor them if they pick the Sova.
I agree.
Because it's so unexpected, you don't get practice against it.
How are you going to know? How are you going to know lines? How are you going to know where to look? What's the pre-place? I mean, at that point, you're going against the unknown, and we've seen how going against the unknown in halves can be a huge detriment.
We're going to the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, you know, there is a reason that Sova, people don't play him here, you know? There's a reason for that, but also a Bone Cold probably going to move on to that Omen as well.
Oh, I love that you bring
Let's
that
go,
up. I
Bone
want to
Cold.
see it. That's how they set
Yes,
the
yes.
tempo. We don't get the Sova. And looking at Ascend's map versus TL, that was kind of just a, wait, can we gain anything from this? So did Gambit learn anything about Ascend strats from that? Because it was just firepower shots and Ascend rolling a retake or a site take.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend was never down in that game.
Nope.
They were always in control. And honestly, Bone Cold single-handedly beat both of the controllers on the Liquid side.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do that again today if Ascend wants his championship.
Oh man, having that, having Zeke. I think on Split, I'm looking at the difference of the duelists here, and the reason that I want to highlight that, and you guys can have the greater mind on the desk than me about this, is that when I look at Split, I am looking always to having that duelist in particular. I don't know if you prefer a Jet yourself. I'm thinking about Ops and whatnot, but for me, the Raze reign supreme. Could be wrong.
We shall see what they can do here. This is the final map of Valorant Champions. A winner will be decided after this one. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
There really can only be one now. We've gone the distance, and it's a rarity. I don't think we have to say it. Normally, best of fives, it's over a little quick, and you're like, I wish we'd have seen it all. These two have put on an incredible show for us here. So take a second, all of you at home. Hopefully one day you'll be in the venues with us. Remember this moment. This will define the history of one of these two teams. The other, well, history is written by the victors, right? You kind of forget who's in that second place spot. But there, as said, can only be one.
Yeah, and the fact that this has run so deep, and we've already seen from both teams having to dig deep. I mean, Gambit, let me roll your minds back a little bit, just two maps ago. How confident, how comfortable that map 3 was. The fact that we've come this far, it is a testament to Ascend. Fixing one of the biggest issues I feel with this roster is their inability to close out or play from behind or play under pressure. And now it comes down to Split.
And we're away. Gambit going to be starting things out on the attacking side, and Ascend on the defensive side. And Nats, we know this man is a genius. He's had some of the best performances we've ever seen on a stage like this. On the other side, 2 phenomenal players as well. So a tentative start here from both sides.
And looking for a little bit of aggression side of A main. The Trailblazer actually going to force back Starzo. Lucky not to get caught in that stun. Bone Cold ready with the paranoia though.
This could be big. Do they swing back in? Starzo was ready. He fell back a little too far to capitalize on it. I feel like they almost had the answer to that. But actually, it's still somewhat even between the two here. But mid-control has been garnered.
It's crazy actually that nobody falls in that engagement or the trade-off there. Nats peels away from A main, I think feeling a little bit of that pressure.
Starzo has so much pressure coming his way, and same with Killers, though. If you look at, if this keeps going its way, it's going to be a little bit of a fake out maybe towards that A site, and look where the spike is, though. Look where Nats is going to be leaning. Bone Cold tries to explore and loses his life for it. First blood drawn. Defo going to take that title, and Starzo once again just starts feeling that notion that someone's just around the corner.
I think they're pausing for this flash here, so again, with Starzo playing so close, he might actually be able to find a kill ahead of this. He will actually.
They went ahead of it. He did a little bit of damage, but they still stand, and there's going to be Killers slipping away towards CT. He has to try and catch this cross, but the spike's going to be on the site. He can't really deny that. There's a wide old flank coming in, too. Keep that in the back of your mind. Zeke is going to be on the maddest of flanks. Seen it up towards heaven. Gambit locked into the site, and you're right. This gives Zeke a chance, and he gets it with both hands. Looking for the follow-up. Shados, he was lower HP earlier on. Zeke, what a time to find form as Ascend. Looking like they want to send that message home. Ascend are here. First round on the board.
Beautiful stuff. The timing there, so unfortunate. And it's Chronicle that has to come forward with the spike. He has it from the start of the round. He's that kind of, that second piece to the execute through mid to take heaven control. And the turret just giving up. Yes, Nats is there to greet him, but Zeke makes the most of just that small window of opportunity. That's after. Gambit do everything right there. They slow things down after there's a couple of bits of utility to greet them on that mail push. They know not to overextend.
And as much as Gambit constantly pull off these mad comebacks and go against the odds in that regard, they play such a thinking man's game. They play everything just to perfection. Very hard to find fault in their approach, ever. You see that brilliance being a constant threat to some, but bear in mind that Ascend just have that. I don't know what it is. the willingness to just try again. It looks like we'll try and isolate Nats here just very quickly. He's going to be dealt with. No one else is around, though.
Stars will actually wall off, but we know Gambit will now try and force their way through Heaven. The paranoia huge from Bone Cold. The first one gifted to him. Actually, we'll find a second as well. Shados falls. Keeler's there to find another. Clean as you like. The Prime Gaming flawless in round 2 from Ascend. Carry across all 5 Spectres here. And already just trying to chip away at some of these setups. A massive focus towards Nats in both rounds here. We'll actually draw an extra body potentially towards A main to maybe address that. Again, don't expect too much of a variance here. And Nats' play at all. The wall once again invested. And the thing is, if they do manage to get mid control, it's obviously key that he's then that late round piece for them.
Aggression being shown by Zeke there.
These one-ways from Bone Cold always cause so many problems. Just on these first angles in the early round, Chronicle has to respect this.
And look, defensive side of control, it's hard to not be impressed. They're going to sit by this. They have the Spectres, and there's a set piece in play. It's so well crafted. Zeke gets away with Chronicle. Can't get the rifle, but that's more than enough damage. But you've got to look towards middle as well. Yes, the wall's still there, but for how long? And trying to contain Nats when he's got a rifle, easier said than done. As again, Gambit look for that next layer, that next step. Nats on his own is still keeping almost 3 players present towards that A side. They still have to respect his positioning.
Defo's got himself tucked up into Heaven. You can see Starzo already invested the wall. But here to greet the other side of it as it will start to decay pretty soon. Whether or not Starzo will actually take this engagement here.
And the scary thing is Zeke's tucked in towards Hell as well. So Starzo can fall away, maybe sit like a little deeper, just be careful. No one's going to explore too deep on that. I'm looking at this man on the screen right there, Zeke. How much more can he get done from this? Actually gets dropped on, and Defo just bullies down Starzo. Yeah, Bone Cold's alive, but he's got a time limit on his life, and he knows it. Gets aggressive, and that's the spike. Hold on. Oh, Bone Cold, I thought that shot was coming in, but time. 10 seconds now, there's still danger. They have to facilitate that cross, and Defo's defending it with his life. Gets Nats towards the site. The spike goes in, and Killers is on the ground level now.
Planted.
Yes, left to deal with this spike cam, but not even a factor here. Defo will close things out, but lots of damage done. Both shields forced out in terms of the repurchase here. So it costs Gambit a lot. That's on the back of Bone Cold and Zeke in the early round. Like I said, these one-way smokes cause so many problems, but as soon as that confirmation comes on the back of the Boombot, he satchels through, finds a freebie, which is Chronicle almost left on an island, right? And we know that the focus is pretty much going to be 1-3-1 for Gambit. There's 3 people towards mid, Nat slow working 8, and Chronicle just lurking outside Garage.
Also, just credit to Defo for keeping cool under that, making sure that spike cross wasn't going to be a problem. There was a double stack towards Heaven at the end of that. That could have easily been an issue considering it was, what, like sub 15 seconds, but no, does very well in that.
Well, also, I mean, in that regard, with Nats' utility invested elsewhere, it makes that cross even more treacherous so late on.
Poison's off.
I was going to say now into the full bite, but there's still a Spectre with Redgar.
But this is where I think I look towards Nats to achieve something over towards A main. Because it's not really pressuring at all. Whether or not it will be, like I said, the mid follow-up on that. They need to find something, because it's a huge investment to find nothing time and time again.
Tina wanting to walk that. Almost trying to prop up Zeke in that corner. Bring all the attention his way. He's playing a dangerous game. Defo is sharp today. The TP comes out. There's a confirmation of information. But Gambit can still paint this picture however they feel. And it looks like they're going to actually convert towards an A hit.
30 seconds
Trapwire
left.
actually a little deeper on rope, so cause some problems here. Zeke will pop the showstopper, try and find something in mid. He might actually find Redgar inside ropes, he will!
Redgar was none the wiser. And now here's the problem, Ascend! Shut them down in the entryway! Defo can get in here eventually. How much can he do though? 10 seconds. It ain't much to play with. Ascend! Compile the pressure towards Gambit. They read it well, and that showstopper's definitely helped out matters.
And now I look back towards what I just discussed. Nats again, completely, eliminated from that round. There's nothing they're achieving on the back of this A main control. Ascend aren't biting.
No.
They're holding strong. And the other indicator on this is Chronicle. Every time he's noted in B main, they know it's a deep default. Because that's what Gambit are known for. They want to slow work a pick, they want to find some pressure, draw a rotation somewhere, and then isolate it.
And we were outside the front just before the game started, and the discussion of better the devil you know, right? Ascend, out of all the teams to face, yes, Gambit are monsters in their own right. They truly are. We've seen it throughout this entire event. They're never done. Ascend know them very well. They've played them plenty of times, scrimmed them, same regions, same tournaments, time and time again. You came in here, let's say, against like a crew or someone who's completely different. That changes the dynamic completely.
The curveballs, you could say the anomalies to I guess, expected tendencies and whatnot. But I mean, Yinsu said this at the top of the show. It's 2-1 on this heads up. So Ascend definitely know what to expect, and the big thing you look towards there is how well Ascend are able to adapt, because I think there's been a couple of instances that remove that head-to-head scoreline altogether. There's been times where Gambit have absolutely bodied Ascend, and that's on the back of punishing the early round aggression and the things you credit towards the strength of the default and being able to really tame the beast of CNED. All right, it's not even been a factor yet. CNED's not even been a factor in some of these rounds.
But this is also when I obviously look at Gambit and go, okay, well, how quickly can you reinvent yourself? How quickly can you identify the problems that you're having, find an answer to it, and readdress it? Now, we've seen in the past it can happen in the blink of an eye. They flip a switch, they've got the answer, they're ready to go. This banks a little on Defo here in this round. Understatement, potentially. He's got it all to work with. In the meantime, CNED gets aggressive, finds Chronicle, who's been a bit of the telltale sign, as you said.
Ascend happy to give up mid once again. That wall invested so deep on Heaven that the contingency in place for Ascend is just fantastic, and they're going to be able to greet this. Defo tries to get something done. Ascend giving Gambit so much space to work with, but it equates to nothing.
Now they'll maybe get a spike plant, and that, I don't know how much beyond that. Let's see if there's anything interesting with the post plants, all towards the back of the site, and Defo trying to be the tip of the spear. Try and greet them with a smile, do some form of damage, some semblance of hope to be found in this round for Gambit, because they know this slow grind back is coming. Cena's found Red Guard down to Defo and joined by Shados. Anything else in the tank? How much more can you bring? The answer looks like a resounding nothing. It's 4-1. Ascend rising to the occasion on the final map.
Like I said, they give up that space. They're happy to put that focus onto A main because the read is perfect. They know that it's likely going to be Nats, potentially +1. And more often than not, it's just Nats. And the fact that they find the second lurker over in B main so early on, they know that focus is back towards mid. I feel like Ascend literally know it's 1-3-1 every single round. They give up mid, they give up that initial push towards Heaven or through ropes, I should say. And like I said, Gambit gets sight, but it's so comfortable because it's cost Ascend nothing. There's not really massive investments of utility to control B Heaven or control A Heaven. It's actually crazy to see how much they still have in this late round, which is where Gambit flourish. They flourish in the late round.
And any adjustments are what we're looking at now. Anything that Gambit can bring back out with these rifles by their side. Good purchase to play with. A couple of ults very close by to coming in. But again, defensive-sided aggression, then happy enough to give up some part of mid-control, but now without that wall in place, it's going to be a quick burst. Defo going to try and lead the charge, but eats the flash. It's not good. Bone Cold actually took a second or two to punish it, but he still does. Swing back in from Starzo, keeps his nerve. And now you can see the pinch coming in, but it's being dealt with to perfection by Ascend. Two players still have to try and get past. Bone Cold still here! One bullet is all he needs. 3 to spare. You got any more? Oh, he finally runs out. As there's the final shutdown. Ascend are in full form, Hypog. What is Gambit doing now?
They have to switch this up. I'm almost expecting a timeout, a breather here to reassess this, because, like I said, Nat's completely absent so far, and yeah, it's fine if statistically he's not represented, but he's gaining nothing on the back of this.
Yeah, it's a lack
absolutely no pressure towards this deep hold from Ascend. And actually, this is on the back of another round where they're aggressing into B garage. They don't want to entertain Nats. They don't want to push into Nats. They're literally focusing Chronicle right now.
And they're down to Spectres, Sheriffs, Gambit. We've told everyone time and time again, you guys always have a plan in mind. You're never quite done. And Bone Cold, though, puts himself on the line. There's so many players behind this wall. Bone Cold, you're surely going to get checked on. Didn't get seen. Yeah, he did. Finally, Gambit deal with him. That's the first step. And now the next layer, though. Can they still close in the gap here? CNED forced to respect this. So much utility invested. Nats with the ult comes in as well. KJ ult comes down. Zeke still stands. Starzo on the back of the site. The spray towards main. And the spike's been lost.
They're going to try and recover this here. Starzo still back sight, and Starzo stands strong again. 33 HP now.
Oh, and the aim from CNED comes in. It's a celebration from Ascend. Gambit are bringing nothing out right now. I want a timeout. I want them to deal with this now.
They need to stop the bleeding. Nats, in this round, will pull back towards the team. They try and stack up here, but they throw everything in this round, and Ascend just sit back. They let them push in. It's almost looking like some of the setups we saw on Fracture from Gambit. They're baiting in. They want Gambit to push. They want them to invest everything on the way in because they're winning every single gunfight right now. Starzo, again, comes up huge for them.
And the ults are cycling so perfectly as well for Ascend. Now they've got plenty of extras to throw into the mix if they want to, but similar scenes. Bone Cold on the adjustment this time. Dog dealt with by Starzo.
And he can keep getting weird now. The fact that these rounds are going the way they are, Bone Cold
weird.
can just do Broman
Sorry,
stuff.
my mic was
he
muted,
can play
I
spots
guess.
like this. Another one way.
Look how, I mean, Sean must be loving this on the desk.
Basically,
it is a lovely display, but
I was
now,
complaining.
they haven't instantly sprung off the
I
back
was
of
just
this.
complaining.
So there shouldn't be an over-rotation. That forward position should pay well here.
I was thinking though, like they should
They're up to.
switch
It
up their
still looks like that 3-2
strat.
split
If
towards
they're
B,
losing
but
like this, they
two
should
players in
switch
middle
it
here from
up.
Ascend. And Gambit, watch
Don't
your
worry,
answer
it's
now.
not.
You have
But
the first pick, which you've not had often. Bone Cold.
I think they might have actually heard that. They're close enough to hear where...
Close flash. Close enough, yeah, he eats it, but he doesn't pull the trigger. He sits and waits, and he's just going to be turned into mincemeat. Defo makes it look easy. Light work!
What?
Zeke still gets away with two. It's a 2v3. This isn't impossible. Gilles and CNED up in heaven. Drops down towards hell, looking for that pick. And
Oh,
Gilles gets one.
Come on,
1v2.
get
Haven't
him.
even noted CNED. It looks like they want to double face through by Pillar, and he's still going to keep his life for now. 22 seconds. He's doing everything he can in this scenario. Shados is low HP. Redgar still sitting pretty. Another fight!
Oh, that was
spray!
close.
Just goes wayward. The round goes to Gambit, but my word, is it the finest of margins now.
Oh.
And that's what you don't want to see. When you have to build back into a half like this, coming down to one player. We talked about statistically Nats earlier. He's 1-7 right now. And the weird thing to consider here, it's almost like Ascend, they're like wired to the primary source. In this round here, there's only one member of Ascend committed to holding A.
Yes.
And Nats is nowhere to be seen, right? Ascend have the perfect read.
Oh, and CNED is just feeling it. Quick
How
as
did he
ever.
know he was gonna
Just
go
bottling
there?
brilliance. As now Gambit have to operate at the player deficit, investing the wall quickly just to try and deal with it. Zeke blocks Defo out of the sky. Who are Ascend, and where has this team been the entire time?
Another example, they bait in, CNED takes that first peek, they think maybe there's one more layer behind this, the Sage Wall goes up, and Zeke's there to greet any aggression on the back of it.
Oh, he's gonna kill Nats.
Now they can pivot
wait, no,
away.
they're on the same
Gambit
team.
left scrambling for an answer. They might try and find something towards A here.
I thought it was somebody
Already Zeke
flanking on the other team,
preemptively
but
rotating this direction. 3v5 for Gambit here.
Bone Cold.
Bone Cold and Zeke
Yeah, Bone Cold. Zeke.
on the other side of this smoke, Lauren.
Gambit are desperate for this. They need a little more here. Give them some leverage, and Bone Cold gives them nothing. Fades away, doesn't want to give up too much. Nats is now trying to close the gap, but he gets hindered on approach. And Bone Cold is just buying time, pulling rotations over. And Nats has been slowed down. He can't have the impact he wants. Drop down, he gets it. Good work from Nats. Trying to create some space. CNED looking to fill the void though. Ooh, and a bit of a miss and a half. Nats with the punish. If he has to do it single-handedly, he will. That spike's on the way over. There's 2 players now towards watching this side. Zeke, position noted. Starzo's timing couldn't have been better. The guy fills the void, and look at this. I don't know what you do if you're Gambit.
You call a timeout.
You should have already called a timeout.
You have to right
Yeah,
now.
why haven't they
I
called
said they need
one?
to stop the bleeding. Now this half is starting to run away from them. And Ascend in a really powerful position here in terms of just being able to switch up. These minor adjustments now. CNED can run rampant with this operator. The first time we're seeing Gambit stack up for an all piece today.
Yeah, but look at the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
What's
The
it
Blade
worth?
Storm.
I
The Blade Storm.
Sure. Let's see
I
it.
should unlock
if there's
him.
anything to
I
this.
don't think I meant to do that.
Defo.
Unless I was just
Gonna have to let it rip, do any sort of damage. That's a great start. Huge impact from Gambit, and finally they switch it up. Finally they look for a new option. Leaving Starzo, Killers, and CNED behind on this one. Spike plant gonna go down. Now they can invest that late round utility for the post plant.
Both res difficult here for Starzo. They have to get some control back here. We want to try and invest that. But also, they could just hold on. They could just make sure that everybody falls on the side of Gambit in this round. They're trying to force back through, but the snake bite going to slow things down. CNED finds ahead.
Oh, CNED, maybe there's still a bit of a chance on this one. Time is going to be dwindling. There's the Reds coming in. No, Red Guard doesn't want this to happen. He's going to find more. Chronicle by his side. It's a thrifty round that they convert, and it's a desperation round at this point from Gambit.
On the back of Defo and that Blade Storm. Big pace shift here.
Better answer.
But what do they carry across to a buy round? I would hate to see them reset back to this default. I would absolutely hate to see
Oh,
it.
this sound hurts my ears.
Waiting with bated breath here. I want to see an adjustment if they feel like there's some options towards that A site, something they can explore a little more. I don't mind if it's even a switch up towards B. I just want to see something a little varied. Because as you highlighted, it is so readable right now. We have to wait and see what the look is.
Hello.
So much of the early rounds just giving up for free.
What's up?
They're doing better.
Just a slight adjustment in formation here. Defo quickly
They've
through
won
ropes.
2
Actually
rounds
a
that
deep
you've been in there.
Yeah.
Cut off both heavens. And the alarm bot makes me feel as if they're going to drift towards B on the back of it.
Is yours like delayed?
I'm waiting to see if
Like,
Veggie
what is it right now? For me, I'm expecting
down.
CNED.
Nats is on rotation. CNED needs to just fall away to the side. They've won the fight. That was the integral one.
Okay,
Nats
mine's a
trying to keep
minute
it
8
together.
in the
There's still
round.
another target out there though. And there's CNED still trying to connect towards heaven. He's trying to buy time, protect Starzo here. Because Nats is desperate to get that spike back. And it's a battle on 2 fronts. As Nats is trying to play this patiently, allow time for the player Shados to come over. Couldn't adjust quickly enough, but still good damage done. Seeker's going to come out, and CNED looks to get maybe a little ahead of that.
Give them an idea. Chronicle actually springs on the back of it. Somehow finds Keyless and Zeke. CNED, the last man standing for Ascend here. The Seeker will confirm it as they hightail it towards A. But another round, it's cost them so much.
I want to get that champion's knife. It looks pretty cool.
I say it like CNED's not going to win this.
Oh, 2v1 now?
Do you think he does?
Yup.
Ever since
That happened
CNED,
20
nothing to
seconds
lose.
ago.
And a Blade Storm.
Yeah. But Shados and Chronicle.
Please
Chronicle's
close this
been
round.
Chronicle has normally been the safe pair of hands. CNED doesn't care. He's crossed.
Oh.
Gonna double dip. Have a little look. Yeah, turret no more. Poor old Tommy's gone. But it's probably gonna be Chronicle here with a shot to the side of the brain. CNED's been given a lot of freedom to move. 1 shot left in the mag.
Yeah, it does. That worries me.
No one noted early on.
A 1
Blade
shot
Storm's
in
back
the
up,
top.
drops down. Looks for the way across. Gets the glimpse and he gets the frag! And a player with nothing to lose. CNED, can you find it in the time? 11 HP. Tries to draw him closer. He tries to pull him in. Chronicle, he's not going to fall for it. He holds his nerve. He's trying to give Gambit a window, a chance, something to play with.
Oh, no.
And Gambit will walk away at least with the bare minimum now.
So much respect shown there to CNED. I think that's why we see Chronicle back up the plants for
You have
heaven.
to.
It's almost throw Shados in the mix, right?
Yep.
Leave him out to dry. Make sure.
I got it.
Yay.
We're in another scenario where I'm looking at the scoreboard and I'm thinking, how have Gambit got 4? I mean, potential to find 5, yes. We'll have to take a quick look at the economy.
I think some of them are
And how it
different
looks coming in
languages on
here.
their Valorant, I was noticing.
But somehow, Gambit are still in this.
They scrape it
Somehow.
together.
They're winning
Every
more.
single time it feels like there's always something to them.
Bit of an
7-4.
adjustment.
Okay, the round
there.
just started
They
for me
made
now.
the investment
Okay,
of the Vipers
oh,
and the Cosmic
wait,
Divide.
did it?
They might try and just get on and
What's
find
your
the
time? My
Vipers.
time's 1 minute
Defo just
32.
gonna throw his body on
Sort
the
of.
Yep,
line.
that's what mine is. I restarted.
Right.
Okay.
The spike, it's over 20.
No, I can't
And they've
spoil it.
absolutely bitten on this as well. Almost all players coming over, barring one. Starzo lingering around that B side. Defo
Shoot
trying
a
to
wall?
really sell it on this. Surely they ask questions
The
now.
wall on B main, if they shoot that, that's going
Oh.
to send everything they need to know.
Defo, huge
Oh.
impact, impeccable
Oh,
work.
and there
He
he's dead.
sold them an absolute
Oh, but there's
fake and a half. And Zeke gonna try and
Rest of
close
the
in
team.
with that judge, but it looks like it's done for. Gambit pull out the fake just as they needed it here.
with the Viper ult.
I guess the success of all that conditioning, as soon as that adjustment comes on that A site hit with the Cosmic Divide, Ascend bite.
He should flash. Oh, he's looking down to
One
see
step
more.
too far.
How?
Gambit, they're never out of it. They are never done.
Let's
they worked
go.
back 5 rounds when it felt like
7 to
Ascend
5.
knew everything they were doing.
Hell yeah.
I cannot fathom how this is 7-5. It's actually a real testament to
He has his
Gambit's
own
sheer
purple
grit
characters.
and determination to never ever back down. This is, I mean, at first I was really worried about how this was gonna go. Now I can't wait for the second half.
Yeah, let's get over to the desk right away. I want to get back into this game.
Thank you very much. Guys, Gambit, they're the comeback kings. You can't doubt them, right? You just never.
Hypoc hit the nail
Read
on
the
head.
first
I have no
match.
idea
He's
how they
like,
have 5 rounds right now.
he was
And
saying
in
like,
this game, potentially
after
even
since
in the
Gambit was
driver's
losing,
seat,
he's like, oh,
every
Gambit
single round
sucks,
they
they're
won is a
losing
massive
or whatever.
grind. They just grind through it. And every round Ascend
He just doesn't know that he can come back in
all his
Valorant.
victories left and right.
Yeah, I feel deceived by the scoreline right now, and we had that discussion before about
He
know
did
whether
come
the
back,
raise was
that
going
was
to be
crazy.
integral. Well, Zeke popped off, but conversely on the other side here, I mean, the fact that we had the Omen, that's what I was looking for over and over throughout the entirety of the series, throughout all of the playoffs. I wasn't working the game where it was there. Now I am, and now I'm thinking this is working.
Well-
Like you win like a thrifty round and you're like right back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do something else. It looked like they were just throwing these.
Look how
haymakers.
sideways his keyboard is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it says
Man, we did this
sideways.
wrong. Let's do. And they finally stopped going to B,
How close his
stayed away
face
from
is to his
Bone Cold.
monitor.
Yeah,
and
I
were able to
know.
start sorting the map, figuring out how.
Like his
Ascend was
belly's up
playing it.
against the
And
desk.
that's the little bit I
Yeah.
have for you on how Gambit came.
It's a scary prospect as well, because let us not forget that
gonna
in
hurt
recent and
your
historical
eyes.
times, Gambit's been a defensive-sided team on this map.
They all,
So I'm
they're like
sitting here looking at this
almost all
scoreline going,
stretch
one, I
spreads.
don't know how you got the rounds, and two, you're
Yeah,
going
all
on to a
pretty close
preferred
to their
half.
monitor.
Uh-oh, Ascend, what do you have, up your sleeve for
They've
this?
done this.
This
to
guy's
every
shirt.
team.
They
They've
have.
lost
Interesting.
the maximum amount of maps to win this tournament, and
That's
they
very
win
true.
every game where the
that
other
so?
team gets 12 rounds. This team is
My word.
They just have no quit.
One last comeback for that trophy, Pansy and Hypoc. Let's get back into game.
I got the buddy.
I did too.
Let's do it indeed, and that's what they're fighting for.
It said
the
it was too
trophy
late
that
for the
sits
spray.
between them, all on the line, 7 to
really?
5.
Yeah.
We've gone the distance, and I feel like Gambit
Yeah, that
now
room
have
is
given
on
themselves
split, I
enough
guess.
room. This has got to be so much pressure
Yeah,
on
that's
Ascend now,
crazy.
because they've seen this before.
Okay,
It's been
7-5
done
and they're
before.
on
It's been
defense
done in
now.
the series to them before.
They've given them enough room
If we
in
go
their
into
comfort
customs
zone
and
on
that room will be
defense.
there?
I think so.
Ascend
Yeah, that's
are going to
crazy.
have to constantly be evolving throughout this half. Confirmation there, at least, of early presence
They
towards
should give
bottom
the
mid.
winners like a
Gambit playing
special
pretty deep,
skin you
you
only
can
can
see.
get for wins.
All of A main giving up the utility.
Yeah, like in
from them.
Fortnite, there's
sure of
the
that.
FNCS pickaxe you got if you
Fight for
won
B main.
FNCS or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
Shadows needs to back
sniper or
away
something.
quickly because Defo got out of there. Now
Yeah.
Flash comes in, gonna be forcing
Let's
them
get the
further
flash
back, and now the hit looks like it wants to filter on through. Fountain on down. It's gonna be Defo who just gets Rover run. Bone Cold just straight up fights through him. What are these kills? Ascend, just powerful in approach. Shados and Chronicle playing through from CT, but it's 4 to find. It ain't gonna be easy now. Spike down the time in their side. Zeke looking for it, and he gets it. Ascend get the pistol in the second half.
Oh
I
my
don't
word.
know about this game, man.
But it has, that's the pace.
It'll be
it
like
has
9
to
to
be
5
for Ascend,
maybe.
and that needs to maintain.
Yeah,
It
hard
needs to
to-
be consistent.
Oh yeah, just be mad confident against Gambit in a grand final.
If they want to make Gambit sweat on the defense, they have to remain unorthodox, and it almost has to be smashing their head against a brick wall.
Because Gambit win every other time. I don't know how to explain this to people.
These
The only
slow
one
rounds,
person saving
on the defense will suit Gambit so much better.
I think it's because they're gonna buy Light Shield Vandal
Interesting approach coming
or
out here.
Phantom or whatever.
They're not going to get
5
full
play
shield
lean
next
towards
round.
A and a 5-man stack down middle.
5 mid.
Flash through. Nobody on the other side of it. Send still.
What? They're playing aggressive.
Actually, the Chronicles utility will.
They've got all theirs on
information,
A.
but full site control.
Yeah.
What do we have? 2 sheriffs and a ghost. So, hey, there's still a little bit of fight in Gambit, a little bit of venom to the bite.
Parkour? No.
Starzo wants a cheeky low angle. He's still gonna
Oh.
have a letterbox to shoot through.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's a dangerous angle, and Chronicle actually connects towards him instead. That's actually kind of sick. And now you're gonna have to see the rest of Ascend trying to fill that gap. There's Killers, there's Cena. It's gonna be shut down. Clean enough as Redguard, the last one to come around. Dealt with. 4 still stand. And Ascend take the next step.
8, 9 to 5.
So,
come on.
For Gambit to work on the back of there with an all-in piece from Ascend for the bonus. We'll see here if
Stress.
Ascend try and capitalize on these SMGs. It would require a lot if they fight for mid here. It's going to be really, really awkward for them to close the distance and make the most of this setup here. Actually, Starzo will ride this through on the Sheriff. Healer's the only one really with early progress towards an ultimate.
Okay, they're taking bonus.
Two players going this way.
Maybe this is one we can win.
Actually, Cena bests Shados. They've got to know there's more as well. The Wild Spray actually will claim Cened's life. But look at the response in kind.
So
it's quick.
through ropes.
They're straight up through ropes. They really want to punish this, maybe aggression or maybe players out of place. No one's going to offer them a free kill here. And here's the swing, Redguard. This could be everything. Timing could be great. Actually, a decent trade for Starzo. Next in line, Depo's gone down. And Nats is trying to keep this together. The one player that's left is Killers. Rifle to hand and a CT push in mind. He knows where Nats is. Maybe a further step towards Chronicle. A fight on one and a loss. Chronicle keeps control. 2 rifles remain, and Gambit get on the board in this half.
Cost them a little defo close to that Blazestorm just yet, but Shados looking
People can win on 1v5 sometimes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
the rattiest play we've seen so far, to be honest. It's almost like that situation. It's like, please don't bait your teammate. Oh, no, wait, you're good for 2. Yeah.
It's only baiting if you don't clutch.
Exactly.
It's only baiting if you don't clutch.
And it looks like an all-in piece towards A again. And maybe this is off the back of that aggression we saw Shados lean towards. Maybe they feel it can be a little exploited, and it looks like they're going to go straight in towards this isolate if they can. And Shados greets him with a smile. Sends Zeke right on back. Devil's still trying to do the dance, and he comes out on top. And now just 2, make it 1, Killers with nothing to do but die, and Gambit stamp their authority back in this game.
They stand in the fight versus the paranoia. I mean, it's just, I was talking about some rounds in the first half being illogical, but again, Gambit demonstrates something that's so uncharacteristic, which is to greet aggression. At the front door, this isn't deep towards sight. This is literally at the choke
There's
point.
people in this Twitch chat trying to tell.
And the rotation comes through so
they're
quickly.
saying go A.
So quickly.
In the Twitch chat, like they can say something and it matters.
Sen could get actually any progress towards these ultimates. Sheriffs across the board, a frenzy for
now they had the save.
I mean,
they're throwing Shados once again. They want to quell this early round.
Good conditioning too.
Absolutely.
Get it in their heads. That's going to be a constant factor to handle.
Chronicle's just swinging around his knife.
Of course, Starzo has to walk through.
Yes. It's not great.
Oh, nice.
And maybe Chronicle give him a bit of a kindness, just going to put him down quickly. That utility is rife on this side.
Well set up.
He's read it so well. He knows what's around that corner. Couldn't quite get a utility in that he wanted. So now Heaven's a little bit more vulnerable. Pulls Chronicle's attention, but he still deals well enough with killers.
Upgrade that
Couldn't quite
Vandal.
do much more. Has to be cautious of other players coming in through main, but that's not the case. The rotations are here. Everyone's in attendance. There's just Bone all alone. That's one. Any more would be a miracle. And 27 HP and a bit of a dream. That's all he's got. And Shados sends him back. We are closing in on the scoreline once again.
And this dynamic duo, Nats Chronicle, will be tested in this half. They were pretty much absent for a lot of those rounds on attack.
Yep.
But this is where you expect them to start shining. Nats already with that Viper's Pit. Chronicle has the lockdown available.
Okay, they
That's
got
it behind this.
And full shield.
Purchase, you see actually a couple of holes on the side of Gambit, more so, but obviously we know with the way this is played out already, Ascend. Have this buy round, next one, they will be forced to save. I'm terrified, because if Gambit keep this up and look towards Shadows and Defo to, like I said, quell that aggression in the early round, that's a huge factor for Gambit. Because where their strengths lean, it's towards the late round, both on attack and defense. So if Ascend can't find value, I'm really, really worried for them, because then they start to slow things down.
Did you see
then
one
you
guy
give a
at
little bit of
Taco
map
Bell?
control to Gambit, and they run away with things then.
Like the coach or one of the athletes?
I didn't know. It's just somebody had Taco Bell.
Not wilt away under the pressure. The Gambit are 100% going to bring it, already have been bringing. I think as much as, you know, we obviously credit Ascend with that great read towards Gambit, Gambit are in the right places here. They are meeting fire with
Or they
fire.
ordered it on Amazon
And again,
from
a big
America.
indicator will be the paranoia, right? In terms of these fast hits. That's kind of the only thing to force Gambit back deeper onto site. As soon as that comes through, you know that there's something behind that. You always know there's something behind that, because they desperately want to build
Taco
around
Bell
We saw it on
is
Icebox.
in Germany.
And again, with him heating up, I don't blame Ascend at all.
That's funny.
9-8.
For some reason I can't picture Germans eating Taco Bell.
Do you explore B again with that? Look at the setup. It's actually disgusting.
It's how do you get past it? How, like, what are you meant to do? And now you add this into the mix. Okay, well, mid suddenly a little less available. Nats.
Why did he shoot that boom by? It wasn't going to hit him.
But he's still.
Oh,
what?
got
Zeke wins that?
You gave away your position.
Yeah, everyone's coming back to mid. They're like, oh.
He just got flicked on.
What? Okay, that changes how this round plays out. Mid's suddenly available, and these rotations are getting cut off from each other. There's the ult invested, so they know exactly where these players are going to be waiting. Defo, gotta be careful now. There could be something waiting down those depths, and there is. It is CNED. However, it is a look towards that B side, but we know the utility setup is good from Chronicle. But can he keep it in check? Yes, he absolutely can. Defo by his side finds Zeke. And now Chronicle want to get aggressive on this, but look where the spike's going. It's heading straight towards A.
Defo being positioned here almost has a good idea of exactly what's going on. Starzo does have the reds, but as we can see on the minimap, none of those are attainable right now.
They're getting aggressive.
They have to. Gambit have the man advantage here, and they have the lockdown. They need to prevent that from being used here.
They're so patient.
Defo knows it, though. Keeping this in the forefront of his mind.
Yeah.
Showing attendance, Starzo sprays in.
Oh, he got
He
one.
gets one! Red Guard's fallen! And now they back away. That's what they wanted. They wanted that one pick, and now they could have unleashed. Starzo playing by Pillar looks towards Heaven. There's that lockdown coming on through. What do they do with this? 10 seconds.
This is so late, though.
Oh, CNED, you're playing with fire, and Defo's going to punish Starzo, though. Back to the side, back to the wall, quite literally. And he's got to be careful. Isolates one, and now the 1v1. He loses out to Defo, but the timing is all theirs. Ascend, make it to double
and
digits.
he still died.
Defo falls. This is, I hate to say it, on the back of Nats. I don't know if that's complacency or just a momentary lapse of concentration. But Zeke finds a huge kill.
Yeah,
and it allows Ascend to completely dislodge the entire game
They
plan.
had it.
Somehow Gambit still make that interesting. Like I said, the lockdown comes so late though. The scene there, I mean, he's faced with either being detained or losing out that 1v1. But Starzo able to tuck himself in, clutching that one up.
And now the pressure goes right towards Gambit in my mind. Yes, they had an answer for a couple of rounds, but they know the money's coming to an end. And yeah, you bang on your killers invested his, but look beyond that. Everyone else is getting theirs coming through now. Defo looking to be proactive towards middle, though. And seeing that's already threaded a little early, getting ahead of this.
You think even if Gambit win this, the next round leans in favor of Ascend. Even if it's an eco. Presented there, Defo has to dash away.
Yeah. The risk reward maybe tilting towards the risk side as we look towards this B piece again, though. The rotations are correct from Gambit. They're going to have their players here. They're going to probably have 4 players in attendance, and Defo.
Okay, we see him anymore. Okay, there we go.
The flash through.
Flash, and it's going to be a delayed push. Wait, what? Zeke and Starzo deny Defo and Redgar's aggression. Zeke takes the site. He's got the showstopper in hand. He's looking for any target, and he finds one. Nats is obliterated, and the site is now going to be under Ascend control. Spike surely to be planted, and Shados and Chronicle can say nothing in this matter. Shados does find Killers, but is there a world in which they can even find an avenue?
No way.
No way, they're out. They're out.
They have to be. This is Ascend on 11. Like I said, the next few rounds are huge. Even if Gambit won out this one, you look at the ultimate stack, and it leans heavily in favor of Ascend. But Gambit try and be decisive. They try and take the initiative. I think the flash just slightly off there behind the smoke, because
no one was blind.
There's a real possibility of that ultimately just.
Like if we could see what they see.
What do you mean if we could see what they see?
I mean, when you're playing, they could see our people. You can see the people through the walls.
Yeah. It's called wall hacking.
They probably gotta make sure there's no. They probably are tracking all the communication.
Yeah.
Because someone could probably watch the stream and then feed them information, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of people watching this. Gambit, timeout.
Lots to play with here. Yes, Zeke invested his, but so Stars, you still have Lone Cold, you still have seen it. On the other side, yes, Redgar's there, and so is Shados.
I don't know.
Looking at that purchase, and I'm thinking this is the do or die round for Gambit.
8-11.
This is potentially Ascend finding championship point, and I'm seeing Spectres. I think there was a stinger somewhere on there, which just gives me major anxiety.
Probably why there's a timeout right now.
And the thing is here, they have to almost kind of throw Ascend off balance here. So they almost have to get proactive. They have to find something in the early round that alters the course of this.
Now, but I always do Marshall second round.
The longer it goes on, Gambit have to rely on utility to ultimately shut down any site hits, and it's going to be stacked up. You know, Ascend are probably anticipating playing this out as an anti-eco, and Gambit maybe letting one slip.
Marshall's like a good safe gun for me.
They want to hold them. They don't want to allow them to go to map point.
Only if you can actually hit shots.
Huge round potentially. Let's see what that buy looks like. It's not terrible.
That's not as bad as it was before we cut away from it.
Yeah, it's been kind of changed around. Was it 3 Spectres, 2 rifles? But you're right, this is the buy that we have to look at. This has to stop Ascend's build back into this if you want Gambit to close into this game. And I feel like it was inevitable they'd be able to get there, but now Cena instantly puts himself in this. Redgar on the back lines looking to do damage, but it's just a Spectre. As much as he can try and fight, it's still not much to bring through. Chronicle only good for 1. And Nats with the Spectre again, still tucked in the corner. Cena, he falls and Nats still stands.
I don't know how Nats just won that with the Spectre versus Cena at that range, but Defo also going to find Bone Cold. I'm going to get ahead of this. Keyless a 2v2 presented. Keyless gets tagged up.
They're digging in so deep right now. Starzo though takes them to 12, and Ascend are on championship point.
Vandal's so good.
Ascend, my
I can't believe it. That round there is huge as well. Ascend know that they can just run numbers. If they lose one on the way in, they trade out. They have the res. They can reinforce behind this. Yeah, I have no idea how how Nats wins that 1v1, but Starzo, man, the late round piece for Ascend is absolutely huge from him. And they're on the brink.
And this is the buy
sure that
they come in with. It comes down to this. Ascend are 1 round away now. Gambit. Everything they could purchase.
Come on, this is
2 rifles, a Bulldog, and 2 Spectres. Light armor as well. It's not pretty, but Gambit are known to go against the odds. But right now, Ascend are playing out of their minds. Keyless checked on early, tries to play safety. Defo wants to close that gap. He wants to be the one to make the difference. And all he feels is the full force from Keyless. And now they're out of positions, they're out of sorts. Shados, what'd you do with this? He's
It was
sucking
actually.
Kizua.
Might even get caught, but CNET, he
Oh
will.
my god, CNET's just unleashed as well. So they've now opened up that A site. This instantly dwindles Gambit's numbers down to 3. Nats, Redgar, and Chronicle. How do you hold on to this? The ult comes in, the information free-flowing now. Chronicle tries to walk up. It's going to be Zeke and Starzo on the other side. They're keeping their composure. They're going to try and play him through heaven. Nats is on the other side of this, but all he has is that Spectre. He's already seen one pass. CNET finds one.
No.
It's all on Redgar now.
1v5
and this is
for
what
the
it comes down to.
champion.
One more man to stand, and Redgar,
30 seconds left.
all the
Are they
hours
gonna
you put
troll
in,
him or just sweat
thousands
on him?
upon thousands, is down to a 1v4, and it's done! Ascend are your Valorant champions
They
winners!
won!
The first of their
Ascend,
kind!
wow.
Edge their names in the
Look how
history
long they've been
books,
battling
and they
for.
did it in the shadows, surprising so many, and they worked so hard.
This is really just the second coming of this roster. We saw a dip in performance, a dip in form, and what a time to come back online here. Toppling Gambit, who have just looked dominant, even in the round, even in the series that they drop a map here and there. They show comeback, they show resilience, and Ascend squash that here in the grand finals.
Amazing work from Ascend. Truly, I think the quarterfinals dip out in the past threw a lot of doubt on their name.
Wow, they won.
A lot of the brilliant superstars in question, but this is the crowning moment. They're one of the first out of the EMEA to show how talented they are. Gambit took that from them, and they've taken it right back.
Again, they come away from this, no shame in this. Ascend played absolutely lights out on that final map. Had an answer for everything, even where you think Gambit have the strengths. Ascend actually topple them in their comfort zone, where Gambit have looked best.
Gambit was on defense then.
What an insane series from start to finish.
Coach is doing a good job bringing together them off.
Yeah, the juxtaposition of emotions on both sides.
We learned a lot from this competition. There's going to be more competitions, right? Stay positive.
I don't think that's going to be stopping anytime soon. And emotional moments across from all of this. Killers, I mean, as said, this Ascend side has had a lot of doubters.
Yeah.
A lot of people
I've been
were.
one of them.
I think we all have, because we've seen what they look like at their best, and they looked untouchable. Roll your mind back to that Heretics victory at the very start of their career. The throw-in of Zeke coming in, how does he fit to that roster? Do we like the look, do we not? I don't think we can ever doubt them again now.
No, and I think as well, you look at some of the concerns early on. I mean, Keyless, for me, this event alone has been massive. Like I said, earlier on in the year, bumping from agent to agent, not really finding that comfort zone, and the way that Ascend are able to then adjust around them, it's no longer seen it in Friends, right? This is firing on all cylinders. Starzo and Keyless, two of the biggest improvements, I think, on this roster.
Different team? What?
Change who's on the team for Sentinels.
They're going to?
No, they're not going to. The coach said no, we're not doing that.
Oh. Just because they lost?
Yeah. See a good sportsmanship after. It's a good battle.
I can't wait to see what happens with these two going forward. What does the future hold for them? As I said, enemies in the server and friends outside.
Sounds like these guys already know each other too. They scrim together, she said, and stuff.
It's crazy. Gambit put up a hell of a fight, but Ascend
they did.
weather the storm, which is something we've criticized so many times. But closing out when it matters, and looked in absolute control towards the end of that map. You see, dialed in, everybody stepping up when it mattered most. An amazing statement sent by them.
What a series. What a series. And this is just a look back at this map, but my word, the entire series. From map 1 to here, it was a marathon of a best of 5. I can only imagine the emotions, the adrenaline, the come down of it all as well. As now they sit there and realize, as said, they're the best that this game has right now in this moment. No one can take it away from them. No one can doubt them. They took on Gambit, who looked untouchable. That no matter the odds, the Gambit would turn the game around. You looked at Fracture, it was condemning. you looked at that scoreline, you thought, well,
it's like
surely it's done for.
When you think when Fracture was actually in this series, like it's night and day, and that was something coming in that Ascend was saying, actually, yeah, it's a back pocket for us. And,
one map,
you know, planting the seeds of doubt. They absolutely rolled on that, and like I said, the resilience shown here is one of the biggest.
Yeah, Fracture, I think I would have picked. He's really good for Brim. It's a really good map for Brim.
Yeah.
I think it goes without saying. He's one of the best players in the world on Gambit as well. We've seen them with the target on their back. They still rise to the occasion. They still found brilliance. And we have to see what they look like when they now get to come back in again. Maybe more attention on other teams. Maybe you get to see Nats reinvent himself once again. How deep can Chronicle go? But this is the story of the entire tournament. Every single team has provided amazing results. Crew absolutely blowing everyone out of the water. I think you now have a whole new set of fans around the world. Every single team. X10, how could you not love them? I mean, this whole event has been incredible, but it's not about that right now. It's about Ascend, and it's about Dash on the stage with them.
A little over 2 years ago, we got the first glimpse of Riot's tactical shooter. And just 12 months later, we launched the Valorant Champions Tour globally. All of that brought us to Berlin, where 16 of the top teams competed to call themselves the best in the world. And for a team that was not afforded the spotlight or the chance at both Masters Reykjavik and Berlin, they had the only thing that mattered: trust in each other. It is our distinct honor to crown our inaugural VCT champions. Give it up!
Wow. Champions. Valorant champions, that's crazy. It's the trophy.
It has been a long and arduous journey over the last 12 months for all of our teams. But the 5 players standing on this stage showed the grit and tenacity required of a champion, finding their form in just the right moments to overcome incredible opponents. It started in the group stage, where they fought their way through the upper bracket to earn the first seed in the knockouts. And then from there, they dispatched an unpredictable Team Secret before putting on a display of dominance against Team Liquid. But nothing can eclipse this best-of-5 5-game final, where they were pushed to the absolute limit. And as I turn back to our first ever champions here in Valorant, Starkso, you know I'm coming to you first, my dude. You tweeted out yesterday. You said that if someone had told you just 12 months ago that a team of quote-unquote basically 5 no-names made it to the finals, you would have laughed out loud. Well, not only did you make it, you won the damn thing. So what do you want to do now? You want to laugh? You want to cry? You want to scream? Where are you at, my dude?
I don't know. I literally have zero emotions in myself. It still didn't get to me. Like the last round on Split was like, it's 5 versus 1. I'm like, what's the next map? I wanted to ask already because I thought we were still playing, you know, it's like 2-2 or something. But now it's slowly getting to me that I'm standing here, it's in front of me. I don't know, I wanted to say thank you to my insane teammates because without them we wouldn't be here.
An absolutely insane effort by an incredible team. How's the trophy? Does it live up to expectation? Is it heavy? How does it feel in your hand?
Yes, I mean, I'm pretty strong, man.
Well, naturally, yes, of course.
It's pretty cool, pretty cool.
Oh, my goodness. All right, well, CNET, I want to come to you next because within that same tweet, Starkso said something else that I think has been a sentiment for a lot of the people around the world. CNET and friends, right? That was the storyline around this team. I want to get your opinion on this team, the makeup of it, what makes you guys great, and ultimately the development of this roster over this year that brought you to this championship.
You're the carry. I mean, this tournament is the proof of it's not Sned and friends because I didn't even perform well and my teammates carried me in some games. Thank you.
It was all a bait. My bro right there. That's broadcast ready. I love it.
Nothing to say, everyone. I'm happy and thanks to all my teammates.
Hey, much deserved by all of you. All right, from there, I'm going to jump over to Keyless. Keyless, overcome by emotion there at the end. Come on, talk to me.
Last time I cried, it was 20 years ago, maybe.
20 years ago?
So, I don't know what happened, but I just couldn't stop. I don't know.
Happy tears, though? Happy tears?
Of course, of course.
All right, well, let's talk about this then. You guys had a really
20 years.
interesting run through this tourney. You dropped the very first map that you played against Vivo Key, and then you won every single map until you made it to this best of 5.
Yes.
But your opponents here in Gambit pushed you the entire distance. We had an overtime. This series had everything. So how do you reflect on the journey, what it took for you guys to get from group stage day 1 to holding this trophy?
It's a constant evolution of the team. Like, we came here, we were shaky. Everybody knows that. Everybody saw that. But we lost. We came back. We won. It's like constant pressure on us, and we were evolving game after game in this tournament.
Let's talk a little bit more about
That's
that,
the story of this
Bone
team.
Cold. This idea that people maybe underestimated you, right? It's been an interesting storyline to track. With those 2-0s kind of across the board, it felt like Ascend was flying under the radar and maybe under-respected coming into this final. For yourself, though, talk to me about that adversity that you had to overcome, and now how it feels to know that you're not going to be underestimated anymore. You're the first world champions ever. You got a target on your back.
I mean, it just feels amazing. Like, we've always had our ups and downs. We just beat Masters 1 where we won it online. We like in the first Open qualifiers, like we lost to like teams that back then we didn't feel like losing to, and like coming all the way up here, it's just. I'm just speechless. I feel like the whole team has done so much work. They have came over so many different situations, hard situations, and I totally feel like we totally deserve it. We've been pushing ourselves to the absolute limit for the last 9 months, and I can't be more than happy to say all the results just came to this.
More than deserved, to say the least. And as you talk about what you had to overcome and the changes that you went through, let's talk about one of those changes, one of the newest additions. Zeke, my dude, how's it feeling? You jump onto this squad and boom, you're a world champion.
I don't know, peak of my life. What can I do? What can I say? I have no idea, I just joined this. I had high expectations. Didn't have an expectation of, just winning a world championship. Who would have? It's insane to me. We were so shaky at the beginning, and then, after that remake, after the rematch against Vivo Kid, we just played out of our minds. We are just the best team in the world. What can I say?
It's inarguable. It is absolutely inarguable at this point. You guys are the best team in the world, and you individually put yourself on a map like you haven't been before with your performance on this tournament. As a duelist, absolutely popping off time and time again, but also in some ways changing the conversation of how duelists can be utilized. People constantly talking about utility and the way you can kind of see the map and change the circumstances. For yourself, how do you feel as you think back on what you just put out in front of the world by yourself?
Can I add to this something?
Please do.
Everybody knows, Zeke has been insane on LANs. He's been performing extremely well. Online, LAN doesn't matter for him. His fragging potential is just up the roof, but also people don't know about it in our team. Zeke is mostly, he's the guy who's pushing us through, through the hard situations. This series, we're losing Fracture 1 to 11, and Zeke is the guy who's, he's the first guy to say, guys, focus the fuck up. This is the world championship. I really wanted to add that because that's just something that might just not show up, in the games.
Well, let me get your reaction to that.
What can I say, Bone Cold? He said the truth, he said the truth. I'm trying my best today after that horrible fracture, I was the first one to just run out, hit the guys, guys, focus, doesn't matter, we forget about this map, we're going, it's our playground, the next 2 maps are our playground, and you see, we did it. We kept our mental strong. I don't know if that was my part. Of course, it's not only me. Everybody here just, stepped up. It's not. I just helped them a little bit, as always. But it doesn't matter, guys. We are world champions. I need a while to process all of this. I'm gonna probably go.
You get a little break now.
You know, the team's gonna go from my eyes.
Hopefully, I guess I should ask your coach if you get a break. I probably shouldn't tell you that you get a break, but I would imagine that you do. It was an incredible performance. MBS, I'm not gonna leave here without asking you a question as well, and I want to ask you the final question. It's been a long 12 months. A lot of work, as these guys have talked about, being put into this season that culminates in you being the first ever world champions in Valorant. When you reflect back on that and you think about what not just you six, but the entire organization has accomplished in this year, what makes you the most proud?
Honestly, just the involvement of the team and how everyone likes the game and each other, When we built the team back in January, nobody really expected much. Maybe, top 8 in Europe or something, but everyone, we surprised ourselves when we won Masters 1. That's truth, But then, back then, I saw the potential and how far we can go. And honestly, these guys, I quite often when we practice, I feel like a zookeeper, They're super young, they're all over the place, the potential is bursting everywhere. I just need to keep them under control and, keep the bus going straight. Not all kinds of directions.
Stay in the bus, guys. Stay in the
bus.
Stay in the bus.
It's true. We are a bunch of animals.
Doing well, and I think the progress shows. I feel like our preparation was also good. I feel like we focused on the right things that needed to be focused. We didn't dive too deep into strats and all that. We keep our play style, which is super adaptive. We adapt to what we see. We evolve. We play every game different. And during the year, honestly, big thank you to our organization, and especially the MVP of all year is our mental coach.
Thomas!
I honestly
Mr.
think a lot of
Miyagi.
people are still underestimating the power of that. Good mental coach is what you guys need. It's insane, and I think everyone in the team will agree.
Well, I love that, calling out the mental coach, keeping the wheels straight as the head coach.
What did you say?
From thinking maybe top.
Mental coach, they said.
Oh, mental.
I want to congratulate you one more
gosh.
time on doing what no other team has done before, for kicking off Valorant as the world champions. One more time, grab that trophy, lift it up into the air. Ladies and gents, as we've crowned our first ever Valorant champions, we're going to take a look back and celebrate the end of the 2021 Valorant esports year by looking at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Ascend!
Match highlights.
An entire year worth of blood, sweat, and tears has led to this moment, guys. One of these teams will be making history today by lifting the trophy as the first ever winners of Valorant champions. Nobody's ever going to forget whichever team wins today.
Oh yeah, that was crazy when he got 4 and the defuse on Breeze.
Nats just destroyed them! You can't run and you can't hide! Nats is right there every single time!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nats refusing to relent. This guy's a god right now. This is looking dicey. Chronicle! How's he found 3? Let's go!
Oh my word.
I don't know about this game, man.
But
360 rocket.
Alright. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Man, I'm starving.
He's the hot pocket. I will spam them. 3 to 6 left. I'll stop calling. Yo, Ace, you good? When Reed doesn't have 6 left, I'll call him. That's crazy.
What a moment, what a final, and what a last map we had there. Ascend, they are your official world champions. I cannot believe I just got to say that, guys. The three of you were all right. You all backed Ascend.
Yeah, we knew it all along, and there was never a doubt in our minds, right, Yinsu?
I didn't get to back one, but, you know, I got Turkish jets are the best jets in the world, so you guys want to know which direction I would have leaned towards.
And that was a heart and head decision, too. That was hard. The head said Gambit's firepower. The heart said Ascend is just flying up the ladder right now. Can they rise up enough?
My God, what a pleasure to stand here. And I have to highlight the fact that Killis, the moment
Bro,
he realized he was a world champion,
really,
he pulled his headset off and he got on the ground
collapsed.
and he just cried.
Used a lot
and
of
that is the kind of
space for
emotion that
this.
esports brings. I mean, as me especially, I've been in it for years as a player, as a coach, and now as an analyst. And to sit here and get to witness
I'm
that,
not
that is
crying, you're
incredible.
crying.
I mean, we will cry
Yes.
later together,
And
my friend.
I'm going to say this, just very few players get to say that their team is the best in the world
Correct.
definitively. But we had an entire circuit culminate here in a celebration of the game here at Champions.
Yeah.
And this team is clearly the best team in the world.
Without a doubt.
And hearing Zeke say that just like brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
It's just so, it's so special.
The growth of the entire team was incredible, right?
Yes.
At the beginning of this, I was like, in Masters Berlin, Keyless was the pain point for me. He was somebody that you would get for in the start of Icebox. He was crushing it. He had pivotal plays the entire time, and you can see what this meant to him. The
Yes.
entire team overall here, as they're accepting more and more, as they deserve every bit of it here on the main stage after they'll be able to see the trophy later once again.
I mean, back at EMEA, this is a gigantic moment for Turkey. This is huge for them. Valorant in Turkey is not like Valorant in any other region. It's a totally another level of passion and how much they love this. And to see one of their players, the best
Yes.
Turkish player, as a world champion is insane.
Came out of nowhere, dominates the scene, best jet in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, best team in the world.
Wow.
It's just such a Cinderella story.
It is. And speaking of
Cinderella.
the best, I want
What?
to do like a unofficial desk
Yeah, we
tournament.
talked about this the whole
MVP.
time, right?
Yeah,
Let's do this.
we have to. You know,
Absolutely.
on paper, I think coming into this tournament, people would have thrown CNED's name in there. But the four of us, we've put our brains together and we've picked a different player. Sure, I'm going to let you announce and tell
Yeah.
me why you think this
So,
guy deserves to be the MVP.
I went with Zeke as my MVP for the tournament. I think you guys agree with
Yes.
me. He had the highest KD on the team. He plays support roles. He plays duelist. He does so much for this team, and he's the vocal leader. You heard it there on the stage come from Bone Cold. I love everything this guy brings to the team, and ever since they brought him in, they've looked like the best team in the world.
It doesn't matter what the stats show you on the screen, because when we talk about Zeke, we aren't just talking about KD, we aren't just talking about ACS, we're talking about intangible things that metrics can't give you. The amount of times on this map, for example, he's able to use his utility. He also played the Raze, he played the Reyna. How many times did he get entries? He had almost the entire most engagements of the team and was the only positive on the team. That goes to show the impact he had, regardless of whether he had the top dog spot. And I am proud to say that he could walk away with his head held very high after that.
Best KO player too. I mean, we talk about
Yeah,
players if they
absolutely.
could play KO. Definitely, I feel like heads above all of the other KO players we've seen.
Yeah, and I love this because Ascend used agents, Omen and KO, that other
Yes.
teams have frowned upon
Yep.
and have actually shunned away from
They
their
don't even
comps.
touch Breach.
They don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that Ascend did it is unlike any other team in the scene, and for that, you have to give credit to their coach, their in-game leader, and every player for putting the hard work necessary to create your own style.
They actually hit different.
Yeah, I also I do want to circle back to something on Twitter. You know, I think Hypog mentioned this. Carlos tweeted that, you know, G2, they kicked Zeke. And Zeke, during that time, he was very vocal about how down and how much that affected him, not being able to play on that team. And of course, you know, being reunited with CNET, they used to play together. Being back on this team, he's just completely transformed. And you got to feel a little bit bad for Carlos, right? This guy's a world champion now.
Well, they lost out there. They lost out very sorely, but there's another man on the screen right now, Bone Cold, who I think deserves the biggest props. Can we talk about a man who has had a glow up and a half?
Yeah.
Came in very early on, and I would say to me had a lot of weaknesses. I was watching him throughout the maps, especially when I was first learning Valorant, watching him play, and I was like, I don't really feel like Bone Cold hits the way he should in the role that he has. Well, let me apologize, Bone Cold, because you have had the ultimate glow up that a player can have in a leadership role. It's a very difficult role to undertake, and he's done it with grace.
Now, this is the last day of the tournament circuit of the year. I want to ask you guys a very difficult question. I'm not going to lie. What are you most looking forward to for next year? Because we're going to be back, baby. This is not the only Valorant champions.
They dropped that bomb with the circuit. The circuit did. So it's starting, and then the last 3 months of the year are just open. I mean, everything about next year, I'm so excited for. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get bigger. I can't pick one, Yinsu.
Oh, Riv?
I'm ready for. So this year we had a few teams reach that peak to know they're here right away. Right, Crew had it. They fought hard. Sentinels and them Crew got it at the same time almost. I feel like with the competition next year, nobody's going to be able to sit back and say, "Oh, we're already in champions." Everybody's going to be pushing each other this far, right here. And it's going to be each tournament that counts to the max.
Now you know what champions looks like. Now you know what it looks like to be a champion winner. And you are the world champion. Now everyone wants to vie for that spot because they know what it looks like. It's tangible. It's in their reach. They know how it looks. And now that Ascend is sitting on that throne, well, it's time to knock them off if you're another team around the world. And, well, we already know that the entire world is vying for that spot. And they are competitive. It wasn't EMEA versus NA like we thought. It is the whole world really digging for that spot.
Well, it's EMEA versus EMEA, but
I mean,
I'm most looking forward to EMEA defending our title and Game Changers. I got to throw that in.
Last 3 months of the years, yes.
At the last few months of next year, it's going to be incredible. But that is unfortunately all the time we have, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a massive pleasure. Thank you to you guys for watching and tuning in at home and all of the watch parties. Of course, it's been so much fun to see everybody. Congratulations once again to Ascend, your inaugural champions. Of course, we're going to be back for more Valorant next year. And yeah, thank you, Sean, and everybody else. I had to. We'll see you next year.
Doing that
My
for
God,
5
I feel like
hours.
it's like an Olympics vibe. It's like, what's the first place on the podium? Yeah, you got to wear the gold. That's where we're at. We're getting world championships, baby.
Notice now posted. Nat's going to try and find his way out. Denies the old swings. And Nat's out of nowhere.
Near, far, wherever you are, we hope you are tuned in here for VCT Champions.
And now Poster and Magnum. What is he going for us? They're desperate. They're still pushing. Oh my God, Poster.
This is it, the first elimination match of Valorant Champions.
Team Secret, they stay in the tournament. 13-2 on Haven.
It's done. It took Ascend a long time, but it is not quite enough for Vivo Key.
Bro, chat. This thing's been crazy.
They are the
5
team
hours
that knocks
stream.
out every Brazilian.
I really appreciate all of you here.
The Dark Horse stays alive. They live to fight another day.
And, well, stay tuned for a new video like every day this week. Okay.
The winner of this match will be going through to the
Thank you.
quarterfinals, and the loser will be heading
Bye.
home.